Disclaimer. This video is educational and informative in nature. Do not contact any of the people mentioned or depicted in this video. Additionally, this video contains discussion of gambling. Do not gamble. I have linked various resources on getting help for gambling addictions below for anyone who needs it. Thank you. 99% of gamblers quit right before they're about to hit it big. That remaining 1% of people all know that the only way they won't win is if the rats rigged it. But if they play their cards just right, they'll make it all back, and so much more. That 1% is none other than the Rat Exterminator, the Conqueror of Keno, the pipe-hitting, loss-chasing, bet-making maniac himself, BossmanJack.
No! I lost it all! I'll clean it all up.
Today, I'm going to tell you a story. The story of how a regular kid from Virginia went from a juvenile delinquent to one of the top gambling streamers on Kick. How he turned his life into a living hell, his nice bedroom into filthy squalor, and how he got sent to jail and rehab more times than I can count. Born in 1995 to two parents and a brother, Austin Curtis Peterson was a regular 90s kid. He was into skating, fishing, and other outdoor activities. But underneath the seemingly normal surface, he was a bit of a delinquent. In late 2013, he was charged with a misdemeanor for underage possession of alcohol. This is a pretty common offense and hardly serious since Austin was 18 at the time that this happened, but the only reason it's even worth mentioning is because it was just the first of many instances of Austin finding himself in trouble. In a conversation Austin had with some followers on his Discord after discussing his past experiences with abusing adrenaline shots and salvia, he says this.
Have y'all ever smoked spice before?
Nah. K2?
Good. Yeah. Okay, I'm about to say, I used to be heavily addicted to it, dude. Oh, I got sick without it. I did it so much, I would be sick when I didn't have it. When I told you that I sold my dad's coin collection, like Bill said or whatever, I literally was buying spice with it, dude. I'm not kidding, I was super hooked on it, bro. Like super hooked on spice.
If you didn't pick up on what he said there, he's talking about a substance called spice, or K2, which is a synthetic drug that, according to an avid viewer of his, once caused Austin to have a reaction that made him sleep for a whole week straight. But however bad that was for his health, it was another substance that led Austin to nearly lose his freedom, Xanax. In August of 2014, when he was 19 years old, Austin's addiction got to the point that he became willing to commit crimes in order to fuel his habit. He promptly got together with 3 others and went on a car burgling spree in James City County, getting into over 100 vehicles and stealing things from them. Coins, wallets, cell phones, jewelry, watches, credit cards, cameras, power tools, car parts, televisions, and even a firearm at one point was lifted from one of the cars that they targeted. I should say that despite how extensive these thefts were, they were very much petty crimes of opportunity. They rarely actually broke into the cars they were stealing from, as they aimed primarily for cars left unlocked. It's also worth mentioning that Austin just joined this series of car raids, as his accomplices were already committing them way before he got involved. While Austin's date of offense was listed as August 30th, the thefts were taking place all the way back from late July to early September. Finally, after nearly 2 months of Austin's crew running rampant through the neighborhoods of James City County, one man witnessed 2 individuals stealing items from his daughter's car, and after chasing the 2 suspects on foot, he managed to get a partial license plate from the car they sped off in. The police tracked these 2 individuals down and interrogated them, one of them being Austin, who most likely proceeded to give up his co-conspirators, leading to all of them being arrested. And the reason I say that he likely gave up his co-conspirators is because when the police went through Austin's phone, they found that he and his accomplice had taken pictures with not 1, but 3 firearms that they had stolen, and Austin had even looked up the prices of the items they'd stolen to see how much he was going to get for them. Yet, somehow, Austin was only charged with felony grand larceny and conspiracy to commit, with his accomplice, Aaron Lee, taking on the charges for the theft of the guns. Unlike 2 of the other people who were arrested in connection to the crimes, Austin was allowed a $4,500 bond, and based on a publicly available court record, he was bailed out within a month of his arrest, most likely by his parents. A little while later, in early October, a 5th man was arrested in connection to the car break-ins after he apparently stole a firearm and started shooting it into the air as he drove off. These guys were making it really easy for the police here. Between eyewitnesses, being caught on security cameras, and whoever was cooperating with the police, none of these guys were getting away with it. As their court case unraveled, the guy who was behind the fencing of the stolen items also pled guilty, which I assume must have increased the pressure on the other guys. In late late March of 2015, the aforementioned Aaron Lee, who took on all of the weapons charges, was suddenly hit with even more charges. While all of them eventually pled guilty, Austin got 5 years of probation and a fine of a little over $3,000. Despite the articles about his case claiming that he pled guilty to felony grand larceny, if you look at the court records, he only pled guilty to 4 of the 22 charges he was hit with, and they consisted of misdemeanor petty larceny and tampering with a vehicle. Could these records have been filed incorrectly, or is it possible that there was some arrangement that if Austin was to not violate his parole, his charges would be stricken from the record? Regardless of what the exact case is, despite people from his community intervening on his behalf to try and get him a lighter ruling from the judge, this entire situation left its mark on Austin's psyche.
I hung out with the wrong people, and karma bit me in my ass. Karma bit me so hard in the ass, and I deserve every bit of it, and I'm still not the same.
But for the years following the situation, he lived a seemingly normal life, even going to school to get a certificate of air conditioning, which, as I understand it, is basically a trade school degree that lets you work as an AC technician. What's interesting is that he got this degree from the Piedmont, Virginia Community College, which is the same exact college that Chris Chan went to. This is as good a time as any to remark on the fact that there's a disproportionate amount of infamous lolcows who came from Virginia. Chris Chan, BossmanJack, Amberlyn Reed, even Boogie and Wings of Redemption are from West Virginia and North Carolina respectively, which are immediately adjacent to Virginia. Maybe it's all the lead they have in their water over there that's making them like that. Maybe it's the nuclear power plant located nearest to Bossman. By the way, Goochland is an insane name for a town. Who knows? Maybe Mothman migrated east and is now making the citizens of Virginia go insane. Regardless, right as it seemed that Austin was going to turn his life around for the better, he embarked on a journey that he had no idea would lead him to the lowest point of his life, through extreme gambling and substance abuse issues, and eventually back to jail. But how did it all start? RuneScape. Specifically, old school RuneScape, or OSRS for short. In January of 2019, he posted to his Instagram page to announce that he just defeated one of the game's bosses. While a long period of his initial activity in the game is documented exclusively by Austin himself through his Instagram page, it's important to contextualize that one of the most popular features of OSRS is what the players call the Sand Casino, which was a dual arena where players could bet in-game money. The thing about OSRS in-game gold is that while it's technically supposed to be worthless, it was transformed into a de facto digital currency as people often traded it for real money. This is true to the point that in Venezuela, a country that's been chronically ravaged by hyperinflation, some of its citizens have taken to gold farming on OSRS to make a living and have actually found some degree of success doing it. With the value of the in-game gold being established and the fact that there's a place where you can bet on the outcome of duels, it was easy for people to put 2 and 2 together and start using the game as a vehicle for online gambling. Over time, OSRS gambling became a phenomenon with the advent of debt streamers, meaning people who streamed themselves gambling on the platform and tried to find any way that they could to scrimp and beg their viewers for money so they could keep gambling at the arena. Usually, this meant asking for in-game gold loans that they never actually paid back, as whenever they happened to win big, they just ended their stream and logged out of the game. All the way back in 2019, there were already people asking for Jagex, the game's dev team, to remove the Sand Casino entirely to solve the problem. But while Jagex failed to do so, the gamblers continued to make hay out of their negligence. Unfortunately, one of the people who unknowingly walked into this trap was Austin, who at one point got so invested in the game that he landed himself in a psych ward.
This one time, I got back into RuneScape after not playing for a while. RuneScape's like a drug, dude. I was so high on RuneScape, I stayed up for over 3 days straight, and I was not doing any drugs. I was completely sober. No weed, nothing.
While many people have speculated that he could have been lying in this clip, it's not entirely impossible that he stayed up for 3 days straight, because while he wasn't doing any substances, the high that one can get from extreme gambling is such that it can keep someone up for a few days if they really want to. As a matter of fact, casinos have been developed in such a way to specifically desire this outcome, such as pumping more oxygen into the air to keep people energized, making the machines as bright and loud as possible, ensuring the buildings have no windows or clocks so that they lose track of time, making it so that that the exit doors are small and located in areas that aren't easy to find, they have a ton of tricks up their sleeve to keep you at the casino, with some reporting that they can go 4 days without sleeping without even drinking coffee. All of it hinges on how much of a compulsive person you are, and given his propensity towards all sorts of addiction, Austin definitely falls into that category. While plenty of his OSRS gambling journey hasn't been documented, bits and pieces of it have survived through the obscurity of the first couple of years of his streaming. One of the oldest archived clips of Austin's stream shows him in his bedroom being gifted billions of in-game gold, which, scuffed on Kick, the Kiwi Farms user who shared it, claimed added up to almost $5,000, which explains his reaction.
Gift Chuck, my boy? What? Oh my God! Hold on, I gotta remember your username. Let me write your username down. Show him some love, boy!
Later on in this clip, Austin claims that this money he's getting is going to be what turns it around for his debt, meaning that even this early on, he was already in a significant amount of it. Regardless, he proceeds to use the money given to him to gamble, and loses all of it, resulting in one of his earliest crash outs.
The f***ing poison, dude!
According to the same user who shared the clip, this crash out took place just a little while after Austin got back from rehab, which his parents put him in due to his addiction to coke. It's shocking to see that he was already struggling this much with his habits even before he got heavy into gambling. And even more shocking is the fact that he was already drinking alcohol immediately after getting out of rehab, which is really not a good sign. In another user's search for clips from this era of Austin streams, he stumbled upon some clips that consisted not of OSRS gambling, but IRL streams. In the first he attached, Austin is showing the damage he's done to his bedroom, including a broken mirror and apparently 3 massive holes in his drywall. He explains that he did this damage out of anger from losing in OSRS death matches, and while he explains it to his audience, he can be seen smoking something that doesn't look like a normal cigarette, although I can't show it on screen right now due to rules from the powers that be. Despite acknowledging that he definitely has an issue with anger,
sometimes I just get this like rage, man, this anger. And like, I'm just not scared of anybody.
He takes the damage to his room in good spirits.
Got the fresh holes in the wall? Dude, I would never do that. That was not me. That was not me, dude. I swear to God it wasn't me.
In another clip, he shines some light on his relationship with his parents, in particular his father, who was later renamed Rat Dad and BossmanJack in honor of his son's online activities.
I was sitting there, dude. This is back before my dad used to let me smoke weed in my room. I was sitting there. Sorry, guys. I was sitting there taking a bong rip, and then the door opens, and I look over with the bong in my mouth like this. He looks at me, I look up at him, and I just go.
It's nice to see that he's still on good terms with his parents despite his antics, but you gotta wonder how his folks managed to put up with it. Another interesting pattern of behavior that shows up extremely early is Austin demonstrating how his species expresses excitement, which he named the crab dance.
All right, that's good enough, boys. Good enough of a crab dance for you.
Later on, when he gets some winnings, we'll see the crab rise again. But around this time, despite his eccentricities, like eating the occasional dog food, he is much more normal and seems to be able to enjoy his life.
Let me sip my Sarah Brute. Let me get my Serotonin brew. Refresh with a restore.
From reuniting with old friends of his and skating, to admitting that he should help his parents out by doing chores at his house, he seems to be in a pretty good place. Some of the clips from this era were recorded while Austin was in rehab, where he gives his audience a glimpse of what his situation was like.
I'm not even doing it for my family trolls, like I'm doing it for myself, bro. Like, my parents have been saying for weeks, like, you need to go to rehab, you need to go to rehab, and I'm like, no. Oh, then this last night, bro, I was like, yeah, I need to go. Like, let's go.
Despite sobering up being a choice and not something he was forced to do, he did still express some frustration with rehab.
I'm bored, dude. I'm bored. To be honest, I'm very bored being in here. This is my 4th time to this very rehab. 4th time to this very one. So it's like, I've heard it all, man. I just want to get out of here. It's going good, though. Rehab's going good, brother.
Fortunately, this frustration amounted to little more than boredom, as he was ultimately enjoying his sobriety.
I was looking back at one of my VODs, dude. It was so obvious I was doing coke. I was like, hey, you said 20? My boy. Thank you, Brick. I love you, bro. My boy. I'm about to walk down to the store right now, god damn it.
What is a little concerning, though, is that even while he was still in rehab, he didn't see his OSRS gambling as a problem and a driver for his other habits, as he actively planned to get back into it as soon as he got out in order to try and pay off the 30 billion OSRS gold debt that he had incurred.
I haven't had money of my own in like 9 months now.
So I'm hoping when I get out of here, dude, I can make some bank and get out of debt, man. That's my goal. I'd love to get out of debt, man. There's really nothing more that I'd like to get out of debt, dude. Yeah, I'm in rehab, man. I'm in rehab. I've been in here for 29 days, I believe. And I get out tomorrow, boys. So we're gonna get back to the staking. We're gonna get back to the lit streams. We're gonna play good music. It's gonna be fun times, guys.
As far as dumb financial decisions go, gambling more to try and get yourself out of gambling debt is up there with buying celebrity cryptocurrency. According to the aforementioned Scuffed on Kick, Austin eventually started crashing out and selling off his OSRS gold to get back into his substance abuse habits. But there's not much in the way of clips to show for this claim. It's only in late 2021 that people, namely detractors of Austin's, or as they'll eventually be known, the Rats, started documenting his on-stream crashouts, such as when he cried after losing 650 million gold and immediately ended his stream.
Cinderons, send me to the promised land. Send me to the promised land. Oh my god, no. No, man, what the fuck, bro? Are you kidding me, man?
At this point, JaggX finally started dealing with the massive gambling problem in their game and put a 10 million coin staking cap, which made it so that it was a lot harder to get yourself into massive debt. But of course, Austin, along with other hopeless gamblers, found a way.
I'm so bad at it, dude. I'm in 20-something bill debt, man. All I do every time I go PKing is die. It's so depressing, bro. Man, I'm so sad right now, dude.
His investment into OSRS was such that, in one instance, he actually called for a disqualification once he got killed by another player.
Oh, I lost that one. That is genuinely so cringe. No, disqualification! Wait a second. Hold on, guys. Is that even allowed? Hold on, I just made my screen way bigger. Hold on. That's a disqualification, fam. That's a disqualification, fam. I don't care if you're winning like crazy.
Apparently, what he's getting at here is that players are supposedly forbidden from scratching with a claw during PvP. And although I'm a complete layman and know very little about OSRS, he was getting rolled and smoked by this other guy and did 0 damage on him, claw or no claw. If you check the comments under this video, you can see that Austin had already developed a reputation as an OSRS debt streamer who frequently crashed out, begged for loans in tears, said that he wanted to die whenever he lost or couldn't get more loans, yelled at his parents, had a following of mostly people who hated him, did drugs on stream, and did something called RWTing. According to the RuneScape wiki, RWTing, or routing, is an acronym that means real-world trading, meaning when you exchange real-world things for in-game money, which is officially forbidden to prevent exactly the kind of situation that Austin found himself in. As he said in the clip, he was already in 20 billion debt again, and just a month later, that value had crept up to 26 billion when people from the OSRS subreddit decided to address him in the thread. According to this post, Austin was deliberately not paying the people who gave him loans, and instead was only sharing his winnings with friends of his that were in a private Discord server, saying, "You know I gotta break the homies off." However, this accusation of him scamming his viewers was hardly surprising to the people familiar with him, and consequently, this went nowhere. Just a month later, despite his claims that he was gonna walk away from his debt and simply stop gambling in the Dune casino, he went right back to it and got himself in 11 billion debt, at which point this happened.
I don't know what to do. I just don't know what to do anymore. Here's my debt list currently. How am I supposed to pay all these people back? I don't know, man. I have no clue. I try every day of my life, man. Oh well. I don't want any sympathy at all. I just want your goddamn loans, man. I want your loans. I need to get out of this debt, man. I need help, man.
When someone in his chat suggested that he could try killing in-game monsters to scrape together the money to pay off his debt, it just made him angrier.
Shit game. I'm not gonna PDM my way out of 11 bill debt, bud. That'll take me years. Come on, bro. Really? Are you serious? You think I can PDM my way out of 11 bill?
This blatant disrespect to a member of his audience who was just making a suggestion once again caught the attention of the OSRS subreddit, which was now fully on board with making fun of Austin for how much of a degenerate gambler he'd become, that he forced himself to gamble more to try and pay off in-game debt, which, by the way, if it wasn't obvious, isn't legally binding and you can just close the game and never play it again. Some of the newcomers to Austin's content became confused as to why anyone in their right mind would loan money to a guy who's publicly known for being in billions worth of debt. But you see, this is the beginning of a cycle that would go on for the rest of Austin's gambling career. The people who give him money often don't want it back. In fact, they want Austin to lose it all and proceed to lose his mind along with his money and start screaming and destroying his bedroom. Indirectly, they're just paying to be entertained. And when Austin blocks the people to whom he owes money and calls them all rats, that's just part of the show.
But it's at this point we have to acknowledge a
core tenet of BossmanJack's philosophy: gooning. We have analyzed Austin's brainwaves to the point that we are able to synthesize all of his gambling addiction nodes into a serum that will prevent all of you from falling into the gooning ecosystem. The result? The Stop Gooning hat.
The Stop Gooning hat is back on turkeytom.shop, the latest and greatest in anti-gooning technology. This hat will prevent you, your ex-wife, your parents, your children, and all of your friends from walking down, perhaps even gooning down a very, very dark path. Thanks to its impactful design. I recently started wearing this hat myself, and I immediately went from being a loser basement dweller who talks about weird people on the internet to, it's available for a limited time only, so get it right now before it's gone at turkeytom.shop. I repeat, turkeytom.shop. Now back to the video.
One commenter claimed that Austin's 11 billion debt could be valued at around 8,500 British pounds, which would mean that he got himself in $10,000 worth of debt through RuneScape, of all things. Kind of brilliant, not gonna lie. To act like you're owed loans, which is an oxymoron, since when you take on a loan, you're the one who owes money. A month later, he can once again be seen going insane on his stream after a loss, as his bedroom continues to deteriorate and a desolate cig hangs from the corner of his mouth.
You have no idea! Oh my god, bro!
Alright, boys. Yes, man. We tried, man. Alright, guys. Alright, boys.
At this point, Austin's transformation into a full-fledged lolcow was ready to go into the next stage, as people were going on his stream and even making donations just so that they could mess with him.
You literally got caught on video selling loans for money to buy coke, and now you're crying that gold isn't real money, and then you don't owe anybody. Well, guess what? My ball sack is full of salt, and if you're low on salt, you can come and suck on them and get all the salt and juices out of that space.
People are man. Obsessed. Rent free. Literally all day long. Rent free in these kids' heads.
Although it's hard to tell when exactly he transitioned from pure OSRS gambling to actual gambling sites like Stake, in October 2022, Twitch, which was the platform Austin streamed on, began cracking down on gambling streamers of all sorts. And invariably, this eventually would result in Austin being banned. But while that didn't happen, Austin was comfortably ramping up his antics, with some particular emphasis on anti-door violence.
I clicked my food! You can hear me click it! Somebody clip it! I literally clicked, dude!
I love how he made it so that he can easily switch the visuals over to this placeholder, but the music and the sounds of him destroying his door continue. It's worth pointing out that at this point, JagX had once again tried to curb the gambling on their game by removing the Sand Casino altogether and replacing it with something called Emir's Arena. But once again, gamblers found a way to work around it, though it was far from ideal. Based on an explanation given by KF user Doot Skeleton, as the safe confines of the Dust Casino were no longer available to the addicts, they were now resorting to going to high-risk PvP worlds, where PvP was allowed everywhere. Though they could still carry on their gambling activities via duels, you now ran the risk of being killed by another player on the way to a duel and losing everything you had on your character. No gamble involved. In the clip we just saw earlier, the player who killed Austin was deemed very likely to be cheating, which ultimately led to his crash out. But in spite of how unfair this particular PK situation was, people now celebrated whenever Austin suffered a devastating loss. So this was very much a reason to celebrate for the Rat community, which had developed to the point of making parody songs.
I don't wanna get a job. I don't wanna get a job. I don't wanna get a job. I'd rather sit on my ass and play RuneScape.
Austin's infamy soared to a new high in November 2022 when he was recorded selling loans to someone on Discord.
I'll sell TT. Good price. I'll do it for $50, dude. Fuck it.
Unlike his previous misdeeds, this one really caught some momentum on the OSRS subreddit, now standing at 2,500 upvotes. People immediately deduced that Austin was doing this to scrape together money for drugs, which, in another thread from 2 months prior, Austin had admitted to doing over Discord. Based on the sheer amount of people acknowledging this situation, it seemed Austin frequently scammed people out of their hard-earned RuneScape gold to buy coke in real life, using his addiction as an excuse not to pay back his debts. Worse yet is the fact that just a little while before he got caught selling loans, Austin can be heard clearly sniffing something in the middle of a stream. Some people pointed out the irony of him doing this self-destructive act to celebrate winning the equivalent of a measly $12 in OSRS, but that's something that seemed to be lost on Austin for the time being. Meanwhile, other people shared their personal experiences of playing RuneScape while being strung out on a variety of hard drugs. I didn't really expect this to be a common experience, but for whatever reason, some people who play OSRS are the same kind of people who are hopped up on hardcore substances all day. One person shared their experience on Austin's chat, saying, "The first time I entered this stream, I asked in chat how much amphetamines he uses, and he said, 'Wouldn't you like to know?' and winked. Then he said, 'How else am I supposed to play and stream at the same time?' In general, everyone recognized that Austin had a problem that he clearly did not take seriously, even if it was very funny to watch it go down on stream. But while Austin refused to get help, the community slowly grew accustomed to watching him have meltdown after meltdown, like a continuous car crash that they couldn't resist staring at. By the beginning of 2023, Austin found himself right where he was when he went to rehab.
30 bill debt! 30, not 10, not 5, 30 bill debt. What am I supposed to do about that?
I like how he blames JaggX and other people for a situation when, at this point, they'd already made it pretty hard to gamble and banned his account multiple times, only for him to find workarounds and beg for one of his viewers' accounts so that he could continue doing it. One particularly prophetic Reddit user said that once JaggX succeeded in getting rid of Austin for good, he'd just move on to other gambling platforms and wind up in a deeper kind of misery. And as it turns out, that was right around the corner. As the OSRS community continued to rigorously shun his behavior, including friends of his who had sent thousands of dollars for him to disintegrate during his streams, people pointed out that Austin became a shell of his former self once the Dune Casino was removed, as he drifted further and further into the depths of his gambling addiction. Interestingly enough, this gradual change coincided with his online handle going from Austin_07, his original OSRS username, to what he'd become widely known for, BossmanJack, his kick username. In late April, he was possessed by the soul of a dog. And, in a loving father-son bonding moment, he wrestled the rat father. As he slowly moved away from OSRS, he started fishing for a win over at actual gambling sites instead. And not only did his hostile interactions with chat increase, so did his hostile interactions with his bedroom.
No! I lost it all!
You can see right as Austin goes haywire, someone in the chat says, "Yes, this is what I wanted to see." This is what his content became now. The cycle of him making bets, losing, becoming extremely depressed and saying he's going to delete all of his accounts and end it all, and then coming back like nothing ever happened and making fun of anyone who gives him crap for his behavior. For example, someone made the mistake of asking what happened to his door, to which Austin replied,
Your mom, listen. Your mom's name's Tina, right? Tina. I took Tina, right? I bent her over. Her head was right here. Right here, right? I was so hard from the back that her head went through the door. It went straight through the door, bro. It just went straight through. I was just getting it.
Based on the state of his door throughout his story, you can bet that Tina was seeing a lot of action. One thing he took to frequently doing whenever he lost was pretending he was actually going to delete his streaming account, all while fumbling and taking as long as possible, only to eventually give up and reset to his factory settings, but not without giving his audience some Keno entertainment.
This man's penis is so small, it's inside of his stomach hole. I don't know what I be saying, but I'ma get the whole then I'm about to go down into the hole. I don't know what that means, but they're going.
Unfortunately, the entirety of his door's decay hasn't been comprehensively documented, but in April, it was already fast approaching its demise, as it had developed a cartoonishly BossmanJack-shaped hole in it, which Austin claimed was not done in anger.
I told you guys already. I already told you.
This is not done in anger?
No! You can ask my chat. Dad, stop! Man, shut the fuck... Yo, shut up, man!
Him claiming it wasn't done out of anger, being immediately followed by him flying into a rage and arguing with his parents, is the kind of gold you couldn't even get in RuneScape. Eventually, his entire door was removed and replaced with a blue curtain as a sign of honor of that brave soldier's passing. But of course, the door no longer being there to be receiving the end of Austin's anger just made it so that he directed it towards other parts of his bedroom. In this clip, also from April, we can see Austin speedrun the gambling addiction cycles, and and, although he tries to resist, he ultimately crashes out and kicks a hole into his wall.
Oh my.
And, like usual, he makes some promises.
You guys are gonna miss me, man. That's all I gotta say, bro. I'm gonna be gone for at least a month, bro. You guys will not see me stream for an entire month, bro.
The fact that he's doing this, of all things, on his birthday, really shows how derelict he's become as a consequence of his need to gamble. I know that this is a man in the throes of a crippling addiction and lashing out at anyone who tries to stop him, but it really is something to see him make increasingly faster bets and repeatedly try to stop streaming, only to come back to bet even more until he's gambling with 15 cents, which he promptly loses.
No, it's always the last one, bro. I'm literally about to lose it all, bro. I can't believe this. It's the one I'm gonna back out on. No, I just lost it all. Oh my God. All right, good night, guys. Have a good night, everybody. Wow, good night, man. I'm getting off, dude. I can't believe that this happened. Oh well.
By the way, just so you understand where he's getting all the money that he's gambling here, it's usually a combination of the daily payment that his partnership with a gambling website pays, whatever his followers sent him in donations, which he refers to as juicers, and whatever personal money he saved, which means whatever money his parents gave him that he didn't spend already. Soon after this incident, he begins beefing with another member of the chat called Shade, whom he accuses of having scammed on OSRS, leading to the creation of one of his classic catchphrases.
Man, that nice. Whoa! You scammed 8 bill, you loser! Suck on my ball sack! Yeah, you know what I do with Shade's mom? I take that pussy
And I the out of Shade's mom! Oh my God! Holy oh my God, that nice! Whoa! Oh my, hold on, I gotta get back in that. Oh my God! Holy!
He gets his ego from his PK skills. Hey, Shade's mom, MILF. Hey, babe. Oh, hell yeah. You know I love it. When you fondle my balls and suck me. Yes. Yes! Yes! I'll see you soon, babe. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, my balls are already vibrating. I love you, babe. Bye.
Eventually, the accusation gets flipped on Austin as his past OSRS antics get brought up, which he immediately addresses.
Did you scam, yes or no? Don't retaliate with, did you scam your debt? I'm asking if you scammed 8 bill, because I've never done nothing like that.
As his seething hatred for Shade grows in leaps and bounds, he decides to check how much time he spent watching his streams.
This kid has spent a week watching me! Oh my God! This kid has spent a week watching me! How many hours is that? Oh my fucking God! Oh my God, bro! Oh my God! 6 days and 3 hours! 6 times 24?
144 hours!
Eventually, Austin's attention turned to another viewer named Tata, who got a similar treatment.
Tata! Ladies and gentlemen, today's yearly winner of smallest penis goes to Tata! Whoa! Whoa! Hell yeah! Dude, you finally won something in your life. You got the smallest penis award.
This conflict culminated in Austin making a phone call directly to this follower of his, who apparently had donated money to him multiple times before. Although I can't show how this ended here, because Austin doxed this guy's name by showing his phone on purpose. Right around the same time he did this, he also doxed his girlfriend, although this time it was clearly an accident. Later on in the month of April, Austin expands the list of people he's been beefing with by including his own mom.
Mom, shut the f*** up! Shut the f*** up, please! Please! You're a f*** idiot, you don't think! God damn, I'm so sorry guys if you heard that.
In a comment left under this video, one user says, "If you don't know the lore, it makes the video so much better. The original Austin07 hate Discord catfished him. Austin, without provocation, sent a video of himself beating his meat and cooming. They then sent that video to his mom, dad, and extended family, saying that Austin sent that video to a minor. You can hear in the video Austin's mom saying, 'You're a sicko. A minor, Austin, a minor,' before he explodes on her. While the video of Austin seems to be real, there's no evidence Austin ever knowingly sent it to a minor. As a matter of fact, the closest thing to a claim that this even happened was a streamable video that claimed Austin got catfished by a female teenager. Regardless of any speculation regarding this incident, KF user Orangutan Wang 11 said, "I talked to the guy who catfished and leaked the video a while ago and can confirm that the guy catfishing never pretended to be a minor. After it happened, some random people called Bossman's mom and dad after sending them the video and said that he was talking to minors. Shortly after, Mama Rat comes on stream to confront him about this, leading to a fit of Bossman rage towards her, yelling her to shut up, saying the rats are lying, get out of my room. Not sure why these people wanted to see Bossman's junk in the first place. While it's quite common for lolcows to also be some variety of a sex pest, this really doesn't seem to be the case with Bossman, and there is no good evidence otherwise. Fortunately, Austin's blood runs ice cold, and his nerves are made of steel, so he's completely immune to any rat activities, which were mounting up during this period, as his detractors even put up a website to catalog his highlights, if that's what they can be called. Around this time, he even had a Discord call with one of them, who was accusing him of hitting his mom and something relating to his ex-girlfriend, and it went about as well as you'd expect it to.
I can't tell if you're trying to get your dick sucked, you're trying to get your dick wet, trying to get on Allison's good side. I don't give a about the anymore. You don't even know what happened. So why are you getting involved? You have a small penis! You have a small penis! You have a small...
Definitely would never hit my mom. I'm gonna have my mom come on stream later. She'll tell you guys everything that happened.
Austin's ex-girlfriend herself seems to have colluded with the rats against him, only for him to freestyle the greatest diss track of all time and decimate her from this plane of existence.
Pits of fire, right line, pits of fire, bitch.
Austin's only weakness happens to be whenever the casinos cheat him out of his money, which, unfortunately, happens a lot.
Oh my god, I'm in trouble, dude. I'm in so much trouble, dude. Oh my god, I call my mom, dude. She's the only person that'll help me, dude. She's literally the only person that'll help me, bro. This is not happening. This is not happening.
In late April of 2023, we have one of the most gratuitous exchanges between him and his dad yet.
Do you not realize that you can just quietly say, hey man, what's up? What's wrong now? What's wrong? How about you turn your mask up? Yeah, why do you recently start doing this shit? I've always done this. Huh? I don't understand it. Okay, what's your point? Okay, he's just another rat. Swear to God. He acts like one, bro. The only reason I'm here is because my mom, bro. That's all I gotta say, dude. Say what you want, bro. But I've always been this loud, bro, for years. And just recently, he wants to start bitching about it. It doesn't make any sense.
Things were heating up in general in the Bossman household, and even after having been drywalled shut, his wall was once again going to suffer the consequences of Austin's wrath. For a moment there, it seemed like that'd be all for the day, as Austin became distracted and targeted members of the chat and his card dealer. A moment later, Austin manages to secure a win, which made him rediscover his faith.
God, there's a God! There's a God up there! There's a God! There's a God! There's a God out there! I'm telling you what, boys!
Unfortunately, his hopes were soon dashed, and this was the result. This roller coaster of emotions and outbursts is exactly what gets people hooked on Bossman. That and his catchphrases such as F my life, I'm so depressed, can anybody help me, and his never-ending cycle of things that he'll supposedly do with his money, such as fixing his door, although this money inevitably turns into weed money or more gambling losses. More importantly, he eventually started fixating on cashing out after a big win so that he could finally buy himself a Honda Civic. By the way, that's a fine car, but it's by no means some kind of distant and unattainable, expensive luxury supercar. And if he spent half of the time that he spends gambling working on actually making money from a job, he would have had that car long ago. It just goes to show how broke and out of his mind Bossman has made himself. To top it all off, whenever you think he's bottomed out, you can bet your bottom dollar that he will find a way to dig even deeper.
I just lost everything. Have a good day, everybody. Wow. I cannot believe that. Wow.
Likewise, whenever he hits a new low, he'll find a way to make it out of the hole, sometimes with the help of some divine intervention.
Please, Lord, please be with me. Please, Lord, be with me. Please, Lord, be with me, man. Please. Oh my God, yes! Oh my God, yeah!
Oh my God. I just lost it all. Oh well. Oh well.
However, Austin's financial status swayed due to some bullish investments he made online, and a few things were constants for him, one of them being his unwavering hatred for rats, and honestly at this point, it was kind of justified. Austin undoubtedly did a lot of bad and weird things, but this particular period is marked by his detractors doing things like sending him mountains of packages and harassing his family members all the way to his brother's ex-wife, which is simply unjustified, and of all of Austin's crash outs, the ones over these specific rats are the most understandable. Though the exact placement of it in the Bossman timeline is difficult to establish, there was one instance during the time when Austin was still on Twitch chat after calling and texting his parents for months. The people behind his dock sent him a bag of poop in the mail and his mother opened it. In the messages he sent about it, Austin says he doesn't even know if it was real, so it might have just been a prank. Either way, having your middle-aged mom open up a package full of fecal matter, whether from a dog or a human being, is some truly twisted work. As understandable as him being upset about these things is, it's not so understandable when he starts attacking the decorative characters in the gambling games he plays.
Starlight, who the f you think you are? Look at her mismatching socks and shit, you goofy motherfucker!
Most likely, this degree of rage was brought to us by Bossman's much-needed nose medicine, as it's known to do. While it's hard to precisely establish when he was doing it, we can comfortably guess that he was on it more than he was off.
Oh my god, what did I just do?
Oh my god, what did I just do?
Dude, I just lost $2.5 grand tonight, dude.
Finally, after months of unfettered insanity, the rats finally made some progress in their everlasting war against the Bossman.
Ouch. Ouch.
This wasn't a total defeat, more of a temporary retreat, as Austin got banned for 3 days on Twitch and sent reeling to his at the time functioning Discord server, and for a brief period, Austin had peace in his life, as he wasn't enslaved to the juicers for a few days. He gave his closest followers a tour of his house, and it turned out to be pretty interesting. Despite looking like he belonged in a crack house, his bedroom looked pretty decent, with the notable exception of his desk, which looked like it had been hit with a trash sandblaster.
So 360 degree, here's a little bookcase, my computer, my screens, my webcam, my mic, my bong, my cigarettes, all that good stuff. Over here. That's definitely not lotion on the bed, dude. It's not. It's not, I promise.
Otherwise, it was pretty humanizing and even funny to see the Bossman share his living situation.
Your room doesn't look too bad, mine is worse. Dude, my room is big. Look how big my fucking room is, dude. It's a nice size, dude. I got the biggest room in the house.
As he went through the rest of the house, it was easy to see that Austin's family had a pretty nice place, which is even more incongruous with their son's hellscape bedroom with Swiss cheese walls. Eventually, his trolls found his address and discovered his house was close to $500,000 and was even nicer from the outside. The cost to rent this place is well over $2 grand, and Austin lived there rent-free. And if that's not enough, we learn about even more benefits from Austin himself.
No, I said that we get free internet for life for 10 years actually, because they had to put pipes in our yard for our neighbors to get the fiber optic internet. My parents are retired because there's a gas drilling company up at our cabin, which we have 200 some acres on, and they're drilling for natural gas, which they've struck a lot of. And my parents get monthly checks from them.
Not only does he get free internet, but his parents get checks from a gas company, which goes a long way to explain how they can afford their son's eccentric proclivities, including but not limited to turning his bedroom into a Theseus ship that has to be reconstructed every month due to him destroying it into the ground with rage. In the same house tour video, he admits to being 27 years old and not even contributing to the groceries, meaning he pays for nothing except for his drugs. I should specify that there's nothing wrong with being this well off by itself, but squandering that insane degree of wealth and comfort by purposely putting yourself in infinite gambling debt and stressing out in your crack shack bedroom while strung out on 3 different hard drugs is really one of the worst paths you can possibly take in this situation. At any point, he could simply walk away from it all and call it a day, but every time he tried, he felt them call out for him. The juicers, the hot streak, the new door, the Honda Civic, and every time he came back, only for it to go the exact same way. Every single time.
No!
As soon as his 3-day reprieve ended, right back to the Thresher Austin went. And though there aren't as many notable moments during the month of June 2023, the few we do have don't look good.
I just lost it all! Oh my...
Soon after, he once again teased the rat community with the possibility of their success by pretending he would delete his Twitch channel, but clearly this was just done to further humiliate and dominate them, as everyone knew he was about to make a comeback and win big. Near the end of the month, he pulls an Invader V.
Watch me lose every day, bro. 99% of my viewers
They pay for internet, electricity, utilities, but they can't support me at all. So sad, dude. Or if they do want to help me, they want interest money. They accept interest money every time. Anybody that charges me interest, I don't want to talk to you ever again. I literally don't want to talk to you.
To be fair, you can't blame people for trying to turn their donations to Bossman into an investment, as his invincible hot streak was obviously going to come up soon, and they wanted a piece of it. The documentation of his activities during the middle of 2023 was mainly carried out by a YouTube channel called OG Clay, with his series BossmanJack Doing Boss Things, which ultimately ran for over 100 episodes. To say that the month of July was rough on Bossman is an understatement.
It is all gone, dude. It's all gone, bro. I just lost $120, bro. Come on, man. Yeah! Another max bonus! Please pay me this time. Please. Come on, baby. Come on, cats. Come on, man. Oh my God, we got one. Give me another one. Bro, oh my God, dude. Man, I lied, bro. Man, I'm so done, bro. Oh my God. Oh my God, bro! I'm about to quit streaming, bro. I'm not kidding, bro. This has got to come to an end, dude. I'm gonna quit streaming, dude. I'm gonna quit streaming, bro.
It's crazy that, even at his worst, he only says that he'll quit streaming, but he never says he's gonna quit gambling. The truth is, he just streams out of mercy for the rats, since he knows they need him more than he needs them. But to give Austin some rope here, it seems that he was trying to resist his outbursts, often pacing throughout his room to calm down, and very frequently hitting a vape. Although it's hard to tell how effective this was, given that no matter at what given moment you check into his stream, his room is always in a state of disrepair, and he is fuming. In late July, we got the first ever BossmanJack doc on YouTube, and although it didn't get a lot of views, it was a signal that Austin was becoming increasingly infamous outside of his usual sphere of detractors. This video had some bad timing though, since it came out during a pretty uneventful period, and right before things really kicked into high gear once again. In August 2023, he suffered a gambling loss so devastating that his webcam immediately died for fear of what he might do.
No, oh my God, dude. What the f? I just lost everything, bro! I lost everything! That's it?
One really entertaining element of this era of Bossman is that he had a very consistent setup, from the constant 2000s emo and 2010s hip-hop soundtrack playing constantly through his entire streams, to the cycle of reactions he had, and even the games he played. It's one thing to see a guy lose all his money gambling, but it goes to another level when he's doing it on a game like Rip City with these scuffed-ass shockwave flash animation to your visuals. Imagine watching your life savings go down the drain as you stare at the Solid Snake Cat and the Gangster Rat with 2 cigarettes and a can of knockoff Monster.
Last one right here, boys, and I'm leaving. Yeah! Potential. Bump it up? Nah, dude. Hell nah. 20.
You may also notice that his headset is now completely white at the top. That's because Bossman had completely destroyed it and had to tape it back together so it would stay on his head, which of course didn't last very long.
I need this. Come on, Black. No!
And I'll admit it, the rats were going really hard in the paint during this period, with one troll ridiculing the Bossman to the point where it pushed him into closing the stream. Eventually, one of them tried to tell Austin that the odds of him actually making money off of gambling was practically zero, but Austin wanted to hear none of it.
Oh, shut up, Vanitize. Why don't you take that advice and go shove it up your ass?
What's even funnier is that immediately after mocking this chatter, he proceeds to win a measly 50 cents and then close out the stream. During this period, he was also regularly blazing through hundreds of dollars in each gambling session due to how much he was getting from his partnership to gamble on the daily. Finally, after months of being relegated to being followed by disorganized rats, the Bossman got himself his very own thread on Kiwi Farms, where, at least compared to his previous detractors, there were some standards, and people weren't encouraged to actively harass or troll Bossman. If anything, people were explicitly told not to engage or interact with Austin in any way, which is definitely the smartest strategy when it comes to following this kind of online personality. What they did do is share as much lore on the Bossman as they could find, and there was definitely a lot of it. The same avid follower of Austin who provided information on his substance issues and sleeping for a whole week due to an adverse reaction to spice made a post in which he pointed out that in many of his streams, Austin could be seen calling someone on his phone whenever he made some money on stake. This someone was identified as a man named Derek, not because Bossman ever mentioned him, but because whenever Austin ran out of money and was in drug debt, he convinced one of his mods to Cash App Derek whatever it was that he owed him. A stream moderator was was screenshotted saying, "I paid that Derek guy so many times for Austin." In leaked Discord screenshots, this same mod can be seen claiming that Austin scammed people for gambling money, which could lose Austin his sponsorship with Stake. While this is likely to be true, I'm not sure exactly what instance of scamming the mod is referring to here. In a conversation between this mod and Bossman, Austin can be seen insulting this guy repeatedly and saying he wasn't going to pay him back, which I'm assuming is in reference to some money that was cash apped to Derek. Whatever the case may be, this information then led sleuths to try and figure out who this Derek guy was, only to stumble across an NBC article about this same Derek being sentenced to 3 years in prison after being found guilty of felony child neglect. As lighthearted as most of the Bossman story is, this is a vile reminder of what kind of people feed off of others' vices. With this revelation that Austin was being regularly supplied by Derek, it explains why his behavior was gradually worsening during this period. After one particularly heated exchange with people online, Bossman storms out of his bedroom to fight his dad. This is pretty dark, since if Austin's dad did what he was asking for here and kicked him out, it's likely that Austin would become a full-blown junkie and end up in a gutter somewhere, completely out of his mind. Around the same time, another concerning clip surfaced, in which Austin can be seen talking to his mother off-screen after he woke her up by smashing his keyboard. While it's hard to make out exactly what's being said here, it's been widely speculated to be, "Stop, why are you falling over on purpose?" I'll refrain from suggesting that Austin was physically hurting his own mom here, since it could very well be that she had simply fallen over, but things were definitely becoming more worrisome. Bossman's violent outbursts were increasing in frequency.
I just lost so much money! I just broke my computer screen. I'm a dumbass. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. I can't believe I just did that.
Not only was he destroying his own setup, Stake was also showing itself to be even more unfair than initially believed, as every once in a while, Austin lost money even when he won.
Hello? My money. Got my money, please. That did look kind of crazy, bro. Red? What? What? That's 0. I better get my money, bro. Yeah, they have to. Am I gonna get my money? Wow, 32.
What happened in this clip is that Austin had bet on the green, 0, and black, and despite the roulette ball landing on 0, Stake paid out to red, which Austin had precisely no bets on. Even the dealer was confused, and a manager eventually walked into frame and provided some excuse as to why they were paying out for red. But ultimately, the reason why they did that doesn't matter. This is a casino. It's structured to take your money. It shouldn't be super surprising to anyone when they do this kind of shady thing, and they get away with it because gambling addicts like Bossman will keep using their platform regardless. After months of speculation, during an IRL stream, Austin confirmed what many people already believed to be true.
No, dude, I was doing coke, man. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. It's not funny either. I was bad on it, dude. What makes you relapse? Oh, dude, just boredom, complacency, bad moods, gambling. Dude, I'll lose DMing and want to get high, dude. I'll lose it all DMing, and then I'll be like, you know what, I'm just gonna get high, dude. But 3 days clean, baby. Dude, I have had the worst headaches today. You guys have no idea. And I think it's because I'm withdrawing, bro. I was getting high every day for like 6 months, bro. Dude, I'll be honest with you guys. In a 6-month period, I had 2 days clean off of coke. Dude, it's such a waste of money, dude. I spent so much money on it. You guys have no idea. That's true, Pac-Man. There's a lot of fentanyl around. And dude, I've definitely gotten high off coke and felt like a different high. Trust me. Like it was stronger sometimes. Not just like a coke high, like there's something up in that bitch.
While it's good that he at least intends to stop doing it and has been sober for a few days, he clearly doesn't plan to stop gambling, which he himself admits is a trigger for his addiction. Worse yet is that when trying to explain how bad it is, he only mentions that it cost him a lot of money. Although that is true, the effects on his health and lifespan are obviously more important, but the most likely reason he mentions the money it cost him is because he's imagining how much of that money he could have spent gambling. His gambling addiction is so powerful that it motivates him to stop his other addictions so that he can concentrate on making more bets. While he did spend a few days away from streaming while he visited some family in Kentucky, sleuths stayed at work. They found Austin's Bitcoin address, and like all Bitcoin addresses, it's publicly auditable, and examining it revealed that around $27,000 had gone through that address in just a few months. However hard a task it was to find out just how much money Austin was burning through, there were a few methods of finding out, such as checking his rank on his Stake account. At this point, he had shown on stream that he was a Platinum 1 VIP rank and was 90% of the way to Platinum 2, which meant he had wagered close to $500,000. Those are rookie numbers. He's got to get those numbers up, and as soon as he came back from Kentucky, he went right back to the Stake slaughterhouse to practice his baseball pitch.
Oh my god,
As the losses kept piling on, Austin became increasingly distraught and skeptical of stake.
I just lost $200 on roulette. It landed red 12 out of 13 times. I went black every time. Just red, 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 black, red, 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 red. And just, it looks so magnetized, man. I'm not even kidding, bro. It looks so sketchy. I hope I don't lose my sponsorship because I said that, but dude, that looks so weird, bro.
In the same clip, he says he no longer wants to live hundreds of times in a variety of different ways, which I won't include here, but it's safe to say he was not in a good mood. Being fed up with the unfairness of roulette, he started playing blackjack, which inspired him to give up his baseball training and start considering playing football as a quarterback.
This is wrong.
It's a shame he was sponsored by Stake. If he was partnered up with Punt, this would have been a lot more on brand. Finally, after months of endless abuse perpetrated on him by gambling websites, he decided to switch up his content and try something different by going on a website called Monkey, which is a kind of Omegle alternative that's popular with the youth. You hop on, connect with some random video chatter from around the world, and have a conversation. While this was better than gambling, it didn't go that much better, as he instantly got into an altercation with someone he was accusing of being a scammer.
A gambling site, they pay me $200 a day. You're gonna get arrested, dude. You're gonna do hard time. You're gonna feel like a dumb.
I don't scam, kid.
How are you gonna turn my 100 into 1,000, kid?
Because
how?
Feed you.
How? How can you do it?
Think.
You're getting mad because I'm exposing your little rat ass. Yeah. Look at this monkey getting mad. What a little monkey. I'm not mean like that at all. I did not mean it like that.
A little bit of a gamer moment there at the end, but as he reassures us, he didn't mean it like that, and I trust him. It's kind of impressive that he's actually capable of spotting someone else being a scammer, given how under the trance of gambling he is. Due to his natural gamer aura, and another instance where he went on Monkey, he happened upon a couple of gentlemen doing a funny gesture with their hands, and not knowing the motivation behind it, he joins them.
Put your hand in the air if you was a weirdo. Put your hands in the air if you like weirdo. Damn, I'm the man. I'm the Mando. I'm a ball up the court. Call me Mr. Rondo. You can't even sign yo.
Austin couldn't hear what the guy up front said as he was loudly freestyling over them, but he first hailed a certain German chancellor from the 1930s, and moments after, said the official gamer word.
Alright, whatever that was. Thanks for your... Whoa!
As he soared in popularity, he got another video essay made on him, which was met with a better reception than the last one. Sadly, Monkey activities ended too soon, and Bossman went back to gambling, only to lose every last dime he had, and once again, turn to his own audience to beg for juicers.
I'll take anything, man. I have nothing. I have nothing, bro. I have no money, dude. I have nothing. I have nothing.
Hearing this man cry begging over AI remixed Tupac is truly something to behold. It's also noteworthy that at this point, he rarely even acknowledged that what he was doing was borrowing, since he had spent so long not paying anyone he took loans from. So he started acting like he was just getting that money and wasn't expected to ever pay it back. His addiction was getting so bad that he went from destroying his computer parts to selling them off to make some extra bucks, and the television that was frequently seen in the background of his streams mysteriously disappeared. Either he pawned it for more gambling and drug money like a full-on junkie, or he destroyed it in one of his loss-fueled rampages. And I'm not sure which one is worse. Another symptom of his self-destructive lifestyle that began showing during this time was his mangled fingernail.
So I just kind of let it grow back in, and now this is what my nail looks like. It's disgusting looking.
Immediately after, he shares a story of his about how he once beat up a good friend of his over an unspecified altercation, and in the process of doing it, broke his ring finger so bad that it permanently leaned to the left. It's also interesting that all of his nails are extremely dirty with stuff under them, like a real fiend. None of these were capable of discouraging him, however, as deep down, Bossman knew that the ultimate heater was heading his way, and he wasn't going to listen to what a bunch of rats had to say.
You know what? Only losers leave. Only losers. And I want to be a winner. I'm going big boy.
The only thing he took breaks for was eating his slop, which he did with his mouth open and with the mic on, like a real boss does. As August 2023 came to an end, so did the boss man's patience, as he became increasingly volatile, going through the two stages of gamble loss: depression,
dude,
love, awesome,
life, dude,
and anger.
My God. Oh my God, dude. I'm gonna do something stupid.
Gotta give him props for going all the way to the wall before having some kind of self-reflection and stopping himself before putting another hole in it. There was another close call soon after, where he even squares up as he walks toward the wall before redirecting himself into the hallway.
Oh my God, it's all gone.
At this point, the Rat community had reinvented itself and coalesced into increasingly funny variations of his kick handle. Bossman Crack, LostmanJack, Bossman Blacked, Austin is a Jew, so on and so forth. In Kiwi Farms, each Bossman crash out and crab dance was being enshrined into GIF format. It got to a point where it was hard to tell the difference between his trolls and his fans, since even the Rat community had started to empathize with Austin and vicariously experience joy whenever he won. Although they definitely experienced even more joy whenever he lost, and blasted through his walls like the Kool-Aid Man. After holding himself back as much as he possibly could, Austin had to let off some steam when he accurately predicted exactly how a game of blackjack, resulting in his loss, would go.
She gonna get the ace, watch. I'm trying to tell y'all. Dude!
This was such a demoralizing moment for Austin that he immediately shut the stream down and started sending messages in the chat saying he was going to delete his channel. He also mentioned that his hand was now bleeding due to his attack on the wall, and this is the very first instance of Austin expressing any degree of self-awareness about the cynical nature of his gambling. As he typed in his chat, "It doesn't matter if I win 100 or 3,000. It's gone the next day. I have a problem and it needs to end. F my life." After this public breakdown in his kick chat, Austin took to his private Discord server to copy-paste his intention to self-delete hundreds of times. But before anyone could even consider the possibility that he might have meant it this time, he came back to gamble some more, although he retained the same dejected outlook on it for a few seconds.
When am I not losing? Tell me when I ever win on roulette, tell me. Come on, Red, please, man. Let's go. Come on, Red. Yeah!
And like every other time, this one win made him think the tides were turning and he was headed toward a winning streak, only to wake up to reality.
No way, dude. How the f did I just lose it all?
Once again, he went to Discord to vent, saying, "LMFAO, I hate my life and no one gives an F." That was sarcasm, by the way. 0 subs, 0 help, F my life. I'm gonna quit this. I'm gonna quit streaming. I'm gonna delete my channels and move on with my life. I can't do this anymore. I can't have hundreds of people watch me lose every single day and not lift a finger to help me. I'm surrounded by people who want to watch my downfall and not help me whatsoever, and that is sad. Last night, I won in Discord, and guess what I did? I gave every single person in my voice chat over $40 a piece. I guess that $40 he claims to have sent to whatever measly amount of people were on his voice chat makes up for the dozens, if not hundreds, of people he scammed and never paid back since he began his gambling career. By the way, there's a non-zero chance that the $40 he gave to people was actually a $40 stake code he got from his sponsor, meaning he got paid on whatever those people lost gambling. Additionally, the sleuths who were closely following Austin's every move alleged that his particularly bad crash outs coincided with whenever he ran out of weed, resulting in him scrambling through his house and digging through his carpet to find leftover nuggets. Despite how bad he was feeling, someone named Lizzo, after the infamously big-boned singer, commented in his chat saying they'd eaten 17 cheeseburgers for lunch, and it instantly improved his mood as he went on a pretty interesting rant.
Try games that I'd smash. I would absolutely devour that, eat it up, get every last little drop. Finger licking good with that Lizzo. Oh my god. Man, that's one of my dream girls.
Taking a short break from gambling, he gets back on Monkey, and a black transgender person exposes they/themselves huge ding-a-ling on screen, much to Austin's dismay.
It's just all kids, bro. I need a person my age. Hello, how you doing? I like your nose ring. That's dope as shit. Oh my god!
There's a lot to take in here. For one, I really like how this incident is preceded with Austin saying he wants someone his age, only for a monkey paw's finger to curl and give him someone his age. Should have been more specific. Secondly, it's funny how in his fear and despair, he tries to cover this Black Queen's royal scepter up by putting his hand on his computer monitor, as if that would do anything to keep OBS from showing it to his wide audience. This event traumatized him so much that the next time he got on Monkey, he humbly asked for a wiener-free experience.
No today, please, chat. No monkey, please.
Regardless of his penile PTSD, he doesn't miss a beat and gets right back on top.
What's up, Leonce? Damn, we got the thick ones. Damn. Oh. Hey. What the f is good, yo? I don't know about you, but I don't like so I don't like you.
Eventually, he met his match, who started freestyle battling him.
I'm gonna gut the money.
Let me go. Let me go. Yo, I'm gonna keep it a buck. That shit was trash. Look what the f is on your chin. Is that a mustache?
It's not on my chin. It's above my lips, buddy. And yes, it's a mustache. I don't give a f You smoke on all of that mid-pack. I be smoking Zaza. You smoke on mid-pack.
Imagine if Austin didn't gamble and just did this all day. He could actually develop a regular audience due to how entertaining he naturally is. Soon after, he decided to enlighten a couple of youths.
What's up, G? You look like a fucking little bitch.
Oh, who the f you talking
You
to?
are you, mother. Both you motherfuckers look like some. I get the shotgun, go boom! It go boom! Blow your head off!
Don't make me fucking
Blow your head off with my double barrel. Look at them little weak little guns. Yeah, I lift 400 pounds with my cock. I lift 400 with my penis. Have a good one, fellas. Stay in school.
Unfortunately, monkey time had to come to an end, and as Austin prepared to make a full-fledged return to gambling, he wisened up and put up some barricades to prevent rat activity. Namely, he began deleting his VODs whenever he did something crazy and restarting the stream so that no one could clip his insane rage moments. Because of this, one of his crash outs in which he lost all of his money and flung his chair across the room nearly became lost media. But fortunately, people found ways to work around his strategy, and I'm pretty sure that this was the clip they were talking about.
I just lost it all. I just lost it all.
Immediately as he picked up gambling, he became so depressed that he started offering to shave himself bald if someone were to juice him up.
I'll shave my head bald. Will somebody please help me with some money, man? Oh my gosh, dude.
In his depressed stupor, he accidentally doxed himself by showing the banned chat phrases on stream, as well as revealing he had banned over 3,000 people from his chat. Soon after, Austin was promptly welcomed in to the Dimensional Merge.
Oh, Barbara's Barbussy! Barbussy! Barbussy!
If there's one person whose mojo is powerful enough to sustain the Dimensional Merge, it's gotta be Bossman. Finally, after disintegrating entire economies through his stake account, he finally made about 200 bucks, which he celebrated in a very unique way.
$248. Damn, that pussy nice!
It is nice indeed, but like always, it didn't last very long. This man is simply unable to stop. In another clip from the same period, he burns through everything he had on his account on slots, all while saying he was gonna leave if he didn't win.
Actually, I'm only gonna do 10 spins. If I don't get in, I'm leaving. I'll do another 10 to see if I can show you how to get in. Do 2 more spins, I'm leaving. 11, I'm leaving. I said I wouldn't go below 11, I lied. 3 more spins, I'm leaving. All right, I'm leaving, guys. 1 more spin, I'm leaving. 1 more spin. Last spin.
Finally, Austin gave up his gambling career to become a bird. As his shenanigans hiked in intensity, people once again got to wondering how much money had gone into the black hole, and in their investigations, they turned up with something interesting. Austin was gambling off stream, and unlike his usual routine, he withdrew a few thousand worth of winnings, paid all of his debt off, bought hundreds worth of drugs, and kept 1,600 to himself. All of this being verifiable by checking his crypto address. Given, he already burned through the rest of his money gambling, but it's interesting that when he's off stream, he can at least make the rational decision of investing some of his money back into his Zaza stash. Once they cobbled together a total amount based on his account status, KF user Dude Skeleton concluded that Bossman had wagered over 120,000 times, which amounted to almost $2.5 million. Now, despite how absurd these values may seem, we have to keep in mind that the majority of this money came from and immediately went right back to the casino. Obviously, it's not as if Bossman started out sitting on a stack of 2 million and turned it into dust. Despite their overall acknowledgement that Austin wasn't someone to envy or admire, he quickly went from being infamous to being sympathized with by his trolls, who were now making endearing memes of him. If he really wanted to, he could really turn his online presence around and bank on how many people were practically fans of his who wanted to see him do well. For a moment there, divine intervention even struck, and Austin was repeatedly being met with session errors whenever he tried to start gambling again. If only he took this as a sign to change his ways. How different things could have been. While Austin was winning, he was happy. Too happy, even.
Oh my god! Mom! Mom! Oh my god! Mom! I just won $1,000!
But, as he always does, he started losing again, and not only did he lose all of the money he made gambling off stream, he also smoked through all the stuff he bought. Which, by the way, despite not being too familiar with the ZA, I think should have lasted him a week or two if he didn't hit it so psychotically. Once again, he crashed out on Discord and his Kick chat, and of course, on stream.
No! I lost! Oh my god.
His losing streak continued, and his mood continued to plummet.
This is so sad. This is so sad, dude. I hate my life. When I'm down bad, there is no one there to help me.
Eventually, even his keyboard had to pay the piper. A man can become a terrifying beast once he runs out of his Zaza. Sick of only taking his violence, even Austin's furniture eventually started exacting revenge for what he put them through.
No? I deserve that. I'm being a dickhead.
After embracing this bit of karma, he decides to target his own audience instead, in possibly the most disturbing way imaginable.
You're a vagina, bro. A hairy, old, moldy, blue cheese.
Despite how terribly down bad he was, whenever someone in the chat suggested that Austin go to rehab to recover from all the addictions he was struggling with, he would instantly ban them from chat and Discord, no matter if they were fans of his or even if they were regular juicers. The last straw was when, after years of enduring loyalty, the curtain he'd hanged over the damage he did to his wall gave up the ghost. What's even more saddening is that despite the curtain being Austin's strongest soldier, he barely noticed its demise, carelessly stepping over it twice before someone in chat notified him about it. It's at this moment that we get another inkling of self-awareness from Austin.
It's all gone. I just... kind of shit, bro! Oh my...
I don't know exactly when, but he eventually stopped hiding the fact that his real objective, as far as what he would do with his winnings, was nothing more than weed money.
I have nothing, dude. There goes my weed money. I was just about to pull it out. Can anybody buy me some weed, man? I'm getting off, dude.
His need for the Za was such that he took to Discord once again to beg for some money to get his fix. Once he got what he needed, he went right back to streaming, only to lose $2,000 in a single night, sending him into tears. Due to his gambling-induced goldfish memory, he forgot about his losses as soon as he started making some back-to-back wins on a game called Keno. At this point, he won so many times in quick succession that he began regressing on an evolutionary scale. But after a sequence of wins and celebratory dances, it was high time for Austin to snap back to reality.
Let's get in the hundo. Here we go. Oh!
As you can see in the beginning of this clip, he had just had his money multiplied by 63, totaling almost $250. But as the man said, he wanted that life-changing money. Unfortunately, the wild boss man's natural prey, the elusive Honda Civic, would once again escape his filthy talons. Almost immediately after this, Austin somehow manages to luck out once again, which for whatever reason prompts him to lash out at his dad.
Oh! Oh my gosh! Oh my... No! You stop it! I'm up like thousands of dollars! I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it, man. Don't kill my buzz.
For context, all of these clips of Austin jumping around and screaming like an ape were recorded from 2 to 4 in the morning, which is why his dad is not exactly joyous about his son's escapades. After making it all the way up to $1,500, Austin got a mysterious phone call and had to get off stream. I'm assuming to attend to his nose candy needs. When he returned, he did so in a Discord exclusive stream where he was using a VPN to play on the Rollbit gambling platform, most likely to avoid Stake finding out about it and cutting him off from his partnership. At this point, I'm very happy to announce that the boss man once again avoided the fate that most lolcows meet, degeneracy. Once a member of his server sent a picture of his body pillow, Austin replied, "What is my Discord turned into? That's it. No more Mochimon, no more Starlight Princess for a week. You're grounded." BossmanJack has struck once again. Eventually though, the regular stream resumed, but Keno wasn't as kind on Bossman's wallet this time around, prompting Austin to be not so kind to his chair. After this, he announced he'd be taking a break from streaming, and immediately started up another stream right after. As his luck continuously failed to turn, Keno finally claimed Austin's sanity once and for all.
I am such a moron. Oh my god, dude.
Eventually, he comes back to the stream, still having a meltdown, and his priorities are as distorted as ever.
I cannot believe I just lost $300, dude.
Even as he seems to have burst some kind of pipe in his room and injured his hand, the first thing that he thinks about is money. He truly never stops thinking about the grind. As devastating as this particular crash out was, make no mistake, this changed absolutely nothing. As soon as Austin managed to close out the stream, he went on Discord to announce that Stake had dropped him for playing in another casino, and that he was now looking to be sponsored by multiple companies at once. Eventually, Rollbit expressed interest in sponsoring him, although they requested that he fix up the holes in his wall before they partnered, which he dealt with by putting a big shirt over it. Once he secured the Rollbit deal, he proceeded to call his dealer while on stream to order some more nugs of the Za, only to have to cancel his order because he was actively gambling his weed money on roulette while he ordered. This man has achieved levels of dopamine dysfunction I have never ever seen before. His situation was so bad that paranormal entities started appearing on his stream to try and intervene, to no avail.
Number 15, Gambling Ghost. Just when you think you've seen it all, you find a ghost in the background of a gambling stream. Kick streamer BossmanJack is sitting there gambling away his life savings, and there's just an apparition, and it's just standing there menacingly.
Finally, Bossman's plan was coming to fruition, as after Rollbit, he was sponsored by another company called Chanced, which was allegedly connected to the OSRS community through the Chinese parent company that was claimed to run them, RuneBet. RuneBet itself is so shady that it's actually hard to get information about them on the internet. Regardless of the nature of their business, Austin was not a big fan of their sponsorship, as they only allowed for a $3 max bet on Keno, and we all know our boy liked to roll big, hiking his bets up to the hundreds sometimes when he felt particularly comfortable. For context, Keno was one of the games where the house edge is one of the greatest, right up there with slots. So for it to be one of his favorite go-to games just highlights how risky the bets he was making truly were. To prevent fermenting rat activity, Austin spends a little while streaming on Discord, but despite this extra caution, it does nothing to prevent him from crashing out as usual. First, he began talking about how stake was rigged as it stopped hitting once he lost his partnership. This is stupid in two different ways. First off, of course it's rigged. All casino activity involves some degree of rigging in favor of the people who run the casino. The way the casino makes money is not by everyone winning. It's by everyone thinking they can win, but losing. Secondly, he is once again admitting in writing to be using Discord streams to break the exclusivity terms of his partnership contracts. It's even funnier when you realize that this meltdown happened because he lost $15 on Stake's website when he has lost so much more than $15 over the course of his partnership with Stake. After some thorough self-deletion considerations, he starts acting like his Discord followers owed him money for the giveaways he did a few weeks back. I don't even have to explain how insane this is, but what's even more insane is that immediately after claiming he was done with gambling and going to get a regular job, and that he needed to treat his parents better, he replied to someone who asked him a simple question, saying, "I'll see your mom tomorrow, or actually tonight after I bang her. God damn, that pee is nice." Eventually, he regained some degree of calm and did another house tour, going as far as to show off his father's guns, which I don't think either of his parents would agree to given how privacy violating it is to have the entire inside of your house shown to strangers on the internet. The period where Austin wasn't partnered with Stake was punctuated by short, extremely stressful streams that ended in Austin almost immediately losing all of his money within minutes of starting, at which point he'd quit, rage off stream, and come back later just to do the same thing all over again. Not exactly fun. Despite how terribly down bad he was, he somehow still had regular juicers sending him a couple bucks to gamble away, and these people were all frequently, if not more screwed up than he was. There was Wolfie, an avid redditor into anime gore, femboys, lollies, and not safe for work 3D animations. There was Adrian, also known as Please Not Me, yes, that kind of nodding, who was into not safe for work 3D animations, but ones that involve women and dogs, or mothers and their sons, if you understand what I mean. This guy is so depraved, he even lusted after giant spiders, however that works. Lastly, there was Bill Smith, former friend of the boss man who fell out with him after he stopped providing more juicers, who had an account on Friend Finder, a hookup website, and his only friend there is Mr. Lot 56. Regardless of how you or I feel about these people, there are definitely people who Bossman not only would, but has outright shunned, and despite that, they continued giving him juicers for quite some time. It's somehow easier to understand throwing your money at OnlyFans girls than dishing out 20s by the bundle so that an insane crack-addled gambler can dust it in 4 minutes and then complain that you haven't given him more money, but to each their own. Finally, the cursed month of September 2023 came to an end, and October started out a lot better for Bossman, who was IRL streaming on Discord and giving his followers some tutorials. Namely, he taught them beat by beat how to smoke some top-notch Ronald Reagan rock.
Derek is like a big plug. He doesn't deal with a lot of people, but he has people that sell it. Buy bulk from him. Yeah, he's like affiliated. Yeah,
he's got someone. Yeah,
he's like a blood.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's done more than half his life in prison.
Granted, he was showing this to other adults who can make their own decisions, but it's really funny that he started it by saying no one should do it, only to start explaining and showing exactly how to do it. While I obviously can't show any of his elusive meal prep on stream, we get this one endearing moment of honesty before he finishes up.
Did you see that?
A little bit, the Twitch.
I'm looking like a straight crackhead, bro. Because I am.
Here, he also explicitly names Derek as the person that provides him with his materials, adding that he sells in bulk to other dealers and is gang affiliated, specifically a member of the Bloods. I'd say here that it's deranged how much information about criminal activity Austin is willing to offer people on his Discord server, but it's even more impressive that Derek let Austin know about pretty much his entire operation and doesn't seem bothered by him sharing it online. After getting himself as zonked as possible, Bossman decided to start up a proper stream after a few days of absence. By the way, this is what his setup looks like at this point. He started his stream off by showing his audience his pipe before proceeding to climb up to over $800 and then plummet back to nothing in the span of 10 minutes, which was cataloged through his Discord messages, which went from heart emojis to F my life. A day later, he got up to nearly $1,400, only to once again disintegrate it in 10 minutes, concluding in him claiming he might do something stupid. He doesn't need to worry about that. He's already doing something stupid, or at least that's what a rat would say. Of course, I do understand the Warren Buffett-like investing strategies of the boss man. Eventually, his losing streak led him to abruptly attack his bedroom after a prolonged peace treaty.
Last one, guys. I swear to God, I'm leaving. Oh!
Because he disliked the chanced sponsor, he often put up the BRB screen while he secretly went over to Stake to play on Keno, which in turn led to him coming back from the BRB just to announce to his audience that he had lost all of his money off stream. Then he did the classic scamfluencer tactic of going to his audience and literally saying, "If every one of my followers gave me $1, the only difference between this crash out and the 100 other ones is that this time around he actually acted on one of his promises. He deleted his Discord server. As far as his promise to quit everything and get a real job, yeah, that one he didn't really follow through on. A couple of days later, he was right back where he started.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God! No way, dude!
Due to how poorly his partnership with Chanced was going, they cut his pay in half, and soon after, he announced that he lost his partnership with them altogether, which he didn't really mourn since he hated their website and wanted to go back to his beloved Keno. The break in his relationship with Chanced happened due to Austin allegedly not getting a redeposit of $1,000 he'd won on slots, prompting him to go live and give his audience a prolonged rant about why their site was awful and unfair, all while he played Stake's Keno. While he is completely delusional about gambling in general, you could see a tangible improvement in his mood as soon as he returned to Stake, which was sent into the stratosphere once he hit a big $500 win.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Bro! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Before he even withdrew any of it, he immediately picked up his phone and started calling up his dealer.
Oh my God! Yes, 1 ounce of your finest kush, sir! 1 ounce of your finest kush, 2 ounces.
Over the course of 4 different started and abruptly ended streams, he lost all the money, leading him to stop for the day. After this sad ending to a roller coaster ride of relentless spins, Austin decided that it was time to stop playing around and put up the hottest heater the rats had ever laid eyes on. A couple of days after his embarrassing loss when returning to Keno, the boss man started out fresh with a $200 deposit. Within 2 minutes, he hit a 13x and climbed up to almost $900.
Yeah! Oh my God! Woo! Who believed in the climb? Give yourself a pat on the mother back.
At this point, the rats were already trembling, in fear of the crack-addled behemoth of Central Virginia turning his life around. Seconds later, he went up to $1 grand, and then to nearly $1,300, as the rate of deaths by heart attack in rodents went up precipitously. 3 minutes into his Keno carnage, Austin decided to go big or go home, and raised his bet amount to a whopping $150.
Dude, we're gonna go for the Hail Mary. Everybody please, wish me luck. Hail Mary 150, oh my God. Hail Mary. Oh, touchdown.
At this point, pest control services worldwide were being ran out of business due to rats acking themselves en masse. Feeling the heat, Austin decided to double down.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, dude, let's go. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, bro, oh my God.
For a brief moment, after turning his $200 deposit into nearly $2.5 grand, Austin considered withdrawing. He considered pulling out, but he immediately sensed that his streak was too smoldering hot to cut short. He proceeded to burn himself down to $1 grand and some change, only to come back up to $2,500, all the while mocking his detractors in the chat, telling him to stop while he was ahead.
Oh my God, 3 grand, 3 grand.
It's really funny how he repeatedly said he'd leave at 2,000, and despite going past it 3 times, both in the upward and in the downward trajectory, he acts like he's holding himself to some standard.
Yeah, I needed that. That was my last shot. I said I'd leave at 2K. I had to keep my word. I like to keep my word always. I try to.
Immediately after, he lost and got back down to 2K, and this was his reaction.
No! Oops, my finger slipped. Shit, my finger slipped again. Oh my god. All right, 1,500 lowest I'll go. Yeah!
After a couple of minutes of hovering around the 3,000 mark, he blasted through 4,000 and into 5,000 in a few seconds. His pledge then changed so that he would leave before he went below 4,000. And of course, he acted like he never said it when he actually burned himself down below that amount. But just because of these small L's he took, doesn't mean he wasn't heading toward another massive W.
Get in the bag! Get in the bag! Get in the bag! Oh my god! Holy shitballs, man.
Due to his increasing ambition, he once again melted back down to 4,000 and some change, at which point he decided to take a more radical approach.
We went down this far below earlier. Hit him with the 450 piece. Hit him with the 450 piece, Austin. You gotta hit him with a left upper hook right here. Oh my god.
After this tactic failed miserably, he went back to throwing hundreds at Keno hopelessly, slowly dwindling down his total, unable to stop, once again heading far below 4,000. At around 12 minutes into his rampage, he couldn't help himself and had to call up his dealer to get himself some gourmet za, muting himself so no one in the audience could hear what he was saying. When he came back, he made hitting 7,000 his new goal, despite the fact he already had enough to get himself a decent used car. Given his living conditions are comparable to a house hit by the Dresden bombing, I don't think he should be setting his standards too high as to what car he'll drive. Well, regardless, I don't think it matters, because even if he did get a car, he'd end up chopping it up and selling it for more za money and juicers. Within 1 minute of Austin calling up his dealer, he hit 7,000.
Yes, yes! Oh my god! Dude, there's no...
The fact that he hit exactly $7,000 on the dot could maybe be a sign that it was high time for him to stop gambling right then and there and just take his winnings home. However, it turns out that immediately after he got up to $7 grand, every car dealership and used car lot in the United States raised the prices of a Honda Civic to exactly $7,001. So he just had to keep going. Somehow, despite all odds, which I realize is an expression, but literally against the actual odds of this happening, the boss man continued to win, getting up to $9,000. Despite the fact he hadn't withdrawn the money yet, he ran to go tell his parents how much he had made.
Dad, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry, Dad. I just won $9,000. 9!
Unexplainably, after hitting the milestone of $9,000, he decided to make one last run at Keno, and within a minute, he blazed right through $11,000 and finally $13,000. Drawing from the power of every single one of his ancestors, and with some degree of divine intervention, Austin was somehow capable of walking away from the keyboard while he was still up, for the very first time in his life.
500, if I lose, I'm leaving. Okay. Last one, here we go. I'm out. Oh my god, I'm out.
What's crazier is that while 12 or 13 grand is a lot of money, that $200 he began with was what was left over from a previous Keno bender in which he got up to 5 grand, put most of it in the vault, claiming he was going to buy a car and a new graphics card, only to slowly but surely take it all out of the vault and gamble it away. According to all known laws of gambling, there is no way that Bossman should be able to reach these heights. He was promptly contacted by the stake bot, and due to him being violently high during both of his winnings and doing other substances, he started replying to the bot like it was a real person. The bot was informing him of the benefits he'd now have as a Platinum 3 player, which meant that over $1 million worth of money had gone through his account. Sadly, sleuths who were keeping track of Bossman's crypto wallet were able to see that he hadn't withdrawn after all and had continued to gamble, slowly going from a little over 12 grand to below $4,000. After all of that climb, nothing had really changed, and Austin was going to make sure his winnings made no difference by gradually chipping away at them, all while reassuring himself that he was still going to have enough to get himself a car at the end. When people started complaining that he was continually pulling out his winnings in order to keep making bets, this is what he said.
Let me tell you something. When you on a heater, don't just leave because you just won a lot. You might win a whole lot more than what you just won. That's a pro tip from a professional gambler, if you do, if I can't say so myself, pro gambler. Oh my God! Oh my God, guys, look what just happened!
The fact that he won at the end, but that the money he won was far less than he ultimately lost by repeatedly drawing from his vault to keep gambling, is a very special kind of funny. But just when you thought that this would run the usual course of Austin burning himself all the way down to zero, and then crying and complaining that no one would juice him, something even more unexpected happened. Once he got down to $1,000 and started climbing back up again, he apparently took the wins for granted and began taking huge chances, betting hundreds of dollars per round of Keno. At one point, even getting up to over 1,000 on a single spin. This had all the makings of another legendary Bossman breakdown, but unexplainably, he started winning again. A minute into his final Keno escapade, he turned a $900 bet into a total of $16,500. This was more than his historical 12,000 run from earlier, and once again, he started talking about cashing out. Talking being the operative word here, because, like always, he didn't. His gumption got the best of him, and he immediately tried to bet a whopping $3,000 on a single spin, but the site wouldn't allow him to do it.
Oh, it's too much. It's too much. You can't even do it for 3,000 Keno. You can do 1,000 though. Here we go.
Again, the odds were stacked as high as possible against our boy, and somehow he made it through.
Oh, holy crap. I'm moving out. I'm moving out. I'm moving out. I have 30K. I have 30K. Oh my God. Mom.
What comes next is almost painful to watch. Despite having well over $20,000, Bossman proceeds to do 10 consecutive $1,000 spins and lose every single dollar. Once he whittled his total down to 10,000, he doesn't stop and cash out. No, that would be a coward's move. And as he himself has said, scared money don't make no money. He just brings his bet down to 500 and continues to spin, only to bring it back up to 1,000 instantly and continue to disintegrate his money. In another act of serendipitous torture from whatever demonic entity is in charge of gambling, after he goes all the way down to a measly $3,000, he hits a 63x and balloons back up to $19,000.
Oh my God, just hit one. There we go. Oh my God. Oh my mother God. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Oh my God! Holy crap, dude! This is like a movie!
Once again, feeling like he's on the hot streak of all hot streaks, he hikes his bet amount up to $1,000 again and proceeds to spin his wheels in the mud while screaming.
Get out the way! Move! Get out the way! Get out the way! Get out the way!
Despite the massive hype he's exhibiting here, it quickly dies down as he proceeds to lose on the majority of the next spins. And eventually, a smidgen of sense kicks in, and he brings his bet amount back down to 500 for a few spins until he goes back up to 1,000. This downright stupid move brings him back down to just $6,000, at which point he takes a break from the stream to recollect himself. When he comes back, he continues to spin 500s until he gets to 3,000, at which point, for reasons only a psychic, omniscient gambler like Bossman would understand, he brings it back up to 1,000 and continues to self-destruct, almost accepting defeat as he did it.
Oh my God. Holy crap. Oh well. This I got a crazy story to tell later.
But right as the Bossman plane stalled and was heading towards total incineration, the unimaginable somehow happened again. First to nearly 10,000.
Yeah! 8K win! 8K win!
Then to 19.
Oh! 19K! 19K! We're getting up over our record.
Then to 24.
Go back up to that thou. Wow, there you go. Oh my God, 24K. 24K.
And after a brief small period of losses, to a never seen before 30 that led Austin to once again transform into an animal. This time, a seal.
There it is! There it is, boys! What'd I say? What did I say? Oh my God!
Shortly after, he topped this amount once again by getting to $37,000 and finally $40,000. It gives me anxiety to see him continue to bet after he hits 40, saying that he wants to see if he'll hit 50. On one hand, I feel like a sadistic Bogendov brother who vicariously gets off on seeing Bossman endlessly stuck in the gambling equivalent of Mr. Bones' wild ride. On the other hand, I'm in the same ride with Austin, experiencing the same pain and the same joy that he does, and hoping that he wins wins and cashes out despite how undeserved that good ending is. He eventually manages to hit $48,000 before melting back down to 30 repeatedly and ending up going down to 18,000. Make no mistake though, this is still a historical win of unprecedented proportions and possibly done on purpose by whoever was Austin's original stake handler to buy back his undying loyalty to their company. It's important to remember that Austin got to the heights he got to while still having 13,000 in his stake vault from his previous winnings. So in reality, he peaked at a little over 60,000 and ended up with a total of 31. It's half of what it could have been, but it's also way more than what it should have been. So he got a lot of money. Regardless of how much he really lost, he could still afford everything he wanted with his money, which makes it that much more disheartening to see that after all this, the closest thing to actually cashing out Austin can come to is saying he'll take a breather. It pains me to say that of the 18,000 he got in this Keno run, he only cashed out 10. The remaining 8 being set aside to be re-gambled, which inevitably meant it got sucked back into the stake void from whence it came. In an even worse turn of events, when he bottomed out of the money he'd kept to continue gambling, he slowly but surely took out the money he'd saved in his vault at $500 a pop, and all of it was eaten up by stake. All of it. It's hard to even believe the words coming out of my mouth, and Austin was having some trouble believing it himself.
I just lost $40,000 today, man. I can't believe it, man.
This one time, his depressed attitude got the jump on his coke rage, and he managed to walk away from the bottomless pit that was his wallet without turning into Juggernaut from X-Men. I guess we can call that character development. On his Discord, he said, "Well guys, I lost it all. And you know what? That's okay. It's not like I earned it. I clicked on my mouse a few times and somehow made 40 grand. Yeah, I'm dumb for losing it, but I still got 3 meals and a cot, as well as awesome viewers like you guys that watch me every day and give me a reason to get out of bed. So thank you guys. Thank you guys for being there for me through all the ups and downs I go through. Much love, everyone." For me, this cemented him as the ultimate anti-cow. The man who would not be what they wanted him to be. The arch enemy of all rats. Permanently plot armored against ridicule. The boss man. Embracing his loss with grace, Austin took a quick break from gambling for some monkey action, and once again, got more than what he bargained for. First, there was some kind of magical Mediterranean man with paranormal TV access.
What up, dude?
Hey, what's up, brother?
I'm just out to brag about no pay-per-view for any NFL game. I watched every game today for free, dude.
No shot. Are you serious? Oh my god! He got all the games for free! No way, you're being serious? Dude, hook me up!
Then, he put some of his white boy Riz on a few queens to some mixed reactions.
White boy part of the gang, you feel me? I'm part of that. I go, bang! You know what I'm saying? She knows what's good. The one in the middle knows. She knows I'm gang. Yep. No, I'm gang. I'm not gay.
It's really nice to see himself enjoying and not wallowing in his loss. I guess a man who's already lost it all can only win. That is, unless he gets more juicers, in which case he can go on losing for as long as he can breathe. Now, armed with his high-tech rat spotting binoculars, there was nothing that could stop him.
Yeah, he's a rat, boss!
There was nothing that could stop him. Proof of this is that immediately after he started gambling again, he suffered another loss, prompting him to promise to quit and delete his kick, followed by a Discord crash out, attacking the rats, unwilling to juice him so that he could go on another heater.
It's almost like he's like in front of like all his boys trying to act cool. He goes in here, he goes, "Hey, BossmanJack, how you doing?" I said, "Bro, I just smashed your mom's so hard."
I won't go over the entirety of this incident, but Austin ended up spending hours working toward what came to be referred to as the Rat Inquisition, as he rooted out concealed rats in his Discord community. When he finally fired up a stream on Kick, he continued to rant and rave about how much the rats pissed him off, while he got thoroughly cleaned out by Keno. Strangely, his anger here actually made him more coherent than usual, instead of the opposite.
I'll tell you what though, I'm blessed, man. I have one of the best families you could ever ask for, bro. And I'll be honest with you guys, I have definitely mistreated them over the last few years. Not to that extent that these rats try to say, but do I show them as much love as they deserve and that I should give to them? No.
The rats angered him to the point where he was struggling to contain Based Man episodes, and Austin started delivering prophecies to his viewers.
We need help, man. Everyone in this world needs so much help, dude. I think the end of the world's coming sooner than you guys think it is, bro. I honestly think the end of the world is coming a lot sooner than you guys even could imagine. And I'm not just saying that, man. the world has gone a very, very dark slope downhill.
But before you think he's gone full schizo, he brings it back down and opens up.
I went to a doctor's appointment today. I'm on medication. I've been on medication for years. I'm actually scared to get off it. I was literally out of my mind before I was on this medication. I think there are good medications for certain people, and there's bad medications. I think I'm on a good medication for myself. Everyone can have their own opinion about everything. That's fine.
After this extended sequence of direct engagements with the chat, now mostly rat-free due to the Inquisition, the stream goes on as usual, though as it came to an end, Austin ended up sleeping with the stream on accident. Funnily enough, it seemed that he began dreaming and muttering to himself as if he was still alive and gambling, resulting in this audio clip. If you didn't catch that, that's our boy saying, "Damn, I just lost it all." Even in his dreams, he's getting felted on Keno. Eventually, when he returned, he wasn't in as peaceful of a mood, which concluded in the early passing of yet another headset. He once again started threatening to do drastic things to himself, as well as promising to quit streaming, only to return later in a better mood to explain himself. I want to apologize to everyone about earlier. I'll be honest with you guys, I just quit using substances, and I'm on day 3, and I'm literally going insane. Please keep me in your prayers and wishes. I didn't want to make it public until I was a week clean, but I'm struggling, guys. Despite his attempt at walking back his inflammatory words, the rats weren't having it, and while they thoroughly vandalized his offline kick chat with jokes about Austin and his lore, they began heavily circulating a picture of the boss man holding a funny pebble. But it's a kind of pebble that only the most esoteric of individuals are known to light up and smoke. After calming down, he started streaming again, only to get wiped and crash out again.
I just lost it all. I just lost it all.
As soon as he got back on his computer, he looked up how to contact Kick on YouTube and watched intently as a guy with an Indian accent broke down the already easy task of emailing the support email that Kick provides every user with. He went as far as to read out loud the email he was sending them.
Honestly, I don't know yet. There is no iOS app, Android app.
I'm done, guys. I'm done doing
There
this.
is only website.
I'm done with the harassment. I'm done with losing. I'm done with being miserable all the time. I'm done.
Adding 3 just steps, then just right.
Okay, support at Kick. All right. All right, guys. Well, I hope y'all enjoyed the streams over the years, man. This is it for me, dude. I need my account deleted. I am miserable. I hate my life. Streaming makes everything so much worse. I'm sorry, John. You just wasted that, dude. I'm getting off, dude. I'm done streaming, dude.
The thing is, whenever he's clearly belaboring the deletion of his account as much as possible, it's because on some subconscious level, he knows he'll be back. If he actually did the very simple things necessary to stop streaming or exclude himself from being capable of gambling or streaming again, he'd have an extremely hard time coming back, as there are structures set up precisely for gambling addicts to help recover. However, it's clear he does everything in his power to stop gambling and streaming, except for the things he knows will work way too well. To the shock of precisely no one, just a little while after he promised to leave his online gambling career behind him, he sent a message on Discord, which read, "I ain't going nowhere. F these rats." The boss man's cycle of responses is undefeated and undisputed. Fortunately for our entertainment and his sanity, he slow-rolled his return a little bit, getting on Monkey for a while before he hopped back on Stake. While this Monkey sesh didn't yield great results, one girl he tried to rizz up decided to psychoanalyze him instead.
What's up? Damn! Damn. I want to butter your butt up and call you a biscuit.
Oh my god, what happened to your wall?
That was when you were here last week. You don't remember?
Oh my god, it's right there too. You have
Yeah.
some anger issues, brother.
Hey, listen, I can't control.
I think if I looked in the dictionary and looked up the word red flag, a picture of your face would be next to it.
Red flag of what?
You're a red flag.
Of what? A red flag of what?
Getting nothing good out of Monkey, he decided to get to the meat of his stream, only to be further harassed by rats who joined his blackjack game with names such as Bossman Crack and Derek Xmas. While I very unfortunately can't show you what I'm about to cover, people made an anime edit of the Bossman smoking some primo boulders in what seems to be an apple. Yes, an apple. It seems this arboreal smoking utensil blessed him with a heater as he proceeded to rocket up to $1,700 only to lose all of it and and vow to self-exclude from every casino. But before he even got the opportunity to break his vow, the moderation of Kick intervened on his behalf and banned his account. For a moment there, it really looks like they were giving him a way out of his crippling addiction, and finally, he could walk away from it all for good, until the rat who was responsible for reporting him revealed himself, saying, "I just want to let you know that I'm the one who recorded your stream and sent a report to Kick regarding your racism toward the black people you were talking to on Monkey. I also mentioned your health, harming others and yourself, mentally and physically, on stream, everyday gambling. Get your life together. Maybe we'll see you on Facebook or YouTube Live soon." I'm not going to act like Bossman wasn't going to come back one way or the other here. We all know he'd find a way to play Keno again. But the fact that this guy came out and identified himself, at least at this very moment, single-handedly lit a fire under Austin, consisting of pure and relentless seething hatred for all rats, which fueled his comeback sooner rather than later. After extensively ridiculing this guy for reporting him, Austin revealed that his ban only lasted for 7 days, meaning he'd be back on Kick in a week. And I do have to specifically say back on Kick here because while he was banned on that platform, he somehow found a way to get back on Twitch. And to celebrate his early return to streaming, he introduced his mom to the stream.
Alright guys, say hi to my mom. Hi! Right here, guys. This is the camera, this is the chat right here.
Okay.
Say hi to my mom, guys. Watch, watch, watch.
We love you. Hello. Hello. Hello.
What up, Mom?
Hi, guys.
I have no idea how this sweet woman gave birth to such a vicious savage as the boss man. Regardless, Austin got back to gambling big time, and somehow beat the odds once again. While he wasn't streaming during this particular stake session, he regularly updated his Discord server with screenshots of his winnings, getting all the way up to 8 grand. Granted, he admits that the majority of this money, that is, if he cashes it out, would go directly to paying off the debts he's accrued. But still, this meant he could potentially become debt-free. Immediately after this great news, he climbs another $3,000, putting him at over 10K. The Honda Civic was once again within the boss man's grasp, and funnily enough, it was during this climb that Austin revealed he'd wagered almost 900 grand in the past month alone. Suddenly, that 8,000 is not as impressive. He eventually started streaming again, and while I'm not sure if he cashed out his previous winnings, or if this clip is from the original climb, this clip is worth being played nonetheless.
Alright, big 63, please hit, Lord. Yeah! Oh my god! Mom! Mom! I just won 4 grand! I just won 4 grand! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
While his stake and Kick partnership was still suspended, Bossman found himself a new sponsor called RainBet, which, much like the aforementioned RuneBet, was very shady. Much like the stake alternative he was using in order to evade another Twitch ban, RainBet did gambling through a digital token instead of explicit money. However, it doesn't seem like this ban evasion was too effective, given that while Austin was sleeping, his account was banned again. This didn't affect him too much though, as he continued to find ways to stream, this time moving over to YouTube. While he was sidestepping the mainstream streaming platforms, Austin continued to regularly lose his marbles whenever he lost his money. But despite still going strong, streaming on YouTube meant only a fraction of his audience was coming along with him. Fortunately for him, within just a few days, his Twitch was unbanned and his Kick was set to be reinstated shortly after. Whether he was on YouTube, Twitch, or Kick, nothing really changed about how he conducted himself. First, he gambles through tons of money to win a couple grand. Then he tells his mom about it like he's gonna cash it out and give her something nice.
Mom!
Lastly, he refuses to cash any of it out, and after getting up to almost 4 grand, he undoes all of his progress and loses everything he made up until this point, immediately ending the stream.
Dude, are you serious? Wow.
Nothing new under the sun. The repetitive, almost ritualistic nature of the boss man boom and bust cycle makes it so that, over the course of multiple streams, the real entertainment can be found in between gambling runs, when he's just interacting with his surroundings or engaging with the chat. For example, after battling his rats for months, it seems that Austin had found his new enemy, the fruit flies.
Come on, dude, these flies are driving me nuts, bro. I don't know, like little fruit flies or something.
It's almost hard to highlight how ironic it is that he claimed to not know why the fruit flies were there when he's literally smoking out of a rotting apple, and that's without mentioning that his bedroom is an eternal pigsty. Another neat moment is when Austin, like a real Yakubian crack scientist, decides to quote-unquote fix the headset that he broke.
Alright, that works, guys. At least I got it on my head now.
Unfortunately, his final solution to the headset question was short-lived.
My life is actually garbage, bro. Wow, man.
And he did it again and again. At this point, you probably have picked up on the noticeable absence of Austin talking about his attempt to stay sober, obviously because he had long given up. A sign that he'd gone right back to his, shall we say, medication is that right after decimating his headphones, he attempted to play some music, only to get a puzzling expression on his face when he heard nothing, and only after a couple of seconds, realizing that he had no headphones anymore because he destroyed them. Headphone or not, the man of the hour kept pushing on relentlessly, hoping for a heater, and getting felted time and time again, which was often paired with the illustrious appearance of the Coke crash-out tongue.
God, man. Yo. I just broke my mouse.
In a later stream from the middle of November, by which point Austin at least had the decency to cut the rat's nest that his hair had become, Austin had been playing for hours on end, at which point he says he needs to lay down for a bit, swearing he wouldn't go to sleep. Then, he just went to sleep. He proceeded to sleep for the next 6 hours while the stream was still rolling, and he only woke up because his doorless bedroom allowed his dog to walk in. When he came back to his senses, he immediately did what he knew best. He started gambling again. Besides the obvious reasons why this isn't a wise thing to do, his sleep-deprived state made him even more out of control than usual, and after he experienced some strange glitches due to internet connection issues, he suggested that RainBet was scamming him. Keep in mind, this goofball gambles through a VPN in order to work around the fact it's illegal to gamble in Virginia, so any internet connection issues he struggles with are likely to come from his end, not from RainBet's server. Additionally, a gambling company doesn't need to mess with the connection to scam you. As soon as you walk into a casino or interact with an online gambling platform, you're already being scammed by default. Just like with his previous sponsor, RainBet dropped him as soon as they got wind of what he was saying, and he proceeded to announce to his Discord server that they were all scammers. In reality, the real problem he most likely has with RainBet is that they're not Stake. And he is a loyal man, Stake's strongest soldier, simply incompatible with other sites. Later on, he also revealed that the specific reason they dropped him was because he spam called them at 4 a.m. While he presented as being upset, Austin was very happy to go back to Stake, although this happiness didn't translate to winnings.
Oh my god, dude. I just lost
What's even funnier is that at this point, he had to figure out how to plug his headphones directly into his computer monitor as opposed to the tower because he destroyed the normal headphone jack on his computer. I assume from yanking the cord out of it with all the strength of a crack-addled maniac. And a few days later, this humble headset also met its untimely demise.
God, that should be illegal, dude.
It's funny to see him say it should be illegal, given that, in his state, it actually already is, and he's going out of his way to circumvent it. But while his gambling activity remained relatively stable, something strange started happening in parallel to it. During streams, the bossman was often interacting with someone on his phone, a user named Shifty G, who occasionally interacted with him in his chat and frequently juiced him. Based on Austin's behavior, it seems very much that Shifty was telling him what to do with juicers, and for reasons unknown, Austin was following along. While it's been speculated by some that this is some elaborate way for this Shifty person to launder money, I really don't know what could possibly be the motivation of doing this. Regardless of what the case is, this kept Austin gambling in a relatively stable fashion over the next few days, with no particularly intense crashouts of note. In one moment, when Austin took a break to talk to the chat, someone asked him what his favorite car was, only for him to reveal that while he was loyal to Stake, he was not loyal to the Honda Civic, as Austin proceeded to salivate over expensive Bentleys and Rolls Royces. After that, he spent what seemed like hours fiending and stimming back and forth as he had to wait for his affiliate money, $4 by the way, to be freed up for his gambling needs. When Austin finally got his hands on it, he managed to turn that $4 into $4,000. In a victory so hysterical, it once again made him go back to Monkey. Not the website, the animal. Unsurprisingly, it wasn't long before a new bossman heater instantly rattled the nest of the envious rats, who immediately began hatching plans for his downfall. Somehow, they got their little rat paws on Derek's phone number and started texting him, asking him for some of his supply, only for him to claim that he's only a user, and his substance of choice is exclusively the za, which he doesn't consider a drug. Now, jokes aside, irrelevant of what kind of guy Derek is, you really shouldn't contact people you don't know, especially to harass them over their connection to internet celebrities. The variety of bad things that can come of that kind of interaction is hard to even list. What's even worse is that based on the things these people were telling Derek, it seems their intention was to purposely cause Austin harm, which is absolutely wrong. Fortunately, as previously stated, all rat infestations simply roll off his back like he's the Pied Piper of Hamlin. Austin continued to run a train on himself via Keno, going from a miserably single dollar of affiliate money to 700 big ones, prompting some pretty high energy celebratory dancing. I don't even need to say it at this point, but at the end of his Keno sesh, he brought his total back down to a big round 0.
Oh my god, stop! Dude, oh my god, bro! What is that? It just stopped hitting, bro! Oh my god!
After some thorough Discord self-flagellation, he came back like nothing had ever happened. Initially, he acknowledged that his addiction to Keno was harming him, but within 4 minutes, he simply couldn't hold himself back. This would be extremely sad if it wasn't so consistently funny, at least for us. Doesn't seem to be too much fun for Austin, let alone his parents. Amidst his many losses, he has a candid moment with his viewers and reveals an embarrassing detail about his past.
Would I always be up at the skate park asking for $1, bro? Sean, I mean, a lot of us would, but would I, like, in particular, always ask people for money, bro? Yo, let me get $1. Yo, let me get $1. Yo, dude, because I be asking people for money to gamble with on this, dude.
Imagine being in your mid to late 20s asking for dollars at the skate park to gamble with. That is dark. Soon after, Bossman levels up on stake once again as he crossed the 2.5 million wagered mark. Maybe this was a trigger for him to acknowledge the reality of his situation, as before the month ended, Austin suffered a massive episode of anxiety on stream. This incident started with him being his usual stimming and jittery self, saying he wasn't feeling well and had to take a break. So far, not at all extraordinary, as Austin's extremely long streaming times tended to make him feel sick and need to get off stream temporarily. However, he came back just a minute later, still rattled.
I like had to stand up to feel normal again. Once I stood up, I was like, oh, I'm feeling fine. Yeah, no, I'm be stressing, bro, a lot. Y'all know that about me already if you watch my stream. I've gotten a lot better recently, though, I'd say, man. It's just everything.
Though he claims to be feeling better here, soon after, he abruptly leaves the room, all while repeating that he's fine. He eventually comes back and starts asking the chat what could be wrong with him, expressing that he believes he's feeling this way because he hadn't had a good smoke of some good za in a while. At which point, he leaves the stream for another 2 minutes. This cycle repeats a couple times to no avail as he continues to freak out indefinitely, breathing heavily and audibly swallowing saliva as if he were nauseous. His chat repeatedly tells him to drink water, but instead of water, he downs 2 whole bottles of body armor, which he considers equal to, if not superior to water. Nearly half an hour into this incident, and he's still feeling bad and freaking out on stream, at which point he begins to consider that he might be having an anxiety attack. Later on, he lays down for a bit, gets back up, and starts trying to gamble again, although the heavy breathing never seems to fully go away. Eventually, he claims his parents weren't in town, and thus, he wasn't reminded to take his meds, and ended up going without them, hence the anxiety. But instead of stepping away from the stream and stake, he decides to try sucking on ice cubes in order to power through it. He turns his face cam off for a bit, and when he turns it back on, he feels another surge in anxiety. He downs a 3rd bottle of body armor while repeating the mantra that he's fine while breathing heavily, pacing and stimming back and forth. Over an hour into it, he continues to try and power through, although it's clear his eyes are tearing up and he's even more jittery than usual. Finally, he gives up trying to stream and goes to sleep, and when he comes back, he feels fine, and he loudly slops up a sub in celebration. As November came to an end and December began, Austin once again became noticeably more self-aware, picking up on certain code words that the rats used, which exposed their rat status.
This was, you know, this, you guys heard of the Sneed word or whatever? Like Sneed, that's like something to do with the rats or something? Sneed something?
While he doesn't seem to be at all familiar with the source of the word, he has at least noticed that it was heavily associated with the Kiwi farms. And that's all he needed to identify and execute all rats on site. General Bossman proceeds to expose one particular member of his audience, who had been recently revealed to be a rodent.
Cakester's a huge rat, dude. Leaked DMs of me asking for loans, put on his little Kiwi site with his little chode boyfriends, sucking each other's little dicks off and shit. Can I get a loser in the chat before I get off?
For a long time, Austin refused to even acknowledge anything related to KF, but now it was all-out war on the Kiwi sisters. After he was done making an example out of these people, he ended his stream, which in reality meant that he switched the screen to the default waiting image, but he failed to turn off the audio, resulting in his entire audience listening to him lighting up, which I'll avoid playing here for safety reasons. Soon after, he returned to the stream, and while he was pretending to be sober, he wasn't doing a really great job at it, since he was like rhythmically stimming and rubbing his head and clenching his jaw like a total tweaker.
We could get an 8 or a 9. We could get an 8 or a 9. We can get an 8 or a 9. We can get an 8 or a 9. We can get the 8 or a 9, dude. Oh my god, he took the 9, dude. It's okay. No! Oh my god.
Once again, he thought he turned his mic off and proceeded to let his entire audience in on the phone call he made to his dealer as they negotiated over minerals. Over the next few days, every stream Bossman made was very energetic for mysterious reasons, and he was clearly becoming dysfunctional as hot mic incidents or technical issues became super frequent.
Oh!
I don't know if he accidentally pressed a button that muted his mic or if he just disconnected his microphone, but whatever the case is, he spent the next minute or so without even noticing he had no audio. After a period with no major destruction taking place in his bedroom, Austin once again mauls his headphones after a bad game of blackjack.
Oh my god.
But despite his vicious assault on them, he's not satisfied and picks them back up for a second round. A few days later, he decided to acknowledge his propensity to steamroll through his headsets and spent 12 hours looking through his headphones, finally settling on one that had an aluminum frame that was meant to last for years of intense use. In Bossman's world, that meant it could last for a few weeks, maybe a couple of months if he puts down the pipe, but we know that he won't. After the headset problem was heading toward a solution, Austin got some Keno action that immediately lost him everything he had and sent him into a deep depression. Once he got done with the usual kick chat and Discord self-flagellation, he entered a profound state of meditation that lasted for 10 minutes, concluding on the realization that he was fine and just overreacting to an L. This realization lasted for approximately 4 minutes maybe, at which point he went on another deranged rant, and this time it took him 20 minutes to walk it back. I really like how over time the cycles increase in speed and frequency. Feeling that he wasn't having a lucky day at stake, he decided to go for some monkey, although this time it was cut short by a man stroking his disco stick, which deeply disturbed the boss man.
Yeah, I know, right? I left immediately. Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh!
Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, Austin's time as a free agent came to an end, as Stake decided to take him back and put him on a deal, in spite of all the things he'd said about their company. Looking at it from the perspective of someone who cares for Bossman and doesn't want him to completely self-destruct, this is terrible news, as getting partnership money from Stake means he'll start gambling on steroids. However, from the perspective of someone who's entertained by his crash outs, this means we can expect a hot streak of juicy stream clips of Austin being a human IED and glassing his entire bedroom after being felted by Keno. Immediately after getting the deal, Austin proceeds to repeatedly get on Keno, make a couple of bucks, call his dealer to place an order for some 99.1% pure za and whatever else his nostrils are craving that day, only to lose the money gambling and have to cancel the order, followed by him getting off Keno for a couple of minutes, rinse and repeat over and over and over again. Actually, I should say there's not so much rinsing this time. Eventually, he gets particularly fed up with Keno's unfair treatment of his money, and he reacts to it accordingly. Look at his throwing form. Forget Keno, someone should show this clip to a scout for the Mets. Despite losing it all, he was still in dire need of his supplements, prompting him to beg in his chat for some money, and even offer jumping jacks in exchange for $15.
All right, here we go, 30 jumping jacks.
Looking like a derelict tweaker, living in squalor, putting holes in his walls, begging for money online, frequently crashing out, and now doing jumping jacks on stream for spare change. Bossman is actually becoming Daniel Larson. He must have eventually gotten what he needed because he proceeded to stream throughout the entire night without even looking tired, at one point being so loud that he woke up his parents.
Let's get this bread, baby! Woo!
After this, he tries to keep it down for a bit, although that goes as well as expected.
Yes! Oh my gosh, guys! Oh my gosh, guys! Woo!
I don't even know how he's not getting fined for noise complaints or something. He's doing all of this in the middle of the night. But taking pity on his parents, Austin decided to stop gambling for the night and keep it quiet to let them sleep peacefully. Just kidding, he ran out of juice, prompting him to mosey on over to Monkey, only to stumble upon someone streaming footage from a mass murder incident, which he had to rush to turn off before he got a terms of service strike. Around the same time, an unnamed rat called the cops on Austin, which he reacted to in real time.
Cops just came here. Someone called the cops on me.
When someone in his chat informed him that this was an attempted swatting with the intention to hurt or at least disturb him, Austin responded in kind.
That didn't bother me at all. Why would that bother me? They didn't hurt me. They didn't waste my time. It was very quick.
You can't really do much to me, man. You really can't.
I love that he's self-aware about his invulnerability. As long as there are juicers in the vault and some za, or other things, to light up in his magic apple pipe, you can shoot the boss man at point blank and he won't feel a thing. If anyone's a threat to his well-being, that anyone is no one else but Austin himself. Being serious for a moment though, this is another example of exactly what not to do when following someone like Austin. Engaging directly with them or donating to them is bad enough, but trying to hurt them by swatting them is wrong on a different level. Luckily, nothing really came out of this, and he went about his day as usual. Eventually, his headset arrived, and I think it made Austin more self-conscious than usual because it really seemed like he was actively trying not to obliterate it. While his losses were accumulating and his headphones were inching closer to extinction, their fate was averted for the time being, as Austin got his payment for the steak sponsorship, putting him in good spirits. Later on, in the same stream, he reveals he's getting a whopping $1,800 a week. With this newfound fat source of juice, he went on another all-nighter, slowly turning that 1,800 motherload into nothing. He also accidentally showed his last month's stats, revealing he had a negative balance of 41,000. I might be wrong here, but I don't think this is the total of his wagers, it's just how much real money went into his account, whether from stake itself or from juicers. As Christmas time came near, his brother visited his house and even appeared on stream. It's almost grim the way that he, a well-adjusted guy, walks into the carpet-bombed boss man bedroom, and while Austin is showing him the works, he's constantly taking notice of all the holes in the walls. After watching the streams for long enough, you can get used to the state of affairs, so it's pretty enlightening to see a normal person juxtaposed against Austin's debris. Another fumble from his Christmas Eve stream is when, while trying to shut his stream down to go eat and open presents with his family, Austin accidentally shows that he was actively using another casino website besides stake called Hype Up, a clear violation of his contract's exclusivity. He was lucky enough to get by and retain his partnership, but if Christmas Eve didn't go well, Christmas Day was even worse.
No, dude! Oh, God almighty. Oh, no, dude. Oh, my God. I just broke my new headphones.
Turns out the aluminum frame was not enough to withstand the boss man's fury. After the deed is done, Austin shows the damage he did to his headphones and reveals that his new audio setup is a broken headset from Walmart of all places. Despite this rough start, he eventually lands a couple of wins, resulting in this funny moment.
Triple scatter. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my... No, I'm just kidding.
Soon after he makes a little money, like clockwork, he whips out his phone and makes a Christmas phone call to give himself a little present. For whatever reason, instead of just paying for this present himself, he gets one of his chat members to send 300 bones over to Derek through Cash App. Unlike all of his previous attempts at ordering za, this time, not only does he manage to keep the money he needed to pay for his supplies, he makes even more money, and the holiday joy is too great to contain.
Oh my gosh! 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 On the first spin! Oh my...
As the Christmas climb continues, he almost breaks his chair after having just joked about it.
I think I just broke my chair. No, I didn't.
Now, I will say that one genuinely concerning thing about Austin's streams from this period is that whenever his parents weren't at home, we see a lot more of his dog, Trapper, begging for food and growling, which led many to speculate that Austin neglects feeding him and giving him water when he's alone at his house.
Trapper, what do you want? That chicken? Want that chicken, buddy?
The clips from his stream aren't sufficient to outright say that this is the case, but given that Austin is a full-blown addict at this point, to say it's a plausible theory is a bit of an understatement. Christmas Day's stream comes to an end, and perhaps because of his recent winnings, the boss man immediately gets ambitious, telling his server that he wants to expand his streams and wants to make $500,000 per year. It's bizarre to read this, since if you only count the money he keeps, Austin is now making $0 a year, as every last dime that enters his account, leaves it, and goes directly into Derek's account or into Keno. Speaking of Derek, it looks like this is right around when Austin's stash runs out, as he can once again be seen scrambling for nugs.
I thought I had weed for a second for some reason. Is that a nug? How does that even remotely look like a nug? I thought I saw a fat nug sitting on my desk. Not my dick, my desk. I didn't say dick. I don't have a nugget on my cock, okay?
I don't have nuggets of weed anywhere around my penis, okay?
His weedlessness turns out to be quite the driver for Austin's bad moods, as this also happens the next time he got felted on mines.
I honestly don't know why y'all watch my streams, dude. I literally hate myself. How could y'all like somebody that hates himself, dude?
To be honest, mines is kind of a blight in Bossman highlights. It's nowhere near as juicy as Keno, but Austin was trying to stay off Keno, at least for the time being. I really don't understand why he keeps switching between games as if they were going to yield different results for him. He's getting cleaned out either way, might as well just make it entertaining. In any event, he managed to turn a $100 juicer into $300 on mines before proceeding to melt his money down to a tenth of what it was and silently quit the stream in frustration. I mean, at least he didn't Black Ops 2 dolphin dive through his drywall, so I suppose you can call that progress. After wasting his time and his hard-earned money on mines, he decided to finally return to big boy status and make a comeback on Keno.
Man, mines is so bad. I'm going to slots if I lose this one right here. Oh, come on, come on. Come on, Keno. Dude, can I get one win? Bro, one win, please, Keno. There we are, chat. There we are. It got us back up there. It sure did.
After a few weeks resisting the call of Keno, he had one taste of it and couldn't renege as he continued to play. Over the next couple of minutes, he climbed all the way to $1,200 and then promptly took himself back down to zero. For a second there, he once again became skeptical of the game itself, but once he got a $100 juicer, he once again climbed, this time to $800, but inevitably he crashed back down to zero. Surely this was a fluke though, as Keno would never unforgivingly felt and destroy him, except for the hundreds of times where it did just that. He eventually got his hands on another $150, turned it into $300 on Keno, and again, turned it into dust. Keno empties his pockets another 4 times immediately after, but only one of them are worth mentioning. In one particular run, he gets nearly $2 grand, only to end up like this.
I'm self-excluding. I'm done. I'm done with this. I'm not doing this anymore, dude. I'm done. I'm done with this, dude. I'm done, man. I'm done, dude. I can't do this anymore. No, dude. I can't do this anymore, dude. I can't do this anymore, bro. I can't do this anymore. Oh my God. I'm sick. I'm sick. I'm sick right now.
Finally, after multiple unsuccessful runs and an hour-long ride on the Keno coaster, Austin finally lands a few wins that he keeps. When he comes back, he takes out a couple hundred from his 1650 and somehow continued killing it on Keno, turning that couple hundred into over 3,000 by hitting a 63x on a $50 bet, leading him to celebrate in the traditional Bossman way.
Yeah! I'm shaking. I am shaking right now. I'm out. Oh my gosh, dude.
Stupidly, he decided to take his glorious Keno money and go back to the mines, and his demise came swiftly.
Dude, what is this? How does it just turn off like that? Come on, dude. That's not real. That's not real. Oh my gosh. Dude, I'm gonna... Dude!
Because he completely decimated his keyboard, he was incapable of crashing out on Discord, so instead, he started reacting to people's messages with emojis, as that was about all he could do on his mouse. By the way, this is just a few days after Christmas. Bossman truly takes no breaks, no vacations, providing consistent entertainment for his audience all year round. What a guy. A day later, he comes back, but his stream doesn't go too well, as his dad gets suspicious that he's up to no good, and tries to come into his bedroom, which Austin immediately notices, so he pauses the stream to fight his dad. While the majority of Austin's antics are mostly self-destructive and therefore somewhat forgivable, the way he behaves towards his dad in particular is pretty reprehensible whenever it manifests on stream.
That's all you do, Dad. Blame all your problems on me, loser. He's looking at me like this. As soon as I open up the thing, he's looking at me like this. I just do my own thing. I can't wait to move out, bro. It's gonna be great, dude. It's gonna be great.
After loudly complaining about his dad, which becomes increasingly intense as his bad mood was compounded by his losses, his stream suddenly went offline, causing some speculation that his father turned the internet off as punishment for his behavior. But within a day, he'd come back and took his business right back to Keno, and once again hit a 63x that sent him flying across the moon like an office chair mecha.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
At this point in time, he was halfway to Platinum 5, having wagered over $3.2 million on stake alone. And while he was experiencing a bit of a resurgence, partly due to his return to stake, and particularly Keno, some rats became unusually bold. One of them by the name of Firefox took to Austin's KF thread to post a picture they'd taken to prove they were near his real-life address, attempting to be menacing with the caption, "Hi Austin." This post was instantly highlighted by moderation, notifying that the user had been banned for the post, and a bunch of people people replied to him saying things like, "I don't know if you're there, but I hope you are. I hope Rat Dad shoots you. People like you are a detriment to society. Be ashamed and be better. Play in traffic while you're there." Anyway, you get the point. Austin had become something of a prized cow, a tasteful connoisseur's choice in the entertainment genre of watching people be deranged online. And the followers of Bossman were really unkind to those who merely threatened to do anything to him. Fortunately, Bossman never even knew that there was some cowardly rat skulking around the premises of his gambling palace. He was too busy banging that guy's mom and going on another Keno ride. On January 6, 2024, we have the first big coaster of the year, as Austin turns $300 into $6 grand.
Oh my gosh, 6K!
And continued to blaze through it as his chat spammed him to vault his money when it got down to $4 grand. It eventually did go down to $4 grand, then 3, then 2, and ultimately a big fat loser's 0.
Oh my god, I just lost $6,000.
But surprisingly, this L came with no crash out, which is pretty unique as Austin has a hard time holding in the rage when he loses that much money. But I'm betting here he was still stocked up on Za, which definitely does a good job of mellowing him out. After getting another couple hundred, he decides against going back on Keno and plays some mines, and though he manages to get up to $800, this run is a lot more uneventful, and once he bottoms out, he decides that the wisest thing to do is tell off his stake manager, Eddie, on stream. He was making it a habit of doing risky things like this, like claiming that stake was rigged. Despite how happy he was that he got back with them, he didn't seem to care too much about potentially losing their sponsorship once again. Either that, or his anger was consuming him so thoroughly that he was becoming unable to make intelligent decisions anymore, which is honestly quite likely. While he seemed intent on destroying his computer, when he got up, he probably realized that was too final of a thing to do, as it would actually prevent him from gambling. So he sat back down and continued to berate Stake for being rigged. His inability to stop eventually got the best of him, as he once again fell asleep on stream, only waking up before his dad intervened.
Get out! Get out! It's already, what are you doing?
His psychological well-being wasn't the only thing in peril either, as the amount of money he was regularly handling, while circumventing Virginia law, by the way, could prove to be an issue in the future. One KF user by the name of LolCow Supreme ran the numbers on his crypto wallet and claimed that from the middle of 2023 to the beginning of 2024, Austin had deposited over $250,000 into his stake account, whether it be from his own money or from donos. Additionally, whenever he withdrew money, even if he immediately put it back into stake, the money he withdrew still counted as income, which could mean the boss man was looking at over $300,000 worth of tax debt. To be honest, I don't even want to think about the real life aspects of Bossman. They're so dark that I'd rather just cover my eyes and ears until the next Keno run. Speaking of runs, when Austin fired up a stream a couple days later, he seemed to be very sick and not feeling too good. While the danger of another anxiety episode loomed over the chat, it looked more like Austin was literally sick. Nose running, red eyes, frequently coughing. That is, until he got a conspicuous phone call, left the stream for a bit, and returned looking very refreshed. Well, as refreshed as the boss man can look in his situation. It's at this point that people consider the high likelihood that he was simply suffering from withdrawals from not taking his supplements, hence why he came back with so much energy, going ballistic after a small mines win.
Oh my gosh, bro! No way! Oh my gosh, dude! 4 gems on 10!
I don't need to tell you at this point that he lost everything he made here within minutes of getting it. Probably because all of these substances he was on, his sanity was dwindling at a pace that it hadn't in quite some time. And a day later, this happened.
Oh my god.
But despite how explosive this rage episode was, it was a controlled demolition by Austin standards, as immediately after putting his chair out to pasture, he nonchalantly walked back into the room with another chair. I like to think he has a huge stack of spare chairs, keyboards, and headsets that he keeps just in case he loses his temper. Apparently, after this brief tantrum, he resumed gambling and got up to $3,500, sending $400 to a juicer he was indebted to, and then keeping the rest to himself, which actually means he took $50 to buy some supplements and quote-unquote reinvested the rest into stake. As intense as regular Bossman streams were, things took a strange turn on January 11th when KF user Kyle Odom notified the forum, saying, Music Biz Marty, notorious lolcow A-log who fought Cyrax, organized harassment of Chantal, and is being investigated by the FBI for swatting, has now begun targeting BossmanJack. There are male escorts on their way to Austin's house right now, and Marty is waiting. He said he sent a different escort yesterday, but nobody was at Bossman's house. If Austin has an entertaining reaction, there will soon be plumbers, car tow services, more escorts, and the police at Bossman's. If you're not already familiar with Music Biz Marty, he was the main guy in charge of terrorizing Cyrax for years, and also had some altercations with Foodie Beauty, the Chantal mentioned in the post. The thing is, regardless of whether you find his interactions with Cyrax entertaining or not, he simply has no business coming over to Bossman territory. It's one thing to organically become a lol cow herder. Some people have even managed to become beloved in their community for it, such as Liquid Chris. However, when you're actively seeking out these people just to legitimately harass them, it reeks of attention seeking, and it's exactly what takes the fun out of many of these stories. What is funny, however, is that immediately upon seeing people in his driveway that he couldn't recognize, without having any idea that they were male escorts sent by Marty, Austin immediately yelled out to his dad, telling him to get the strap.
I said, hey! I did it real loud. I can't remember what he said, but I was like, what the, that sounds like I'm lying. I'm not lying. I said, what are you doing here? He said, I was sent this address. I was just like, oh, dude, I'm a streamer, bro. I got my address leaked and all this shit. And he didn't say a word back. He just started walking back to his car. He then didn't say anything back again. That's when I said, Dad, get the strap!
Appropriate reaction when a strange man's coming up your driveway, to be fair. If anyone did something wrong in the situation, it was Marty, for sending otherwise innocent people over to Bossman's place, knowing Bossman to be a highly anxious and aggressive drug addict with access to guns inside his home. Very fortunately, nothing happened, and this incident had no long-lasting consequences. Besides MBM's interloping, another funny occurrence from January is that after enough people expressed their discomfort with his self-deletion baiting whenever he lost money gambling, Austin said, hey guys, I'm doing just fine. I'm working on never saying these kinds of things again. I'm impulsive and say stupid stuff I don't mean all the time when I'm upset, but I promise you guys, I'm gonna try to mature and just go for a breather when I lose or whatever I gotta do to improve my behavior. I hope you guys don't believe anything I said because I just said it out of emotion at the time. Surprisingly, introspective message, but ultimately, time will tell how long he can keep himself from blowing up on stream and promising to decimate his own bloodline. Coincidentally, it wasn't long after this message was sent that our boy hopped back on Keno with a vengeance. After almost instantly jumping up to over $1,000, he gets bold and starts betting in increments of $160, eventually hiking it up to $320 and going past the $3,000 mark.
Oh my God, guys! $200 giveaway for the boy!
Immediately after this, he somehow hits again and goes up past 4K, which is when he starts repeating his mantra of, I need to withdraw, all while he continues to make more bets and not withdraw a single penny. After floating a bit between 3 and 6 grand, you can see him trying to talk himself into walking away from stake and failing.
Yeah, if I get the 6 again, I'm out. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, almost! Oh my gosh! Oh my god, okay. I did say I'd leave. We're not done yet! Ah, last one, I swear to God. Alright, it was a good run. Yeah, get out of there.
It's almost hard to believe someone can self-induce such a degree of executive function failure. He is literally talking as if he was leaving, while clearly making more bets in real time. What's worse is that Austin's addiction is reinforced with every lucky streak.
Oh my gosh, last one. Oh my gosh! No, yeah! Yeah! Oh my gosh! 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 Oh my god! Oh my god!
Austin is like a Sims character with a very limited amount of possible actions. He can swear to God and on his life that he'll quit if he crosses a certain moment. He can scream like a woman in labor when a bet hits, and he can promise to take himself out when he loses. And that's about it. This run peaked when he got to 14,500.
Come on, hit this next one. Hit a G! Oh my god! I just did a $900 Keno!
Over the next 40 seconds, this 14.5 turned into 7, slightly less than half, and it finally made Austin realize it was high time to withdraw. When he did, he only took out 6 because he wanted to leave himself 1G to evaporate in Keno. But surprisingly, his run wasn't fully over, as he eventually started working with a $350 depot and turned it into 2,800, which he then put in the stake vault, and then proceeded to take it back out of the vault and turn it into, let me see here, got to do some critical analysis, got to do some cross analysis, some calculus here. What did he turn it into? Oh yes, that number, $0.
Oh my gosh, dude, I just lost $3,000. Oh my gosh, dude, I don't know what I'm doing apparently. Oh my god, oh well. Oh, I'm gonna end the stream there, guys. I'll do a giveaway tomorrow or later when I go live.
Still, not a total loss for the time being. unless he already gambled the rest of the money without letting his audience see. Regardless of what the case is, whatever he didn't spend of the money he withdrew to get himself ZA over the next few days, you can guarantee it was getting magnetically relocated from Austin's wallet and into Keno, Mines, Rip City, or whatever game he's addicted to at this point. On the 12th of January, he decided to pull a train wrecks and put on some dramatic music while he gave his audience a motivational speech, in his own style, of course.
The time has come that we grab our cojones with pride. Not only do we grab our cojones with pride, we go in there risking it for the biscuit, knowing the highest reward is always behind the highest risk. This is where you risk it for the biscuit, you grab your cojones, and say, let's get this money, baby. Damn, that nice.
Ironically, this entire gravitas was set up for him to do a $500 pop at Plinko, which went like this.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby, please. Please, Lord. Oh, a 0.5. All right, we gotta go all in again.
I love how he doesn't allow the loss to set in before he decides to go all in again. Truly, the cojones are big. Too big for his own good, even, as he continued to lose until he had only $30 in his wallet. This was no big deal for him, though, as he still had plenty left over from his past winnings, plus his stake tugboat and whatever his audience juiced him. So, he started playing some other games and interacting with the audience in his unique fashion.
Oh my gosh. I just lost so much money, bro. I don't need to stop shit, bro. All my biggest cash outs were on originals. What you need to stop doing is telling me how to gamble, bro. It's not your money anyways, boss. You've never donated to me once in your life, so shut the... Oh my god. I just lost it all. I'm gonna ban Beanie because he's gonna be... Said, I told you so. Wow, dude. If I didn't down today, still in a car. Oh, dude, I'm doing just fine, hamburger. I'm doing just fine. I'm not even gonna read that message because that's way too negative for my taste.
At one point, his altered state almost got the based man out of him, but he managed to self-edit before it could.
I woke up to sounding like me.
Whatever substance sequence he's got going on during this period seems to be making him less aggressive, but ultimately more aloof, as sometimes he won't even immediately notice that he won.
Oh my gosh! 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 Times two. I didn't even see it!
All in all, despite how out of it he was during this stream, he did have a pretty good run for about an hour. The same cannot be said for what happened after he crossed the hour mark, though, as he turned what he took an hour to accumulate into nothing in 13 minutes. As the rats in his chat started to mock him, he decided to take one of them on in a fight. Not in real life, but in RuneScape. Just like that, he fired up his old OSRS client and got ready to tango with one lost man crack. And this is how it turned out.
There's no way. There's no way, dude. This guy's cheating, bro. There's no way, bro. No, how am I doing that much worse when I'm barely... Nah, dude. Guy's cheating, bro. Guy's cheating, bro. I don't know, man.
It's been a while since we heard Austin complain about Jagex, so this was kind of a blast from the past. And after this loss to Lost Man, he proceeds to do penny bets in a feature that barely constitutes a game, only to wipe himself squeaky clean and quit the stream in frustration. When he came back, he tried his luck on slots with some more juice, and you can say he did pretty okay based on his reaction.
Oh my gosh! 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 Oh my gosh, dude! Oh my gosh, dude! Oh my gosh, dude! Oh my gosh, dude! Oh!
He made $1,300 off this win, and then went to Plinko, the game where the ball slowly falls through a pyramid of dots, and for every dot it hits, it either goes left or right, eventually landing on a multiplier that decides what your money will become. In an extremely unfortunate turn of events, Austin stopped streaming and continued to gamble when his Discord was suddenly met with this screenshot showing he'd hit a 130x with a $100 bill, getting him up to a monumental $17,000. Just a couple of minutes later, he once again updated his community as he had climbed up to 24k. After that, he went silent for nearly an hour, only to come back to his chat saying, "I don't want to talk about it. I'm actually totally fine. I have no idea why. It barely fazed me." Although it took a little nudging, he eventually made it clear that he got up to 27,000 and then lost all of it while desperately trying to get up to 50,000. After he finished cleaning himself out and begging for a couple juicers, he started streaming again, and soon after got felted in an extraordinarily unfair way by Plinko.
4x we take. Another 4x. What? You said I landed in the 4x account as a 0.02. Did you see that? Whatever.
I get that he downplayed his reaction to it because he doesn't want to lose his deal with Stake, but it's hard to believe that someone's wallet can be outright destroyed like this and still put up with it due to how addicted they are to the game. Probably because the news of Austin's massive winnings and subsequent losses made rounds, KF owner Josh Moon joined the Bossman's chat. For context, he'd already had a few minor interactions with Bossman that weren't as notable, but this one in particular resulted in a pretty funny moment.
I am gonna move into your mom's house, Josh. She has a fat and a nice pair of breasts. When I go over to Josh's house and I grab his mom's breasts, I instantly get a boner. I mean, it's just one of those things I do.
After getting juiced back up a bit, he got back on Plinko and got another heater.
Come on, baby. 2 more. Oh, 2 times. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Don't tease, don't tease, don't tease, don't tease, don't tease! Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
He got to 3K, but honestly at this point, 3K is like nothing to a gambling mogul like the Bossman. He proceeded to get up to 5 grand, moved back down to 500, and it looked like it would be an uneventful evening from that point forward. However, the heater was about to ramp up at a very fast rate.
That one on the right! Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! No way! Oh my god, dude! Oh my god, dude! No way! Oh my gosh, dude! Oh my gosh, dude! Oh my gosh, dude! Oh my god!
What happened here is about as rare as you can get with gambling. He hit the absolute max multiplier and 1000x'd his money. He literally could not have been luckier with that hit. What's even funnier is that at this moment, he's making a racket and yelling out for his dad there. It's 3 a.m. in the morning. Imagine being his dad and being rudely awakened in the middle of your peaceful slumber because your jittery crack son has just quote unquote made 30 grand. Regardless, the 30K win inspired all of Austin's chat to come up with ideas as to where the money should go. Buying a new door, buying a Mustang, getting a new place, getting a new GPU, having a big party, so on and so forth. This was a pretty extraordinary win, not just because he climbed up so high, but also because he apparently moved a whopping 27 grand of it into his crypto wallet. Usually, he only remembers to move any money out of the stake grinder when he's already lost over half of it. Unsurprisingly, the few grand he left in his stake account quickly turned to 0 after just a couple of dice and blackjack games. And sadly, KF users were tracking how much money he was taking out of his crypto wallet and depositing back into stake, and the 27 grand almost instantly turned into 17. While he was pissing away his heater, someone tried to swat him, which was captured on stream.
Hey man, I'm a streamer. I'm coming downstairs.
This is probably the 3rd or 4th time someone tried to pull this kind of stunt, and once again, Austin is completely unfazed, as he was too busy thinking about how to speedrun his bankruptcy. As soon as he got back to streaming, he continued to spiral downward on dices. Along his freefall speed plummet to $0, at one point he managed to turn a $500 depot into another $12,000, which would at least land him a good bit closer to his original 27 grand win. But before anyone could start feeling some hope, 3 minutes later, it all went into the ground. $31,000 gone with the wind in under 24 hours. After a long-standing peace treaty with his bedroom, the day of wrath came upon them, although it only did so off camera. There was another close call, but once again, it was a near miss.
Man,
I really will. I am gonna break my computer, dude.
Austin had become a little more self-aware about what made the rats happy, so not only did he stop the stream completely before going haywire, he also deleted the VOD of him getting up to 31,000. I assume to prevent the news from spreading far and wide about how much he ultimately lost. What tipped the chat off that he did commit some act of aggression after the stream was done after the fact that all of the text messages he sent after being felted conspicuously lacked spaces between the words, almost as if he slammed something onto his spacebar that made it stop working. When he did come back, the rat stock went way up, and Austin had to face the consequences the only way he knew how.
Yeah, look at that. Whatever makes you feel better, bro. You're self-reflecting to the fullest when I've done nothing wrong to you, whoever doing this behind their computer screen, I hope. Behind their fat double chin, looking at they're taking a shower. The guy who's doing these hugging hosts, he sits there in the shower, he's like, man, I wish I could see my own penis.
Fortunately, the day of the rat was quite brief, as almost immediately after they perked their nasty heads out of the gutter from whence they came, their true nature was exposed. On the farms, the Discord server in which the rats concocted their evil plans of world domination was found, and Music Biz Marty was, unsurprisingly, a member of it. Along with Marty, there were 3 anime gooners who apparently had been flooding Austin's DMs with not safe for work images and gore. Lastly, there was one rat by the name of Hebrew who sent a plumber and a taxi to Austin's house, and upon further inspection, it turned out that Hebrew had been previously arrested arrested for felony possession, burglary in the first degree, and was caught on camera physically assaulting 2 women. It seems to be a law that every A-log is quantifiably worse than the lolcow that they're A-logging. But what hurts these miserable rats the most is that not a single one of their actions can even grace the sight of Bossman, as he is beyond locked in on stake.
All right, last 10 I'm out. No. Yes. No. Yes. Yeah. Woo!
After surviving a record amount of time, his keyboard finally suffered from another assault at the hands of the Bossman. You can actually see the individual keys flying off the keyboard during this episode. In his kick chat after ending the stream, Austin said, "Can anyone help? Please, please, I need help more than ever. I have absolutely nothing. Someone please help me." To which one of the chatters replied, "What kind of help do you need?" And Bossman, in all of his regal patience, answered, "Clown rat, I need money." Once his bedroom violence started up again, his chair decided to go for a single leg takedown in self-defense.
Oh my God. I didn't break the chair. It's something. Oh my God.
Also around this time, he overdid his medicine to the point where he lost track of what he was doing, not even realizing that he was betting $0.
Hello? Oh. I knew that.
In the same day, for reasons incomprehensible to mere mortals such as myself, someone juiced the Bossman with $3,000, and he got on dice and turned it into nothing in just 6 minutes. Immediately after, he took to his chat to say, "I'm gonna do something super stupid. Take it easy, everyone." And he did do something super stupid. He continued to stream and gamble. I don't know if this was the same guy who juiced him 3K, but eventually a viewer of his stream gifted him 200 subs, which led Austin to give a special dance. But a rising tide raises all ships, and whenever Austin started doing well, it gave the rats more gumption. During a game of blackjack, one of them joined his game and started posting to the stake chat. The rat said, "Bossman, I'll juice you 20 if you can take in a full breath without coughing. Bossman, do you know what a savings account is? Tip, it's not your stake fault. Bossman, your mom said she's got one good son. Can you guess which one it is?" These jokes at Austin's expense even got the attention of the dealer, Gloria, who started visibly laughing during the stream. In response, Austin tried to explain to her what was going on, but the rat didn't stop there. "Bossman, you will do $100+ blackjack hands, but you won't spend a dime to buy your parents something nice." After Bossman loses, how long until he fake quits streaming or threatens to unalive himself for money? These messages made Gloria laugh even harder, while Austin was visibly mauling about it. But before this exchange was secured as a complete rat victory, the Bossman left blackjack to play some more dice, though the bad mood he carried over from blackjack really did not translate well to coping with his immediate dice losses. Once again, his messages on Kick reflected the dire state of his keyboard. This particularly bad crash out was followed by a much more wholesome incident though, where his mom once again made an appearance on the stream to express her feelings.
Tell the chat one good thing about me, and that you don't hate me like these guys try to tell me.
I do not hate him. He's my son. I brought him into the world.
Okay,
so
but
how can you hate your own child?
You think I'm a bad person?
And
am I a bad person, Mom?
Austin doesn't always make the very best choices.
No, I don't.
But he always has had a very tender heart for people less fortunate. He always has, even as a little boy.
Almost cinematic delivery of this heartfelt speech from Boss Mom. I'm sure it decimated every last rat in the chat. Overall, Austin was becoming more and more transparent with his chat, giving a disproportionate amount of attention to his beefs over gambling. Eventually, this instability in his priorities boiled over to him going on a rant about how stake is rigged after he lost all his money for the umpteenth time, followed by him thoroughly purging his clips section so that no one could easily isolate it and send it to his stake partnership manager. Additionally, he revealed that he was frequently gambling on another platform called BC Gaming, and was already up to level 41 on their VIP program. Although I have no idea how much money wagered this translates to, but it sure doesn't sound like a little bit. Another symptom of his increased recklessness was his own confession to almost having gotten in a fight in real life.
Almost got in a fight tonight at the gas station, dude. I'm not kidding. That's how on edge I was, bro. Like, what is wrong with me? I embarrassed the my mom, dude.
This was followed by him admitting to becoming more paranoid, thinking that Stake was purposely rigging his games to make him lose money. In between these claims, he continually engaged with people in his chat, even the ones who weren't insulting him at all, almost as if he was approaching an anxiety episode and seeing threats where there were none. Coincidentally, he went on a rant about how ZA was made illegal because it made people smarter. This inability to think straight led him to nuke his partnership with Stake on stream.
Thousands of dollars to the site every day. you, Steak!
While Bossman was going through this rough patch, some people decided to try and kick a man while he was down. Namely, once again, Music Biz Marty. In the Rat server, he nonchalantly announced that there would be people coming to lift things from Bossman's property. He followed this up with direct message exchanges between someone who was interested in buying Bossman's computer and himself posing as Austin's dad or mom and giving this guy the green light to come get it. Almost immediately, the others in the server started talking about swatting Bossman yet another time, and for whatever reason, they were talking about how they'd do it by pooling together $70 to send someone in the dark web so that they would swat Austin. I really don't know. These people's intellectual equals live in fish tanks. I can't really expect them to have semi-coherent strategy to mess with the boss. Surprisingly, after all his talk and posturing as if he would really betray his beloved Steak, it turns out this was just another Sun Tzu tier negotiation tactic on the boss man's part, as it somehow landed him an even better deal. But despite having an extra amount of daily gamba dough, this doesn't really make his luck change for the better, as he lost over 2.5 G's on his first day back with them. But this didn't matter too much to him, as he knew there would be a lot more juice where that came from. A few weeks since their last interaction, Josh Moon once again returned to the boss man's chat, and Austin immediately accused him of being a rat.
I don't know what you're talking about, Matt, at the internet. Aren't you a troll that like makes fun of me on your channel? Have you ever made fun of me on your channel, Matt, at the internet? He's a troll? Why are you here? Type a 1 if you don't give a if I ban this Matt at the internet guy. If you will not miss this guy, type a 1. Take your little small little chode, put your tampon back up your hole, and get the out of here. Thank you very much.
Just like that, Josh was banned, but the onslaught of verbal abuse was far from over. A few days later, Josh was unbanned, only for Austin to violently lash out at him after he tried to give him some basic advice.
Can I have your autograph, bro? I have never heard such intellectual words spoken in my life, except for when I just talked about this 5 to 10 minutes ago, 20 to 30 minutes ago, and 30 to 40 minutes ago. Oh my God.
Soon after this interaction took place, Austin saw the kick check from subscribers hit his account on stream and immediately went to harass his parents about it.
Oh, welcome to the stream, brother. I got paid. I got paid. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I'm sure it was worth all the nights of him doing the Bossman jackhammer gorilla dance in his bedroom after winning $17 on dice. What's even funnier is that despite paying no rent, no internet, no food, no nothing, he put together a savings plan that consisted of him promising himself that he'd keep 1,000 out of the 10 in his check. Not only is 1,000 a tiny amount to save per month when you have literally no expenses apart from za, it's unlikely he's ever going to keep that 1,000 since the only thing keeping him from dipping into his quote-unquote savings is his willpower to stop himself from gambling. And we all know he has no willpower. As February 2024 started, Austin got a new keyboard with his kick money, and instantly we could see him having to put every last neuron in his brain to work to keep himself from Hulk smashing it after a bad run on dice.
Oh my God. I just lost it all. Don't break your new keyboard, Austin. Don't break your new keyboard. Just continue to hate your life and carry on with your day. Have a good day, you guys.
Unfortunately, it seems his headset didn't get this special treatment.
No way, you're such a scam. You're such a...
It also seems that getting some money instantly drained every last ounce of modesty out of Austin, as this is how he reacted to a viewer's proposition.
I'll do $10 if you 1v1 me on Siege and win. Dude, I have 2,000 subs. What makes you think I'm going to download this stupid game 1v1 you for 2 subs worth of money? What are you doing? Cutting your neighbor's lawns for money? I mean, that's fine. I expect the hustle, but dude, you got to come at me with a little bit more money than you, yeah, $10 more than you can get. Dude, you don't even understand. I got plenty of money, bro. I'm sorry, man. I'm so sorry. I got plenty of money, dude. I'm sorry. I don't need $10. I'll take that $10 and I'll blow my nose with it and wipe my ass with it. I'll give it back to you because I respect you and I want you to have the 10 back.
Despite his confidence and talking like that to a viewer, blackjack dealer Gloria humbled him real quick.
What is she laughing at? Oh my God, no way. What the dude? That delay is some bullshit. Wow, she would have a 10, dude. She like sitting there laughing for sure. I hate my life because of the originals, dude. I'm serious. I hate my life because of the originals. My life is garbage because the originals.
Whether he lost or won, his complete dominance over the rats stayed the same.
I spy a rat. Where's he at? Hold on. Adjust the binoculars a little bit. Oh, damn. Look at this MILF right here. Charles, come here, bro. Look at this MILF, dude. Oh my God. You see the tits on her? Holy shit, ball. No, not her. Look at the rat behind her. Yeah, get him. Laser beamed his ass.
By all intents and purposes, after that unstable period of increased paranoia and his beef with Steak, it looks like we were actually heading into another golden age of Bossman content, and just a few days later, we got the first bedroom assault of the month.
No, down to 200. 40 again. Oh, dude, what the? I just... Man, I'm so, dude.
At this point, he had wagered close to $6 million on stake alone, and after reloading and taking himself up to $4 grand, he got back on dice, which so far has not once given him a substantial amount of money. Unsurprisingly, despite promising that he'd stop before getting down to less than 2,000, he proceeded to felt himself into nothingness. Within 2 hours of February 3rd alone, Austin started and rage ended a total of 4 streams, all of which ended with him balding in his own chat. He did eventually get the wits about him to leave dice behind, but then he moved on to an even higher risk game, diamonds. Initially, he actually had some luck and got some, well, I'll let him say it.
Yeah, oh my god! Bro, oh my squirtage. Squirty McSquirterton, $238 on the 20.
He soon lost it and realized that, indeed, this was high risk. However, not all was lost, because an unusually generous rat decided to pseudo-troll the boss man by paying for a box of Capri Suns. Yes, literally juice bags to be sent directly to Austin's house.
Alright, this might sound weird, guys, but some rat ordered a bunch of Capri Sun cases to my house, straight from Amazon. Thanks for the Capri Suns, bitch. Delicious.
While he was enjoying his newfound juice reserve, he went on a bender and stayed up into the late hours, until at one point, he was struggling to find his vape and screaming about it.
Cough it up right now! Give me the vape now! Give it back now! Oh, I found it!
Because his dad had already gone to bed, Austin's screams were obviously quite disruptive.
Damn that anal tight! Wait, what? Times 10! Oh, that could have been great. What? What? I do this every night of my life. Screaming. I'm sorry. Tell me to keep it down nicely then. Don't be a dick about it.
I like how he's rudely asking his dad to be nice and to text instead of going up to his bedroom, while we just saw him seemingly ignore his dad while yelling, "Damn, this anal tight." Next up, we have the greatest demonstration of Based Man so far, as Austin decides to let the crack talk a little bit louder than usual.
Dude, is that a guy? Are you a guy? You gotta stop, dude. You gotta cut that out. Are you a guy? Lay? Be honest. Were you born with a penis or a ball sack? Or both? Were you born with a penis and a ball sack? Hello? It's an easy question. Hello?
As the person in his chat he was arguing with continued to complain about the stuff he was saying, his patience wore thin.
You're a little gremlin. How dare he say something about being born with a penis?
With absolutely no pressure on him to do so, he just decided to take this one moment out from his stream to Chudmax.
How am I saying anything offensive? I don't understand what you could take as offensive from what I just said. I didn't say I have anything against transgender people. I have nothing against them. I would treat them as a friend even. You better not touch me, but I'll treat you nicely.
Moments before this took place, Trump promised to send federal juicers to the boss man. This increase in verbal aggression also coincided with an increase in genuine aggression, as bedroom violence was back on the menu.
Oh my...
After days of a powerful dry spell, he finally made some money on mines, getting up to $12,000.
Oh my gosh, dude. I just made $12,000.
And immediately sprinting out of his bedroom to talk to his mom. When he found out that she wasn't even home, he called her up on stream, resulting in this exchange between them.
She said LTC or ATH. No, she said it's LTC, right? Mom, guess what? Mom, guess what? Guess what?
What?
I just won $12,000.
Austin, don't throw it away.
I won't. All right.
Promise?
Me? Lose it all? What? Me? Me lose all my money? I won't. You guys want 1,000? I'll give you 1,000.
His self-awareness in this clip almost gives me hope that one day he will follow through and not lose all of his money after a win, but based on how things have gone so far, that's a tall order. He got up to nearly 14 grand, and then the unthinkable happened. He started losing and didn't stop until he was down to just 5 before rage quitting the stream and posting to his chat and Discord saying, "I'm going to rehab. I'm not kidding. I lost it all. I'm turning myself into rehab. I'll see you all in a month. I'm deleting this Discord, and my kick. Say farewell to everybody because this stream and this community is no longer. Discord will be deleted in 10 minutes. I'm already writing kick to delete my channel. There's obviously something wrong with me if I can sit here and lose $12,000 and not withdraw. I'm going to rehab to get off drugs and gambling. I'm never gambling ever again in my life. Steak is ruining people's lives. Eddie is a bad person. Steak are bad people. I'm gonna go fishing. I'll be back in a little. I don't want no juicer. Unless you're buying me weed. Lol. This is one of the few times that Austin explicitly said that he was going to quit gambling, and to some extent followed through on the promises he attached to it, as he did actually delete his Discord server. Within a day, he walked it back, saying he was here to stay and was gonna make a new Discord. Somehow, he managed to get himself back up to 10 grand during this sesh, making fun of the rats while he did it.
The rats are punching the air. You know they're mad right now. God damn it, Austin won again. I hate my life. I'm gonna go eat some hot dogs and some glizzies. Charles, where'd you put the pack of glizzies, bro? Austin won again, man. He'll lose it all by tomorrow, dude. Bunch of fatties. I have nothing against fat people.
I love how slowly he self-edits, waiting a few seconds before disclaiming he has nothing against fat people. Regardless, despite how terrible of a time he was having, February 6 held good things for Bossman, as he racked up win after win. After raking in the dough relentlessly, he decided that he was winning so much, he needed to take a break and get on Monkey. Although, it seems like reality itself intervened to make sure he went right back to gambling by immediately matching him with a man engaging in some very strange actions.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. That did not just happen.
At this point, the people closely following his streams documented the Bossman being up by 30,000 in total. After stacking up another 10 bans on top of his 30 total, he dusted it in a matter of seconds.
No, I'm doing it. No, I just lost 5 bands. Get it back. Oh my god, all in.
By the way, this particular game he's playing here is called Limbo, which is only fitting given his tendency to completely devastate the player's money without even giving as much as a funny animation in return. It is absolutely brutal. After cratering and coming back up in record speed, Bossman found himself with a solid 31 grand in his wallet. And to follow that massive win up with a cherry on top, he reacted to someone who sent him anime boobs.
That'd be kind of funny. Or when somebody subs, it was, oh, look at the bounty. Goddamn. It's a cartoon, but it still looks kind of nice, really. Not really. Dude, remember those guys like in high school and middle school that would actually like look at anime Zorn? Those guys were the weirdest, man. I'm sorry. I just never understood that. Why would you watch that instead of real? That's just weird. Yeah, I think they called it mother Hente, you're looking weird. You don't even know what I get paid.
But a man can't have it all. Right after favoring 3D over 2D, Bossman ends the stream and starts complaining in his kick chat about having been treated poorly by a girl. Eventually, someone named Austin Scammed by a Troon said, well, rather he reiterated what his name claimed. While this is pretty run-of-the-mill trolling and could be easily swept away purely by being ignored, Austin made the mistake of indirectly confirming it was true, as when someone claimed this guy was a bot, Austin said, nah dude, they know stuff. Once he came back on stream, he was clearly shook by something, and he wasn't really his usual peppy self.
Do you guys honestly think that there's a chance that this world will get better? I don't. I think the evil is outweighing the good in this world 9 to 1. There's hardly any good people in this world nowadays you can never even agree, you can even trust with.
However, this melancholy quickly gave way to a hype so extreme, Austin started crying tears of joy when one of his followers gifted him 100 subs.
100 subs, dude, no way! Oh my god, dude, that's $500! Oh my god, man, I don't even know what to say, but damn, dude. You know, so up, another thing I want to tell you up. Sorry to change those topics, right? Court, I love you, bro. Dude, you've done so much for me in the short amount of time. I don't even, you didn't start making me cry, bro. I'm not even kidding, bro. God damn, dude. I've been up for a long time, dude. I've been awake for a long time, bro. My bad, guys. Shake it off. Shake it off. You're not a bitch. God damn, dude. Let's see you cry in front of a bunch of people, bro. You won't do it, you little bitch. You won't do it, bro. You won't do it, dude. You won't do it. They've been waiting for this for 3 months. Oh my god, we finally got him. Are you guys too scared to talk to these people? Man, start banning people!
Despite how clearly emotional he was, he seemed more like his regular self there at the end, yelling at the rats and just being Austin. But what really came out of left field was the sudden pivot to talking about an extremely intimate and vulnerable part of his life to an audience of people that he knew was mostly composed of his haters.
Are you really DJ Chris? Dude, you gotta get help now, dude. You know how many friends of mine have died from heroin? I'll let y'all in on something. I just told Kev about this, or I told somebody about this earlier. I had sex with this girl right after I got out of rehab when I was 19, and guess what happened an hour after we had sex? I'm serious. Guess what happened an hour after we had sex? She died from a heroin overdose. I'm trying to reach out to you right now. You need to stop doing heroin. It's so dangerous nowadays. There's so much fentanyl out there, dude. I'm trying to tell you that is one of the most dangerous. It's the most dangerous drug out there, bro. That's commonly found anyways. That's just not what you want to do, bro.
More signs that he was generally unwell were soon to come. In a set of leaked Discord DMs, we can see one of Bossman's regular juicers who is now accused of being a rat, named Ramble Gamble. Austin can be seen begging for juicers and loans and threatening to self-delete when he lost it all. One thing that takes away from this apparent downturn in well-being is the fact that on stream, Austin had already gone back to being his normal self.
Oh, that'd make you feel good, wouldn't it, Fahad? Sorry, you gotta sit there miserably and you gotta watch me smile while I'm your mom. Oh, boss man, don't stop. Oh, boss man. Oh, boss man. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
But this glee soon met its demise as he got felted on mines and halved his 30,000 from the day before. But before he zeroed out again, he did a pit stop to actually do something with his money. Does that mean he sent his mom a G like he claimed he would? Or the mystical Honda Civic? There's no way to know if he did, but we do know that he bought himself a smoking apparatus worth over $600. Not only is it generally a bad idea to put that much money toward that kind of thing, it's especially bad for Austin given his tendency towards raging. All it would take would be him losing once on Keno, and then he would undoubtedly shatter the entire thing, just vaporize it. A few moments later during his stream, he checked his wallet again to withdraw some more to gamble with, and we could see that there was only $7.5 grand left from his winnings. According to his messages on Discord, 1,100 of that money vanished and went towards buying a coin which was made out of pure gold. Given he didn't speak about anything else he did with the money, the better question to ask is what did the owner of Stake do with it, since it's a virtual certainty that he got all of it back. He continued melting down until he hit 3 grand, at which point he started getting a little angry.
Dude, what the fuck?
Unhappy with his Gamba performance, he went to play some Counter-Strike to relax, but quit a competitive match in the middle of it because he died 5 times straight without killing anyone. Clearly, the game was rigged, and JagX and Eddie were in on it together to destroy his life. As bad as all of this is one of the longest lasting winnings, as it took a whopping 5 days for him to turn his 30,000 into nothing, which he did by the 8th of February. You just know that $600 apparatus and that gold coin are getting instantly pawned for juice. After enough losses on Stake, he decides to once again go back to his mistress, BC Game, on a Discord exclusive stream. I have no idea why he's still doing this at this point, despite knowing that the rats always find a way in, screenshot him playing on a different platform, and send it to his manager. To make matters worse, he was scammed for $300 almost immediately after.
Oh my god, no way. Did he really just scam me for $300? You're such a loser, dude. Yeah, someone noticed that his name on the black deck table was Austin Kids.
Honestly, if you get scammed by a guy whose name is that, I'm not going to say you deserve it, but there were definitely ways to prevent it. In an extremely rare crossover, Wings of Redemption made a tweet asking how he could get in touch with Bossman, and due to people linking the tweet to him, Austin replied giving him his contact info. It would be pretty legendary for Austin to drop a "look here, listen" during a dramatic loss, but unfortunately, his goldfish memory prevented him from even finding out who Wings was or actually interacting with him in any way. So unfortunately, we did not get to enjoy that content. A day later, Austin found himself back on Limbo, frantically clicking away at the play button and riding the roller coaster hardcore. He went from the 9 grand he started out with to 500, then back up to almost 10,000, and then slowly but surely he got himself all the way down to 0.
Dude, stop! Oh my god! It's gone.
Kudos to him for managing to keep his rage episode as indestructive as possible here. He only really threw some small object that caused no damage to his room. Soon after, he came back with a couple $100 worth of juice, only to sandblast it again and quit again. Moments later, he did everything I just said again. although this time it was followed by something unusual. His Discord status went yellow after he stopped streaming, meaning he wasn't going on another secret bender behind the scenes or begging for juicers to go live again. You may or may not have noticed that Austin's hair looks unusually disheveled during this period, and I say this as someone known for having special haircuts. While it's not very surprising that a gambling-addicted crack golem has messed up hair, the reason behind this particular hairdo is that the scam he suffered earlier was a promised juicer in exchange for him shaving his head, but the person behind it reneged on it before Austin had finished shaving it all off, resulting in the Bossman supercut here. The person behind this scam was one man named Straw Hat Luffy, a former juicer turned rat who is now actively trying to make Austin lose his deal with Stake, but to no avail. Hour after hour of Austin's infinite stream went by, and somehow, the higher he got on straight brick, the more he kept climbing. You'd think that being strung out and up for 3 days straight would hinder your ability to gamble, but once again, Austin proves all the rats wrong and powers through it. According to one of the people who were following his Discord activities, Austin walked around his house for nearly an hour looking for a lighter, going as far as to wake people up to ask them for it, while yelling at the rats on his phone. Eventually, his winnings came crashing down once again, and due to his impaired cognitive ability, he didn't handle it well.
Oh my god. I just lost it all.
After this crash out, Bossman needed some time to recover. In the meantime, we got some equally deranged activity from one of the rats. Bossman Beggar on Discord wrote the acronym DTPN, short for Damn, That Pussy Nice, on his forehead, foot, and on his actual meat in exchange for $100 from another rat. Surprisingly, this isn't the end to this sad saga, as Beggar proceeded to destroy a monitor and a phone with a hammer, dip his meat into hot sauce, piss on the floor, and lick his own fecal matter on camera, all for money he would never get since, like the rats they are, the guy who promised him the 100 never delivered. You know, we once were a country where if you were promised $100 for dipping your wiener into hot sauce, you got paid for your effort. I think I agree with Austin. Evil is outweighing good more and more every day. When Austin finally came back, he started things off on the right foot, physically soy-jacking at one of his roulette wins.
Yeah, I'm at 14! Dude, that's a fat win!
Soon after, a win on Sweet Bonanza sent him into a dancing frenzy, and for a few days, things were looking up again, as there were no particularly intense crash outs or losses, and whenever a rat decided to rear its ugly head, he put them down. Ultimately, he seemed like he was in an overall better mood, even enjoying some sporadic moments on stream, such as when someone decided to remind him to keep a straight posture.
Posture check, is not good. I was vibing, bro.
How about now? I look like a bird. Do I look like a bird? He wants a worm. Feed him a worm, dude. Don't be a dickhead. I'll sit in my nest.
A couple of days later, he decided to express his admiration for Mexican culture. Okay, I might have misled you there, but I seriously can't comprehend what neural pathways his mind ran in order to whip out a spontaneous Arriba. It's really these moments that win you over and make you wish that Austin wasn't such an insanely self-destructive gambler, because he's a really funny guy. On the 17th of February, he found himself getting blessed by playing System of a Down while he gambled. First, during a blackjack sesh.
Yeah! Yeah, buddy.
Then a dice roller coaster that ran him up to a little over 1,000 3 times straight before it stopped playing around and felted him into nothingness. Granted, he almost immediately made some of it back.
Do a $500 dice. Yeah!
And then instantly lost it all again.
Do another 500 dice. Oh, do another one. 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 Do 1,000. No, I just lost $1,500. Not kidding.
Inspired by the morose tune of Lonely Day by System of a Down, he decided to pull a prank on his audience.
Dude, I just lost it all, guys. I'm not even kidding, dude. I think I'm gonna delete my kick channel, dude, honestly. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore, dude. I'm done. Nah, I'm just kidding, guys. Boom! Boom! Would that really surprise you that much, though? You know how many times I've started my stream up? I was like, you know what?
Well, my starting screen's on. I'm gonna get a few little gambles in real quick. Get a little bigger stack for the stream.
The amount of self-awareness he can muster is inversely proportional to his ability to maintain it when he loses. For whatever reason, this stream in particular took a sudden turn into left field, or maybe right field.
I have nothing against gay people. I want to make that very clear. I had gay friends, and like back in the day. But when you try to push that people, that's when it gets wrong. That's just not right to do that. Find this sick. All right, got me $100 here. Let's do a $10 limbo. If we lose, we're out.
Gotta appreciate how, before he can get a full thought out, he cuts himself off to lie and say he's gonna get off limbo if he loses. After all of his talk about Eddie on Discord, he folded under zero pressure as soon as Eddie dangled a code worth $1,000 in front of him. And when he claimed it, this is how he reacted.
Please! Yeah! Let's go! Let's go, baby! Woo! Woo!
Within minutes of this, he decided to get on limbo and, well, take your best guess at what happened next. Despite this, a shining light of hope was about to beam down on Austin's life. Finally, after all this time, and to his credit, a long period with almost no instances of him rapidly destroying his entire bedroom, the curtain was getting taken down because Austin, or possibly his parents, bought a new bedroom door. Funnily enough, they're not able to immediately install it because it's the wrong size, and they had to go get a different set of hinges. But regardless, this is a major development. The future suddenly looks a lot less dark. I will say, though, if that door is in the ballpark of being well made, if Austin tries to punch through it like he did this one, he won't have a broken door, he'll have a broken hand. On the other hand, some things never change, as the sentiment between the Boss family continued to be quite mixed.
I'm gonna piss my dad off and start rapping. My mom's name is Diana. Diana! Why'd we have a second son? Why the f did we do this? Thanks, Dad. Pleasure.
Soon after this little jab at his dad, this interaction between them was caught on stream.
Oh my god, the riggery on that.
Austin.
Rigged. Double that, dude.
Austin. Austin.
What, dude? What?
You have a burger.
What do you want? What?
Have a burger down there.
Okay, dude, text me or something, bro.
If you didn't catch that, that was poor old Boss Dad trying to give Austin a burger that they got for him. It seems that the mere presence of a bedroom door, installed or otherwise, was enough to reignite the boss man's violent bloodlust for destruction, as it immediately spiked up on stream.
Oh my god.
While it wasn't easy to see, what he threw there was one of his many vapes, and with his well-known by this point Olympic throwing abilities, he punched yet another unseen hole in his wall. So much so that when the vape resurfaced, it still had some drywall on it. Regardless, this wasn't really representative of this entire period, as overall, he was on relatively decent behavior, which probably has more to do with the fact that he was consistently getting wins than it has to do with self-control on his part. Speaking of self-control, Austin once again went to lay down, and he totally wasn't gonna sleep. And then he passed out with the stream still on, resulting in an 18-hour long sleep stream. Around 7 a.m. the next day, his dad made the mistake of trying to wake him up, and this was the result.
Hey! What the fuck? We got one on. Oh man, why do you keep coming to my room like that?
After a whopping 13 hours of sleep, he wakes up and power walks out of his room without realizing he's still alive. Only an hour later does he fully come to his senses and realize what he did.
Wait, I'm live? Since when? What the hell? No way. How long have I been live for? Alright.
The fact that his stream was still rolling barely shocked him. If anything, it saved him the trouble of firing up a stream, as he immediately got to scrambling for some juice, and when he got it, he got up to business as usual.
Oh my, you see what I mean, dude? Every time it's a lower number, and then when I go for the lower on the 10, it's another 10. What, did you really? Oh my god, damn.
For what it's worth, he wasn't just gambling during this time, as he also played some Counter-Strike.
Woo! Yeah, there's money!
Austin, please try to keep it down.
Yes, sir.
What a polite and respectful young man, responding to his father with deference. I'm sure this is how he is all the time. When he gets back on the horse, he takes a moment to brag to his audience about how all of the money he gambles with is real money, while showing off that he's over 90% of the way to Platinum 6, meaning $10 million wagered in total, as is expected for a boss of his stature. Eventually, this cool and confident front gave way to the usual.
Why not did I just start folding?
Oh, maybe it did break.
Given how close that poor door's life, Austin's losing streak didn't last forever, as he soon got the roulette table to squirt, which is what he calls it, by the way, which I don't think I've really talked about too much yet.
Oh, I called it! I called it! No way! No way! Woo!
It adds to how funny it is that he can't full send celebrate because it triggers a coughing fit due to his destroyed sinuses. And if his lungs don't fail, his microphone surely will.
Oh, I got you! Times 50! Times $500! That's
He just doesn't get a break. It's like the entire world is out to get him in one way or another. This joy quickly gave way to more anger over losses, but this time, Austin was doing his best to remain composed and not glass his own bedroom.
Yep! Oh my god! What the was that?
It's like we're watching a kid in his developmental stages, beginning to understand the concept of long-lasting consequences of their actions. Adding to his visible evolution, he shows off his brand new 10-ounce silver bar, which, as far as investments go, is probably one of the best things he's done with his money. Although, given how drastically outnumbered his good financial decisions are, this barely puts a dent on his overall record. Now, while there were a few signs that Austin was slowly getting less stupid with his behavior, there were also a few signs pointing in the other direction.
That's pretty good. Ow, 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 ow. I just got glass in my foot. I'm not kidding. Is it bad? Not bad. Not bad. Thank God. Oh, that could have been bad.
This might be the natural consequence of letting a trash volcano pile up right next to your desk and never cleaning your bedroom despite your parents repeatedly hassling you about it. Or maybe that's the natural consequence of having rat parents who don't care enough to clean your room for you. I'm joking, by the way. His parents are not rats. They're very nice people. After staying away from Keno for weeks by my count, he returns to mixed results and decides to end that day's stream on a sour note. By the way, while I can't actually show him doing this due to it involving paraphernalia, the reason why Austin's hands and nails are so consistently filthy and the reason why his voice is getting increasingly hoarse over time is because he smokes resin. With how much money he gets from steak, it's almost hard to believe he hasn't at least put together a special ZA reserve, since it's pretty much the only thing he spends money on besides gambling. A while later, he tried his hand at mines again, but before he could even get started on another coaster, the Bogendorfs dumped it.
Oh my god, I lost it all.
When he came back a day later, he reached Platinum 6 status, and I'm assuming he got paid by stake, kick, or some combination of the two, since he logged in with over 20 grand in his wallet, which I highly doubt came from wins. In his unmatched generosity, he gave all his mods $20 and promptly started looking for a new mic. The door remained uninstalled, keep in mind, and there were still holes in his drywall, but instead of paying to fix those up, he got a new mic, new chair, new curved monitor, $400 Kanye shoes, a GPU, and more gold coins and silver. I like how when he runs out of low common denominator novelty purchases and replacements for the things he broke, his spending creatively defaults to that of a prospector from the 18th century, and he starts buying up precious metals. I mean, they're definitely a decent investment, in fairness, but it's just, it's funny that that's where his brain goes. Now, immediately after dropping a little over 5 G's on all of these items, he deposited the rest of his paycheck straight into stake and turned it into a, drum roll please, nice round zero. Like a business mogul, a real Warren Buffett type. Before that zero could fully sting, he got some good news. Kick emailed him saying they were considering him for their partner program, which meant he could now get paid on an hourly basis for streaming. Now, there are a few issues with this. For the hourly rate to work, he probably wasn't going to be able to do his usual scheme of crashing out and immediately ending his streams. Additionally, they have some standards for what they call content hygiene, which probably includes him not constantly playing copyrighted music, blowing holes in his wall, going DEFCON 3 on rats and their moms, visibly doing illegal substances on camera, etc. Before this could go anywhere, Austin faced some technical issues as his decrepit iPhone SE, which was his only way to access his bank and had all of his authenticators on it, completely died. While this may initially sound like a problem not of his own making, his parents had already given him a new, undamaged $1,500 iPhone, and he just constantly neglected to transfer his stuff from his old one to the new one. Additionally, the only reason his phone is this beaten up is that he kept throwing it at his walls during his fits of rage. While trying to quote-unquote fix it, he kept jabbing and poking at it until it somehow got even worse. Regardless, it seems that all of these things in tandem were pushing him toward making his streams a little more stable. And to celebrate, he once again loosened up his no Keno policy, and this time around, it started hitting.
Yes, 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 yes! Come on, get me back up there, come on. Yeah!
come on. Oh, so close. Oh, there we go. Now do 100, come on. Yes, oh my God. Oh, yes, dude, yes, dude, yes, dude, yes, dude.
This is Austin at peak New Deal euphoria, as you can even notice that he's actually trying to keep it down as he jumps around to not wake up his parents, which is about as close to a documented miracle as we're going to get in this video. This euphoria was short-lived though, as he hopped on mines and was visited by the Reaper, turning his $4 grand into nothing in record time. After stacking enough losses, Austin made the wise decision of continuing his descent into the Gamba abyss off stream. Otherwise, whenever he hit rock bottom, he'd rage, scream, and have to scramble to cut the stream off before anyone could clip it. However, this time it didn't go as expected, as he suddenly erupted from the stream starting soon screen, announcing what had just happened.
Guys, are you there? Everybody confirm you're here. Type a 7 in the goddamn chat. Look at my balance, guys. Ready? Oh my God. Look at this. Oh my God. Oh yeah. Woo! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Oh my God, I just made 20 racks on Keno, bro.
Of course, it was on Keno. It's like Austin and that game were made for each other. He was simply built to lose money playing that game. And you know he didn't withdraw that motherlode, of course. He immediately started feeding it into his worst addiction, mines. Every time I see him back on this cursed game, my heart sinks. 4 minutes later, he turned his 20K into 1,000 and then turned that 1,000 into 0. As he runs out of money and is still a long way from getting more money from stake, he turns to his audience for juicers, but doesn't get any. In his desperate pursuit for juice, he makes one last Hail Mary effort.
Let's see if my mom will give me a juicer. My mom might give me a juicer.
About a minute later, he strolls back into his bedroom, defeated and complaining about his dad as a douchebag for intervening and preventing his mom from juicing him. His dad just didn't know he was about to get on a heater. How could he possibly understand? Eventually, he accepted his defeat and hopped off stream, and apparently proceeded to hibernate for the entire day of March 2nd, finally catching up on the week's worth of sleep deprivation he'd put himself through while on Derek's special supply. When he came back, he had just $250 to his name, but he wasn't going to let it get to him, as he immediately got on Keno and turned it to a little over $1 grand before he decimated it by raising his bet amount to $120 and losing several bets in a row. It's worth noting that this entire stream lasted a total of 3 minutes before he ended it, probably because he felt himself approaching a classic Keno rage and had to bow out before it could possess him. After the stream ended, he notified his Discord members that gambling streams were going to be particularly tough for the next few days due to issues with his bank causing him to not be able to collect his kick money for almost a week. But this isn't exactly bad news, because Austin not gambling on stream means Austin does other random stuff on stream that's almost as, if not equally entertaining.
Got this new $600 fishing rod and reel. Oh, shit. Oh, it's a big one. Oh, shit. It's a big one, Jerry. Oh my God, reel it in. Holy crap. Damn, I got a big one.
The fact he's only wearing one sock during this clip really adds to it. However, this PAX boss mana was extremely brief, as he managed to scrape together some loans and get back on stake, although his patience was wearing quite thin. He ran out of money quick and started complaining in his chat, saying that he was already owing half of his kick paycheck, which by my understanding was going to be about $14,000. So here, he's saying he was $7,000 in debt. In other news, his GPU and new monitor arrived, but he did such little research on the things that he bought that first, he thought he bought the wrong GPU because it didn't fit his computer, and that's because the GPU came with a protective sleeve on its connecting part that he didn't even realize was there. Then, when he showed a picture of his new GPU properly plugged in, he only plugged in 2 out of its 8-pin power cables. Lastly, he explained that he bought the new monitor so that he'd get less lag on Plinko, as his old monitor only had a 60 Hz refresh rate. As a result, when he plugged in the new one, he was astounded at how much better it looked. The thing is, he hadn't changed his configurations, and the new one was still at 60 Hz. Also, I shouldn't have to say this, but of all the things that could cause Plinko to lag, from his RAM to his internet connection, his monitor's refresh rate has possibly the least to do with it, as all it being lower would mean is that the Plinko balls would look more choppy, but they wouldn't lag. After what seemed to be like months of a terrible squirt drought, Austin was beginning to have some luck with Keno, when he was met with a Lovecraftian, otherworldly, Christopher Nolan-esque heater.
Oh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! No way! No way! No way! No way! Oh my gosh! Mom! Mom! I cannot believe that this happened, dude. Oh my God, dude. $15,000. You guys have no idea how much I needed this. Do you guys want to hear the truth? I lost my entire kick check. I just didn't want to tell you guys.
With his newfound riches, he did some giveaways. You know, his kind of giveaways where it's not actually a giveaway, but some kind of fake money you can only spend on steak. In the middle of it, it turned out that one of the people that consistently managed to weasel their way into winning the giveaway was a sock account, prompting this reaction from the boss man.
There he is. Oh my god. Bro! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! The giveaway's canceled! I need a minute. Oh my god!
I don't know why he switches the camera off and then screams afterwards like that's the same as if he muted his mic. I'm assuming this unusual freakout is a direct consequence of his Derek-related habits. But just as rumors about Austin's declining mental well-being were beginning to fester, he came back to stream to prove that he was well within his right mind and totally capable of self-control.
Alright, one and done, Keno. I mean it. Watch how much self-control I have. Watch. Psych, I'm going right back and do another one.
This moment was followed by Austin losing 20 Keno bets in a row and ending with a literal quarter in his balance. But I should say, that quarter in his balance was just what was left of what he'd deposited for gambling, as his winnings from the 500x Keno squirt were still at large. He bought yet another gold coin for 1,200 bucks, and once again, stepped on broken shards of kitchenware because he doesn't clean his bedroom. You're gonna have to trust me on that last one though, because I can't show the clip due to him holding his gigantic bong while he does it. Being temporarily satisfied with how his gamba sesh was going, he took a quick break for Monkey, and surprisingly, this time, no one did anything insane during it. This was the first time in a long time where almost a full stream went by without anything too extreme happening. That is, until Austin made the mistake of getting on a Discord call with a Scottish guy, sounding like he was one of his community members.
I'm actually in the middle of moving house just now, but what I'll do, I've not cleaned the floor, I was going to pick up the floor, but if you're not happy with that, I'll eat my cat shit instead, and I'll bring the litter tray in here and...
Nah, you will not. You aren't gonna do it.
Yeah.
Alright, cat shit works. What do you guys think? This cat...
on the player. But if that won't be, I'll go get my cat litter just now.
Let's see what the rabbit shit looks like.
The context here is, instead of the usual fake giveaways, Austin was trying to get people to do unusual things for $300 juicers. And this guy voluntarily proposed eating either his cat or his rabbit's fecal matter for it. And he did it. When he was done watching this peasant self-flagellate for his entertainment, like a royal jester for the king, he went back to gambling and once again quickly found success.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Oh my god, let's go! Come on!
As steak fattened him up even more, he decided to make one last trip to Monkey, and this time, it went the way you'd expect it.
What was that, dude? Oh my god! Alright, we're done.
While his stream was relatively uneventful due to the peace and success during this period, forum users began digging into the archives to find old, otherwise forgotten bossman gems, such as when he gave out some lore on how he chipped his tooth.
Dude, I got jumped in an alley. I was shooting dice, won $1,000 and tried to get the money, and the dude just socked me right in my face, dude. 3 times. As soon as the third hit me, the tooth chip. Lost my $1,000 and everything, dude. They robbed me blind.
There's also him exchanging some beautiful, sweet nothings with his ex-girlfriend on stream.
You're a whore!
These are almost a blast from the past to see. I'm honestly missing when he went buck wild on his room with no regard for the consequences. The less good part about his older clips is how willing he was to really lay into his parents with no consideration whatsoever.
Mom hooked me up with a little cash today, and she said, "Get your shit together, Austin. Get you some dabs." I have been struggling with drug addiction for years, and I'm trying to really quit. I'm really trying to quit. So that's why I'm getting dabs today. Call it a drug you want, whatever. I'm totally okay with smoking weed, so weed is weed, you know.
Watching a man who lives in a nice house, rent-free, complain that his mom didn't give him drug money, while at the same time saying that those drugs are what would help him stop doing drugs, is the kind of thing you really get from no other person under the sun. In a better moment from memory lane, Austin can be seen getting his mom to play RuneScape right alongside him, in a rare moment of mother and son bonding.
Come on, Mom! Come on, Mom!
Headshot! Headshot!
Headshot!
Headshot!
Headshot him!
Whoa! Headshot!
Come on!
And in another candid moment, he informs her of his tummy ache.
Mom! Come here! What do I gotta say? You gotta tell your... Mom, this food is making my tummy hurt. Mom, this food is making my tummy hurt.
Why?
Tummy wummy hurty wordy.
Why?
It hurts.
Why?
It hurts, Mom.
Why?
It hurts.
Why?
You really don't know that you're in the good times until they're over. Going back to where we stopped in mid-March, Austin had a sudden onset case of self-awareness, and diagnoses himself on stream after spending 2 minutes reading the DSM's website.
Guys, you know what I think I have? I'm not kidding. It's borderline personality disorder. I know that sounds crazy. But I'm like reading up on it and shit. A lot of the shit, like it's like right there. I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm gonna read on it real quick. It's not that bad. It's not as bad as like multiple personalities or something. Which if you have that, I'm not making fun of you or anything. We're talking about you.
It's just tragic and convenient that he completely downplays this moment of introspection, saying that having borderline personality disorder isn't that bad. Funnily enough, it's moments after his self-diagnosis that he hops on Keno and does this.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Bro! Oh my... Dude, oh my god, dude, I'm gonna...
He then abruptly ends the stream, fires up another one, gets on roulette, runs it up to over 5 grand, and then does it again.
No, dude, oh my god. No, dude, stop, dude. You did it to me every day.
Realizing he's about as stacked up on crack and sleep deprivation as one can possibly be before suffering from a stroke, he calls it a day. The next day, before he re-enters the personal torture room known as Steak, someone sends him the Bossman merch, which he's really entertained by.
Dude, it's spelled nice wrong. Dude, you gotta spell the word nice right. You can't misspell it on the mug, dude.
But unfortunately, his smile and optimism were gone by the time he started gambling again, as he quickly found himself on the wrong end of a Keno coaster. You know, it used to be the case that Austin promised to quit, ended a stream, then took about 20 minutes to rest, and then came back to do it again. But we've evolved to the point where he is calling them scammers and saying he's gonna quit as he literally racks up some more bets on roulette. You can't get more efficient with your time than that. When he does get off stream, he takes to Discord to make a very important announcement. Joe Biden sniffs children's hair. If you support Biden, literally, quite literally, I think you are dumb. And you can also carry your dumb face right out of this Discord. After cleaning house in his community, he goes back to streaming, but he's evidently still in the mood for some blood sports, as he proceeds to relentlessly attack someone named Big Chungy.
Hey guys, Miss Chungy's here. I'm gonna need like 5 minutes. It doesn't take me very long. I'm like average size. I just 3-4 minutes, I'm done. That's Drain Gang, you know? Miss Chungus! Miss Chungus! Oh, I can't wait. Oh. Holy shit, that was like 20 seconds, dude. I'm already done. God damn, that was amazing. That post-nut clarity is just amazing, isn't it? I feel like a new man. Big Chungy, do you not have anything to say, sir? Nothing? It's okay, bro. Just speak your piece, dog. If you're not a rat, just say so. You and I always have my back. That night you lent me $200, you were talking me all over the place. I got screenshots of all of it. On my life, I'll show you my what is your transaction history? Show me where you bought that black dildo for your boyfriend.
When he was done violating Miss Chungus, he got off stream to relax after a long day's work. A day later, he came back after getting a massive 2 grand juicer from someone named Fat Hacker, and he then doubled it on Keno and then went to roulette, where he turned it into 11 and then $24,000. All of this took place in just a few minutes, and the coaster was so sudden and violent that it reset Austin to factory settings and immediately sent him to his chat, begging Fat Hacker for another grand, while Fat Hacker was in the chat, actively complaining about how Austin completely wasted his juicer. Austin, and simultaneously his community, had such an inability to comprehend why someone would be mad that you wasted their donation within minutes of getting it, that they tricked themselves into thinking that Fat Hacker was either Eddie or some Steak employee, operating under a secret account to try and sabotage his stream. In the same hostile vibe, Austin starts engaging with another gambling streamer who he accused of gambling with fake money, resulting in a call between them on Bossman's stream, which of course was very mature and very civilized.
Now listen, what does it feel like to be part of the circus using fake money?
I don't know. What it now?
I'm skiing! I'm skiing everywhere! Let me ask you one more time. What does it feel like to be part of the circus using fake money?
I wouldn't know.
Oh, you wouldn't? Really? Are you sure? Let me show you how I your mom. Oh, Mr. Suo. Whoa! Oh my God, Ben. Oh my God. Oh, Mr. Suo. Oh my God.
Eventually, after some thorough discussion about how this other guy had a hard time seeing due to his boyfriend having something left in his eyes from that morning, Austin claims he'll take all of his viewers by the end of 2024. And in response, the guy said,
Because you threatened to
yourself every month when you lose all your money, and then you beg your viewers for money, then you lose their money.
You did not just stoop that low. You did not. Oh, Mrs. Smith, keep jerking on me. Oh my God, jerk on me. Jerk on me. And that bothers you. Why? What if I have mental problems? Is that good to make fun of me? Really? That makes you better than me. That makes you better than me.
This dude then quits the call in frustration, at which point Bossman is possessed by his ancestors' spirits and delivers a war cry that would instill fear in the heart of the most ruthless barbarian. Once he's calmed down a bit, he confides in his chat, trying to figure out whether they're supportive of him or not, and accidentally lets something slip.
Type of one if you think I'm more entertaining than that. Oh,
by the way, what preceded his extremely hostile interaction was a prolonged crying session after he lost everything on Keno. So you can imagine how powerful his emotions were at that moment. To make matters worse, the rats matched his energy, and one of them said, "At BossmanJack, I splooged on a picture of you." And this was how he reacted.
Okay, nice. That's very nice to hear. Thank you, I guess. I mean, is that a compliment?
It seems all of this extraordinary engagement actually got the boss man to take a quick break from gambling to talk to his viewers. And once again, the topic of his time in jail came up, which he used to segue into a larger conversation about what being addicted to drugs can lead you to do. Interestingly enough, he exclusively focuses on his usage of alcohol, spice, and Xanax, but he doesn't mention any of his other addictions. I think the reason he's doing this is because he's only capable of maintaining his cognitive dissonance if he neglects to acknowledge that his addictions are still ongoing. It seems that at this point, the boss man has worked himself into a kind of singularity or event horizon with his gambling sessions. Between the money he gets from stake, kick, and his relatively high-numbered follower count, he can never truly run out of money, taking the gravitas off of his massive losses. For example, just a couple of days later, he dusted $5 grand in 2 minutes like it was nothing. And although his rages were pretty vicious, the payoff is definitely blunted by, ironically, the lack of stakes. He knows he'll get more money. But obviously, that doesn't really make any of his streams any less absurd. After this $5,000 loss, he took to his chat to complain, but surprisingly, Fat Hacker made a comeback and offered him $5,000. With that money, Bossman managed to hit a 63x on a $6 bet and get up to $400 on his balance, at which point Fat Hacker started dishing out the juicers in an unforeseen volume. That night alone, Fat Hacker sent him over $12,000, which really raised the bar for the other chronic Bossman juicers. In one increasingly hard to believe sequence of events, after having spent the entire night complaining about how steak is a scam for continuously eating up his juice stack and giving him nothing in return, he gets contacted by a steak representative. You'd imagine this to be some kind of disciplinary punishment so he stops saying that kind of thing, but no, instead the steak rep proceeded to inform Austin that he was getting a pay raise where he'd get over $1,000 a day, adding up to $8 grand every week. Now, this may confuse you for a moment given how much Austin publicly insults them, but in reality, Austin is actually a very safe bet for stake, because no matter how much money they give him, they know that he won't keep any of it and he'll gamble it all right back to them. It's very funny to think about it this way, but looking at it from the other perspective, Austin was mostly a riskless investment, as there are 3 certain things in life: death, taxes, and that Austin will fire up a new gambling stream as soon as he gets his hand on some juice. To celebrate, he demonstrates how careful he is with the setup and his newly bought belongings.
Every time I raise. There we go. There we go. Drop my break. Okay, guys. That was my freaking mic, dude. I got the MV7 Sure. Pretty nice. Pretty good.
Soon after, the boss's newfound juice fountain comes into play, and then an instant later, it gets black holed by Austin and roulette, resulting in another hate crime on his chair. Fortunately, he did calm down before he ended the stream, got a dining chair from the downstairs to sit in, got $60 from one of his juicers, rinsed and repeated. One day later, when he got another $1,000 worth of juice and destroyed it in 1 second, his house was suddenly hit by an earthquake. Once again, Fat Hacker manifested out of thin air as soon as the boss started crashing out and promised a new bundle of juice, only to follow up his promise with, "Just kidding, boss man, you aren't getting anything. Also, I banged your mom. Psych bro, sending now, lol. Psych again, screw you, Fat Man Jack." Once he realized that Fat Hacker wasn't gonna come through, he cut the stream off and went onto Discord. I might do it, guys. I might do it. Take care, everyone. I'm serious. I'm miserable. see you. Before anyone could even be fooled for a second that this time he was saying the truth, he fired up another stream with some pocket change worth of juice, only to lose it again, and doing his best to not put another hole in his wall, he starts hitting himself, which I can't show on screen. Despite his career technically being on the up and up as a gambling streamer, we're seeing the resurgence of the extremely belligerent, fighting with his family boss man of old, as even a win won't improve his mood, and he will start arguing with his dad for seemingly no reason.
Yeah, dude. All right, bro. Yo, dude. You're not gonna fuck. Yo, get in the. Dude, stop bitching, dude. I just told you I'll be quiet. My mom I love to death. My dad's a dickhead.
Around the same time, he had $500 in his vault that he was meant to keep because he had some debt he actually had to pay, as opposed to the usual baseless promises he made to his audience members, which makes me think it was Derek-related debt. Despite acknowledging that he couldn't go below $500 no matter what, he did so without even noticing in one of his gambling benders, and soon after that, the stream closed out for the day, probably so that he could get one of his followers or his mom to make the payment for him. A couple of days later, during another one of his regularly scheduled crash outs at Evil Eddie and Steak, he goes particularly nuts on his chat, and soon after takes it to Discord to make a disturbing reveal. He actually self-excluded for 2 days. This is a major happening since self-exclusion can be extremely hard to bypass, as previously mentioned, although I'm sure Austin will try to find a way around it. When he relayed this to his Discord, he'd already regretted self-excluding and wanted to go on another binge, which prompted him to say that his hostess self-excluded him, which just goes to show the lengths he's willing to go to not take responsibility for something and lie to himself when he doesn't want to acknowledge how bad his gambling addiction is. He can't even say he stopped gambling due to momentarily realizing gambling is bad. That's how hooked he is. Lastly, for reasons I can't comprehend since it's extremely embarrassing, he decides to share chat logs he had with, I'm assuming, a Steak representative, where he said, "You know what else is really strange? Every time I get my weekly pay, if that's what you want to call it, I lose 3 times as bad on originals. Weird coincidence. Every time. Oh well, I'll keep giving you guys thousands while I sit here miserably broke 24/7. It's fine. It's not right. Can you tell me why I see other streamers winning all the time and I'm the lol cow? The guy who always loses. The guy who's always been laughed at. I always make myself look like a huge clown, daily losing on Steak. Wild. I don't know if I can do this much longer. I hate my life." It's like only an insurmountable barrage of negative emotion can get Austin to be honest with himself for a second. And even then, he tries to suggest that it's some kind of conspiracy against him or that it's Steak's fault that he loses it all every time. Given Steak is a gambling company, but ultimately it's his responsibility as an individual to control his own actions, not Eddie or whoever's duty to intervene. Even if they did, it's not like that would work out anyway because he'd just get on BC Game or whatever other gambling sites are willing to take him on. Unfortunately, this kind of self-exclusion he did only successfully excluded his account, meaning he could just finesse his way into another account, and as long as it wasn't immediately publicly tied to him, he could continue to gamble away. For the 2 days his account's self-exclusion lasted, he stayed out of Kick, deciding to only stream to his followers, which he was doing on his Discord server, and like all of his Discord streams, they had some special treats for all of his closest community members.
Oh my god, what is that? You already know what that is. That's a big hole in the wall. Yeah. Thank you, champion. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Look, guys, look. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Oh my god, look at that. Oh.
During all this time, it's not that Austin stopped busting down his bedroom, it's just that he's been quick and smart enough to end the stream before he does it. And when he does, he makes sure that it's in places that his webcam won't pick up in its normal angle. Granted, there's 1 or 2 visible holes still, but the one he showed in this clip is visibly not just a hole, it's like a crater that stretches all the way down to the floor. On the 24th of March, he came back, but evidently, his 2-day exclusion did nothing to change his behavior. By the looks of it, it actually got worse, as after admitting he was down over $100,000 on Steak, this happened.
Oh my god.
By the way, it may look like that door is installed, but no, it's just leaned precariously against the door frame in a way that makes it look like it is, but weeks after getting it, he's still doorless. I'm thinking that he's actually hesitant about installing it as he knows he's gonna Swiss cheese it. After this massive meltdown, he announces another stream, but notifies his viewers that he'll have to use an on-screen keyboard due to having smashed his previous one. Ultimately, this stream didn't even happen, most likely because he did what he usually does and gambled before he even fired the stream up and lost it all before he even started. He only returned later that day and did a 1-minute long stream where he felted himself instantly on mines. Now, the thing about playing mines is that after you get a couple of diamonds or emeralds or whatever these things are, the play button turns into a cash out button. And the entire game is set up in a way where the only way you can get anywhere is if you repeatedly cash out small to medium winnings, as the chance of a huge payout is essentially 0. However, the boss man is unmoved by small winnings, which leads to him being mercilessly violated by mines every single time. Other games, like Keno or Roulette, have you voluntarily limit your exposure to a loss before you play. But Mines is brilliantly structured so that you have to decide mid-game, leading to more stupid decisions being made and more losses occurring. This isn't to say this changes anything though, as inevitably, Austin will end up with a 0 sooner or later, but at least in other games he can get some interesting roller coasters. Meanwhile, with Mines, it's over before it can even begin. By the 25th, literally 1 day since his exclusion expired, he had already sent himself barreling into the abyss of poverty. In an effort to cope with it, he shared an inspirational quote with his Discord. "If my friend has $4 and I have 40, I'm buying. If my friend has no gas and I do, I'm driving. If my friend has nothing to drink and I do, I'm pouring. If my friend has no food and I have a McChicken, we're McSplitting it." Some of y'all are so greedy, it's sickening. We lift each other up over here. How impactful coming from the guy who actually makes over $1,000 a day and only ever gives any of it to his audience through stake codes where they're gonna lose even more money. Somehow, in between streams, he seemingly broke his brand new expensive microphone and became reliant on his scuffed, panned to the left webcam mic, which made his crash outs a lot more funny, honestly.
Why? Why? I lost everything. I have nothing. See you guys.
If his microphone wasn't enough, he also couldn't control himself, and after having destroyed his own chair, he also destroyed the dining room chair he lifted from his parents.
Oh my god. Bro! I've lost... Oh my...
His realization of what he had just done didn't stop him from getting yet another dining room chair and starting another stream where he lost it all again and came dangerously close to destroying his setup a third time in the same session. Fortunately, he didn't, and his setup lived to see another day. On the 28th of March, after all this time, a new and unscathed door would finally be installed, although it wasn't installed by him because he was too busy gambling to do it himself. Instead, his dad installed it. Now, I'm kind of using the word installing loosely here because he didn't actually screw the door on its hinges, and instead he used a nail gun to stick it to the door frame. Unsurprisingly, since that nail probably blasted right through the frame and into the empty drywall, the door didn't stay there for long and came off its hinges. Despite that, it seems that the mere sight of a door within its door frame was enough to bring back some old school boss man, as a measly $300 slot win was enough to send him into hysterics.
Dude! Oh my god, dude! I just won $300! I just won $300! I swear to God! I just won $300! Oh my gosh! I just won $300 on a base spin! Oh my goodness!
At this point, he had either brought his old mic out of retirement or his new mic had started working again, but whatever it is, he continued to drop his microphone.
Keep on hitting like you never hit before. Oh, shit ball!
It's not entirely his fault though, seeing how often earthquakes hit his house.
It's gone. Oh.
Poor guy. His house must sit directly on some kind of fault line, some kind of plate tectonic crack or something. That must also be the explanation for the gigantic crack we saw in his drywall next to his desk earlier. Now, as Austin stooped lower and lower for the sake of a few extra morsels of juice, he eventually agreed to a deal with a new crypto company and now had a bot in his chat actively promoting it. This is hardly surprising given that he's always been kind of reckless when it comes to doing whatever he needs to for money, but it is a tiny bit disheartening to see him get in bed with yet another strange business, going as far as having his mods ban anyone who criticized him for this or brought up concerns regarding the meme coin. But just as hope was beginning to dwindle, the glimmer of humanity in Austin's streams was rekindled when once again his dad began attempting to put his door in. Despite the boss father's best efforts, it failed once again. It's as if his bedroom is such a vortex of destruction on the fabric of reality that attempting to fix it is naturally bound to fail. Soon after, the boss man felts himself, and the month of March 2024 ends on a very sour note. His descent into the depths of the Gamba rot approached completion, and he once again returned to his completely scuffed webcam mic for whatever reason. He manages to make it up to $3 grand after completely burning through his kick check, but he can't help himself and once again bankrupts his vault. I should say that it's around this period that we see a rapid increase of instances of Austin hitting himself, which honestly is worse than him hitting stuff around his bedroom. However, despite this new addition to his crash out arsenal, it doesn't mean that the violence directed at his surroundings has decreased. Fortunately, the people responsible for doing quality control of his streams noticed that this increase in behavior could classify as self-harm, and they quickly gave him a week-long ban as a form of disciplinary action. It's kind of too little too late when they've all but actively promoted his destructive behavior up until this point, but still, better late than never. Realistically, not even the majority of his trolls want to see him actually hurt himself. I wish I could say this is a good thing for him, as not being able to stream will curb his more extreme tendencies, but the thing is, he got banned from Kick, not from Stake. So he will keep gambling and just stream to his audience on Discord like every other time this has happened. That is, if he even decides to stream at all, because he can always just choose to languish in obscurity, gambling away in the void for no one to see. Initially, that seemed to be the path he chose, as he resorted to updating his Discord server exclusively through text messages. While the prospect of this being anything good was extremely unlikely, on the first day after his ban was issued, Austin informed his followers that he had been juiced nearly $300 directly by his Stake hostess. He then lost it all and got down to just $1. But the story doesn't end there. He got on Keno and grinded up to a couple $1,000s, at which point he started doing $200 bets, and just as he was approaching yet another unforgiving felt, he hit a 63x, sending his balance into over 14 grand. Right as he started promising his followers giveaways and talking about what he would do with the money, a few users of the Rat server to where his messages were forwarded started saying things like, "It will be gone in like 10 minutes. Easy come, easy go. He'll lose that in under 10 minutes. There will be no giveaways. He might lose it all before he's even live." Said and done. Precisely 4 minutes and 31 seconds, in fact, before he started streaming, Austin returned to his server, saying, "It's gone. I just lost it all. I'm not kidding. See you all later, man. Sorry to get you all excited. I'm not joking. I just lost 15 grand. It doesn't matter. $31 rake back that I can't collect yet. That's all I got. I hate my life. I thought I was gonna hit 20K. Not only do they suspend me for a week, they take every dollar I put in there, climbed up to you name it. I'm down 6,000 today, raw from my kick check. This is a joke. Oh well. I can't stress how unfortunate it is that this massive Keno coaster was not caught on camera at all, as the aftermath was as long-winded and as dramatic as ever. Although I'll save you from the hundreds of messages he sent saying that he was gonna really do it this time. Eventually, he comes to his senses a bit more and starts doing the math on just how much he had lost that month. After some laborious math, he claimed he had lost 40,000 that month alone and was overall $140,000 down. Although I'm kind of dubious as to what exactly down means. When someone tried telling him to start putting a third of his checks into a savings account, he purposely misinterpreted the message and responded as if the user was telling him to do that right then and there, saying, "Yeah, it's gone. What money do I put in there? I said that this month I would do that, and look at me now. They take everything. They got me so hooked it's not even funny. I just lost my entire kick check I worked all month for. Now I'm banned from my job for a week. Perfect time to give up. It really is." If his quote-unquote job was being a gambling streamer, him being banned means he could, you know, just not gamble while he wasn't able to stream. I know he was being sarcastic when he said it was the perfect time to give up, but I wish he wasn't. If there was ever... He took his own advice for a very brief period, during which he gave his audience yet another tour through the Boss Mansion. Now, this period lasted less than a day, because on the 3rd of April, he was back like he never left, getting destroyed on mines, although he seems to be controlling himself much better than usual. I think that getting banned from Kick smartened him up pretty fast in that regard, although it didn't really smarten him up in other areas, as he still maintained some of his stupidest and most destructive habits, such as gambling off stream, where he'd run it up to insane heights like 15 grand, and then getting on stream only to run it all the way down. It's like his motivation to actually provide content for his audience was totally gone, as he made no effort to connect his microphone, continued to use his webcam as audio capture, and didn't even bother to get facecam on. After losing it all for the umpteenth time, he deleted all of the channels in his Discord server and only allowed himself to send text messages, leading all of his followers to use emoji reactions to communicate, resulting in this aberration of an image. Now, after the 4th of April became lost media due to a severe bossman depression, April 5th held some better things, as he managed to bring himself to at least turn on his facecam. And finally, after days of this drought, we got some real content.
Oh my god! Yeah! Oh my god!
$4,000. No, I just lost it. Oh my God. Bro. Oh my God.
I really miss the days of penny bets when Gamba sessions went on for a long time before he zeroed out. Now, he has this terrible habit of raising his bets as he loses more and more money, speedrunning the sesh and draining it out of potential for a dramatic rise and fall. After this loss, back to the drought we went, as he was very inactive for the following days. When his Kick account was finally released from the ban, his impulses got the best of him, and he hit himself again after a loss on mines, although he immediately realizes what he'd just done and tries to kind of excuse it to prevent another ban. As Austin found himself quickly headed towards self-destruction via mines, the rats got to talking in his chat like usual, only to get the boss man smite.
Bro is not smart. He needs to cut his losses. He needs to cut his losses really quickly. Shut the fuck.
While his searing rage for the rats was allowed, Kick's moderation wasn't so keen when he began directing it toward other streamers, namely a guy named Nick White.
What is your sub count? What is your sub count? Hello? How many subs do you have? Shut the
For whatever reason, Austin found himself raging at this guy to the point where he called him a slur for gay people. Surprisingly, this was enough to take the mods off and ban him, this time for an entire month. While he had previously faced a week-long suspension with no real issue, 1 month was a very long time for him to stay away from his stream, which prompted him to write them a very heartfelt email. I'm honestly at a loss of words. I first got suspended for, quote, doxing someone that was close to my community for scamming me, which I understand, doxing is not acceptable. I got a week for that. Then I lost $4,000 in just a matter of seconds and hit myself on the head and got suspended for self-harm. Now I stand up for myself after multiple accounts this Nick guy had sent to my stream and called him one word and I get an entire month suspension? That doesn't sound justified at all. Are you serious? I feel like I'm being targeted. Why in the world should this ban be an entire month for someone who is literally harassing me and hate watching me via his stream? I feel like you guys don't have my back at all, and that sucks because I've put in a year's worth of streams on your platform. I've done a lot of advertising, and I bring a lot of traffic to Kick. I doubt you guys will even consider lifting this or unbanning me. I just want to ask you one thing. Do you really think this is justified? I just lost my job for a month, my $8,000 a week from stake, my 2,000 subs, because I stood up for myself and called another streamer that's harassing me a hate word. From what my community says, Aiden Ross has said this word and many other streamers have too and never got banned for it. I want to know why they didn't get banned and I did. Have a fantastic night. I am extremely depressed right now and am actually extremely devastated from this. I can promise you and assure you that if you would reconsider the suspension or maybe lift it early, that I will never say another hate term or use hate speech again. I mean, let's be fair. Have I ever done a violation that you guys suspended me for more than once? No, because I learned my lesson, just like I will and have this time. Now, before I start really tearing into this, I do want to give Austin credit for saying one correct thing. He is being targeted, and the reason why is because he's expendable. The other streamers like Aiden Ross that he's referring to get away with that kind of thing because they are reliable and have a better relationship with Kick. They're more stable streamers all around, and frankly, they are much more famous than him. Austin has proven himself to be impulsive and unreliable, and that definitely sways the opinion of whoever is in charge of managing the state of his account. With that being said, it's really bad how noticeable it is that Austin learned how to negotiate by arguing with his parents. He immediately pivots to making himself the victim of injustice and claiming to be depressed. I mean, him saying, "I feel like you guys do not have my back," is probably something he said to his parents word for word, and because it works on his parents, he thinks it'll work on everyone. Lastly, it's downright hilarious how he closes the email, saying that he always learns his lessons and never repeats violations when he hit himself literally the first day he was unbanned for hitting himself. And that's without mentioning the fact that he spent years now doing the same exact thing, gambling himself down to $0, seemingly without ever learning that his financial strategy, and that's using that word very loosely, simply yields no results. The mod team replied, ignoring basically everything he said, and simply reiterating that they don't tolerate that kind of language and that his ban would stay in place. This sent him into a frenzy as he replied to them announcing he'd make a YouTube video about his ban, clearly with the intent of intimidating them into giving him what he wanted. As he spoke about his plans on Discord, one user who was clearly a troll by the name of Lakeward Richardson said, "Bossman, my friend is a lawyer. You should message me about suing Stake for defamation. He worked with another streamer, Richard Jordan." You'll immediately recognize what this is if you watched my Wings of Redemption video, though, but Liquid Richard and Richard Jordan are both names that refer to Wings, another lolcow. And in case you're confused at all, no, Wings of Redemption, Richard Jordan, Liquid Richard, whatever you want to call him, did not successfully sue anyone for defamation. Now, of course, Austin has no idea about these details, and he, thinking that this was a legitimate message, says he does intend to sue Kick, asking Liquard Richardson to write him. He once again starts bugging the Kick mod team, but unsurprisingly, he doesn't get what he wants. Retreating in defeat and realizing he didn't have it in him at all to stay away from gamble streaming for a whole month, he decided he'd rather take the L on the stake exclusivity deal rather than spend 30 days working around it. And so he started streaming on Twitch playing BC Game. Despite this platform switch, things were the same as usual, and in one of his streams, he steps directly on his $600 inhaling device and breaks it.
A max win. Oh, that's a bad start. Oh, I just dropped my bong. Oh my God. Dude, I just broke my bowl. Oh my God. I'm not even kidding, guys. Oh, that looks good. Yeah, I know. My door's not attached. I know, I get it.
It seems that losing his deals with Kick and Stake made him turn up the dejected druggy dial, as his bedroom grew increasingly filthy and disorganized, and his mind even more so. On the 12th of April, he was noticeably paranoid on his Discord server. Man, I am seriously praying for everybody in this community, my family, and all my loved ones. This could really be the start of World War III. I have this weird feeling something insane is gonna happen. I'm serious, guys. Where are we linking up if this hits the fan, gang? Where are we heading? Who's got the most straps at their crib? Remember when he talked about being strung out on RuneScape and thinking he was the second coming of Jesus? Yeah, I'm thinking that boss man is back, and his streams really reflect it. I mean, in one instance, he's in such a drug-induced haze that he accidentally mods a rat in his chat, leading to this Mickey Mouse reaction.
Oh my God! Guess what I just did? I modded him! Oh my God! Not banned him, I modded him!
During his exile from Kick, he managed to put together some kind of scuffed arrangement where he could get up to 4 reloads on BC Game to stream for 4 hours, while constantly trying to act like he was better off with this than he was with his previous setup, despite it only paying him a fraction of what he used to get. This unstable foundation was clearly getting to him, as he often lashed out at his community members. He used to be capable of streaming for a while without actually gambling, just talking to his audience members for a bit, going on Monkey, playing other games, but now he'd gotten to the point where it was nearly impossible to have a regular interaction with him. During a 50-minute segment of a Discord call he had with his server, he can be heard repeatedly misconstruing things people said as if they were slights against him, where he would then ban those people, and then when everyone else stopped talking as a consequence of his very belligerent attitude, he started freaking out about how quiet everyone was, despite him being the reason why people got silent in the first place. Now, the reason why Austin was like this soon became pretty clear, as he was on call with his camera on while taking hits off his pipe. Again, there used to be a time where he at least put some effort toward concealing this horrific habit, but now it's like whenever he wasn't on Kick, it was go time for any and all of his vices. Additionally, despite being extremely paranoid at times, he often shared embarrassing tales about his life, even though he knew these would inevitably get leaked by the rats. In one set of Discord messages, he decided to tell the story of how he got fired from construction, one of the few actual jobs he ever worked in his life. One day, I went to work, and for some reason, they assigned me to a new crew. Crews were like 4 or 5 people, right? I never met the crew leader, never seen him, etc. So we actually had to work on a Taco Bell. We did the rocks and stuff outside the restaurant, placed the rock bed down, whatever you call it. That day, I decided to be kind of lazy as it was a new crew. I thought I'd get away with it. So I kept going into Taco Bell and ordering tacos. At the end of the day, the crew leader called me inside the building, the headquarters place we worked at. He said, "Austin, I'm the owner of this business. I was undercover today, and you didn't do a goddamned thing all day besides eat tacos. You gotta go." Lol. I had no idea he was the owner of the business, bro. Isn't that wild? I guess that's a good explanation as to why Austin sees Stake and Kick as the only way he's ever gonna get his hands on money, even though he knows it'll go right back out of his wallet immediately after. I also like how he focuses on the guy being the owner of the business instead of the fact that he was being very lazy on the first day he got assigned to a new crew. Around this time, one user prophetically expressed that they felt that Bossman's peak was over. and soon Austin was either going to quit streaming and get arrested or be evicted. This post would eventually be proven totally true, but for the time being, the Twitch and BC Game arc was indeed proving to be very stale and uneventful, as Austin was rubbing together pennies and dimes while coping about how better off he was there than on Kick. And ultimately, this entire thing was just a lot less entertaining and interesting than Bossman regularly throwing away thousands of dollars and crashing out. His streams were also extremely short and got almost no views compared to what he used to get, and his rage moments were becoming increasingly sad. For context, this loss took place on his birthday. That is dark. Because of his extremely diminished online presence, even the rats were losing steam. After Austin singled out one of them by the name of Bobby Hill Games, his followers did their best to look into the guy, only to find his personal channel, where this guy had a video about his 2012 Honda Civic. When even a lowly rat manages to own a Civic and the boss man can't, you know that the day of the cheese is nigh, and he really wasn't handling it well.
What the is going on? I just lost $5,000. Look at this record! Look at this! Lost!
Adding to the melancholy that was accumulating during this period, on his mom's Facebook, she was posting pictures of Austin when he was a child to celebrate his birthday, a grim reminder of how low he had fallen. Meanwhile, the nicer rats, who had developed a kind of parasocial bond with the boss, decided to message Eddie directly to get him to comment on his situation, and he had some things to say.
Eddie, hey, please reach out to BossmanJack and give him a new deal. He is the most entertaining sorts of... I think he got banned from Kick, right? I think Kick banned him. Like, I don't know, there's like, yeah, if someone's like on Kick and they're also on Stake, they're dealing with like two very different teams, really. You know, at the same time, I don't know, BossmanJack seemed to you know, probably best if he just takes a bit of a break, I reckon. Like, I don't know, it seemed like he was getting pretty emotionally involved in a lot of stuff, and maybe it's for the best.
While Austin would call Eddie a rat off bat for suggesting that his Kick suspension was for the best, Eddie is pretty reasonable here and doesn't express any ill will towards Austin, which kind of signals that whenever the suspension is over, Bossman will probably have his Stake deal. Meanwhile, over at BC Game, Austin is showcasing just how much character development he's gone through as a consequence of the ban.
Want to do one coin flip and leave? I'm gonna show you all I got control now. Oh, I lied. Oh my god, here I go. Oh my god. We're good. Oh my god. Let me do my thing. I just need one big hit. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, no.
He then spends the next 2 minutes blindly chasing this actual coin flip loss until he turns his $1,200 into $0 It wasn't all bad though, as despite the darkness during this period, there were a few shining bright moments that kept people going.
She looks kind of tired, but like you said, she's not bad looking at all. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. X, yeah, I think so too. Ecstasy, yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, she changed. She's leaving. No, baby, come back, baby, come back. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, wait. Do you have another baddie? I'm going to hell, dude. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, that's a guy. That's a guy.
Not only did we get some more Based Man, we also saw the return of the Nugs of Za and rapping segments on his stream.
Oh, I'm about to start rapping. You'll see. Wait till I take a bong hit. It's game over, dude. I found a nugget of Zaza on the floor.
He hated BC games so much, he even brought back playing regular games during stream. This is yet another reminder that if he wanted, he could be something else besides a gambling streamer constantly destroying his life. Given how much people like him, he could probably become even more successful that way. But the black hole that is his addiction won't ever let him do it. Meanwhile, after months of neglecting his bedroom and refusing to let his parents come in and clean it, he finally lets his mom do it for him. But he only does this when he himself admits he can hear rats scuttling around. Literal rats, not the usual figurative ones, actual rodents.
Bro, there's rats in my house. That sounds weird. I can sometimes hear them running upstairs in the attic. Like big ass rats, I bet. If I can hear them, they must be huge.
Among the many bizarre features on BC Game, there was actually a H.P. Lovecraft themed one, which, depending on what you hit, would occasionally show this phrase on stream, which I'm not even going to try to pronounce. The first word is Cthulhu, the second word I cannot say out loud, but it's basically a famous quote from one of his most popular contributions to literature, the Cthulhu mythos. However, Austin, being completely fluent in the incomprehensible eldritch language of the ancient ones, read it without missing a beat.
Shit, we're already up like $200 almost, dude. Well, let's see what happens. Oh, is it? Oh, we get the chinchilla, dude.
Truly, in his house at Relief, Chinchilla waits dreaming. In his coffin at Swan Point, Providence, H.P. Lovecraft rolls over in his grave. Funnily enough, while Austin can translate the names of elder gods with no difficulty, I think he'd have a hard time saying the name of Lovecraft's cat on Twitch. After toiling under the yoke of BC Game for a couple of weeks at this point, Austin finally found out a game that he could work with, The Wheel, which, as he himself put it, was the only thing that made him happy, nothing else. Despite sharing a name with an ancient torture mechanism, it temporarily gave the boss much joy, bringing him all the way up to $5 grand, $4,500 of which he withdrew. And as a consequence, he became very loyal to it and attacked anyone who criticized his prized wheel.
Why the wheel, Austin? Why the wheel, Austin? The wheel sucks. Why the wheel, Austin? Why are you playing the wheel? Shut the up!
After this, he tries to celebrate this win with some za, but he's unable to because in the process of preparing it, he accidentally drops his nug in a bowl of milk.
Oh my god. Oh no! Oh, gross! I don't want to talk about it. I dropped my bowl in a bowl, unironically enough, into a bowl of milk.
He had an exposed bowl of milk sitting on his bedroom floor for some unknown amount of time, and while trying to light up, he dropped his nug inside of it. That is just... How can you not love this guy? He's amazing. After having withdrawn his $4,500, he got a new reload, gambled it up to $8 grand, and then lost it all, at which point he became desolate and ended the stream. The thing is, he still had his 45 withdraw, so you can bet that after procuring the finest nose minerals that the state of Virginia can offer from a certain Mr. Derrick, he redeposited every last dollar. At least that's my theory as to why later that same day, he could be seen complaining about having lost it all again on his Discord server. Just a few days later, he got a little over $500 deposited into his wallet, which he diligently managed to turn into over $20,000. This kind of climb is something that hadn't happened for quite a while. So of course, Austin was very satisfied with this unusual win. So he withdrew all of his money, gave a few grand to his parents, reinvested the rest in a profitable and safe stock, quit his streaming career, got a reliable day job, and spent the rest of his days fishing in peace. I'm just kidding. He started betting $3 grand a pop on mines, and this was the result.
Oh my god, what a scam, dude. Come on, dude, come on. Don't do this, man. Don't do this. Why would you do that to me? Why? I want to know why. Oh my god, dude, what the...
This is a very mixed period as far as Austin's financial austerity goes. While many of his days ended with him completely wiped out, taking on loans, and getting himself in actual debt to keep gambling, the last week of April was marked by multiple large withdrawals from his gambling winnings. On the 30th alone, he withdrew a total of $18,000, which is pretty unusual. Now, he's probably only doing this because he genuinely needs to pay off all of the debt he racked up, but seeing him managing to withdraw and not instantly redeposit to gamble is pretty impressive. It's almost like he actually possesses some small modicum of self-control. And speaking of self-control, during one of his CSGO streams in the beginning of May, a simple question mark was enough to send Austin over the edge into a very strange rant about purple-haired boys in Walmart.
I saw you at Walmart that one night. You had blue hair. You had a skirt on, and it was weird. It was very strange. I don't know why you dressed like that. But I will tell you that you can probably pull another boy with that outfit. You know what I'm saying? I could see you pulling another boy with purple hair. He's gonna have purple hair, you're gonna have blue hair. And y'all can be little friends.
I really enjoy these mental side quests he gets up to whenever his mind isn't 110% locked in on one feature. You never know where he's gonna go with it. Unfortunately, this didn't last long, as a couple of days later, back to the grindstone he went. The 2nd of May was a pretty good day for him, as he won a few grand on some slot variant, and decided the appropriate way to commemorate was to assault his chair.
Guys! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my gosh! 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 Holy crap!
But it didn't take long for him to lose it all, like always. May 3rd, on the other hand, was a very different story. He got up to $3 grand on slots, but this time he decided to take his money over to the coin flip game. The coin flip game is one of the most depressing and clearly hardcore gambling addicts games, as there are no entertaining aspects of it. It is literally just a random number generator that decides whether you're going to go on a streak or not. Somehow, in around 11 minutes, he turned his $3,000 into $30,000. Again, a pretty rare occurrence. The thing about these coasters is that they always need to come down, and come down he did. In the 4 minutes following his climb, he went down 1,000 by 1,000, each time promising he wouldn't go below a certain amount until he found himself right back where he started.
I can't afford this, man. Oh my God, stop, dude. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, dude, stop, it. Oh my God, what is this, dude? Are you serious right now? I hate everything about my life, dude.
You've probably noticed he's gone back to saying he hates his life and is going to take matters into his own hands. That is the kick ban talking. The boss is no longer shackled by the partnership program censorship, and he will speak truth to power again, even if it means falsely threatening to harm himself in order to bait his audience to juice him. When a juicer didn't immediately fly in to save the day, he started freaking out in his Twitch chat, announcing that he would be deleting every single one of his social media platforms and cutting contact with his community for good. Once again, the Discord server was deleted, but of course, he maintained the other accounts and hibernated for a little bit to recover from the damage that this session did to his mind. When he came back a day later, he decided it was high time to double back and try to threaten Kick into submission yet again, as he streamed himself recording a video for YouTube and typed out a description for it, which read, "Hello everybody, BossmanJack here. I am putting together a very detailed and well-documented video, basically explaining how Kick did me wrong, shorted me, wrongfully suspended me, lied about a 4th suspension, and more. Please stay tuned, this is going to be very interesting, guys. Let's get it poppin'. Merry effin' poppins." While the video did go up on YouTube, it was 40 seconds long and anything but very detailed and documented. I don't think Austin is physically capable of sitting down and working on something for more than a few minutes at a time, so a scathing takedown video is squarely out of his purview. Despite this, he thought he did a good job, and even personally emailed it to Kick's support email, although I doubt that anyone in their team ever even watched it. In the process of showing off his threatening email to them, he showed his audience his entire Outlook inbox, revealing emails in which he's seen begging for advances on his gambling money, claiming to be in a super tight spot, as well as him trying to get them to treat him nicely by reminding them that it's his birthday. The worst part is that he seems to have deluded himself into thinking that Kick staff is genuinely shaking in their boots about what he may do in the realm of litigation, when there is literally nothing he can do. Even if they did do something unfair to him, he'd be completely incapable of sitting down and working with a lawyer to put a coherent case together. And there is no case. He could never successfully sue Kick or Stake ever. Lastly, before his feeble attention span took away his ability to keep focusing on the topic of his Kick ban, he ropes Eddie into it as if he had something to do with the ban. Austin's paranoia about them rigging his games is usually joked about, but I actually wish they did it. Imagine the content golden age if the Stake staff was savvy enough to purposely manufacture felts and crash outs for content. Or, if we're prioritizing Austin's well-being over his entertainment value, set the odds so that no matter what, he ends up right back to where he started, with just his reloads. Now that I think about it, even if they made the odds extremely favorable to Austin, he would still find a way to end up with nothing. He would just keep winning and winning and winning and betting until he had $0, like always. Now, finally, after ruminating on his ban for an entire stream, he let it go and went right back to his regularly scheduled programming.
If I see the word penis spammed in my chat, that's right, penis, I will roll it. But I'm not rolling it until I see the word penis spammed in my chat. Now type what you love to eat. Ew! Gross! Ew! Ew, dude!
On the 4th of May, he once again ran it up to 30,000 on coin flip, and while he climbed, he accidentally went all in for $11,000.
I just went all in. I didn't mean to do that. Well, I hope we win. Here we go, guys. Come on. We got this. Come on, bitch. I didn't mean to do that. Here we go. Heads, please, please. Oh! Holy shit, that was an accident!
He almost immediately did it again a few moments later for 19 grand, but managed to catch himself before he did it. And instead of cashing out, he decided it was time to go double or nothing. Can you guess what happened?
No! I lost it all!
Well, you guessed wrong, and you outed yourself as a rat, because he doubled it. He actually did it.
Oh my god! I'm waking my parents up! Guys, Dad, Mom! Guys! $50,000! Guys, wake up! Wake up! Dude, I won $50,000!
Yep, we're in there for sure. It's definitely decided. I just won more than I've ever won in my entire life, dude. There it is. We're in there. 58 G's. I just won 58 grand.
$62,000 in his balance. The Honda Civic is literally right around the corner. He can buy whatever Civic he wants. Victory has been snatched from the jaws of defeat. The rat community is in shambles. Billions must die. In the actual middle of the night, he goes to his parents' room to inform them that he'll be taking them out for breakfast and buying a car soon. But they expressed skepticism that he'd even keep any of the money by dawn. In response, he power walked back into his bedroom in defeat, only to show off his Jordans to his audience and announce that he'll be buying a new pair soon. Just to make it clear, if it weren't for him completely fumbling everything in life, Austin would regularly be getting over $10,000 in checks from Stake and Kick, and that's without counting any money he could potentially make off of gambling if he was mentally capable of withdrawing. He could take his parents out for breakfast every morning if he really wanted to, but instead, he waits until he's up like he's never been just to begin considering it, only to immediately start arguing with them in the dead of the night. But it seems that whoever was manning the lever that makes Austin lose all of his money was caught off guard by Bossman's strategically off-kilter sleep patterns and was unable to flip it. Soon after his $60,000 win, he moves over to some candy-themed slot game and makes another 10 grand, his biggest slot wins of all time.
When am I cashing out? Well, I cashed out 63K last night. Please, praise, guys, praise. Oh my God, times 10. That's another 7. Oh my God, this is my biggest sweet bonanza win ever, dude. Oh my God, what the? This might be my biggest slot win ever. Oh my God, $9.2 thousand, dude. Oh my God, times 100 miss. Okay, that's okay. Oh my God, look at that, dude.
Being hopped up on gallons of juice, he decides it's time for some more coin flip. And he once again beat the odds, turning 2 grand of his winning into $36,000. But then he turns that 36 back into 2 grand, and then turned that 2 grand into nothing.
I lost it all. It's very obvious. I'm gonna lose it all. I'm gonna lose it all now. I promise, I am. Yep, it's gone. I'm not kidding. Oh well. Man, I'm an idiot. Damn, dude. What's over? What's over? Hold on a second.
I think he got a little bit callous from his previous wins because he doesn't even celebrate that hard here, despite winning an amount that he's only ever gotten a few times in his career as a professional online gambler. I swear, I think I've seen him get more hype when he's made like 3,000 than he got here making 30 something. Unlike the previous wins, this time he cashed out absolutely none of it, letting his all or nothing gamble greed fully take over. And like always, the tragedy is that no loss is a complete loss without Austin chasing a loss with his wins until there's only loss. Avid followers of his activity began checking his wallet, watching as he redeposited thousands of dollars from his account into BC. Within 1 hour, he was down to a little under $30,000 from his original stake stash. Here, we get another example of what I mentioned earlier. As Austin lost, instead of becoming more conservative with his approach to bets, he did the opposite and got more radical, making larger bets and expecting them to hit and make him all of his money back in one fell swoop. And finally, he met his inescapable fate.
No, it's just so rigged, man. They hate me so much, bro. They act like they give a about me. They don't give two about what I do. Yep, it's gone. I lost it all. $63,000 gone.
If you feel inclined to sympathize with him, remember, he makes more money in 1 month than the average person makes, and he lives in a house that half of the population would kill for. During his coin flip streak, at one point, he bet 8 grand on a single flip. This guy is the paragon of pitying himself while a great wind carries him across the sky. By the way, after he was done crying, the first thing he did was complain about his community not juicing him up, talking about all of the giveaways he's done. Once the stream ended, in the bleakest hours of the night, the Raven cried out. The bell tolled, and dark clouds gathered to announce BossmanJack has been banned from Twitch. The combination of him losing every last dollar he had and getting his account banned immediately after for reasons that, at least at this point, were unknown to the public, really gave off the appearance that this was going to be the death blow to his online presence. Being at odds with Kick and Stake, not being able to stream on Twitch, probably due to the fact that he was ban evading and gambling, neither of which are looked upon kindly by the moderation, and lastly, losing his deal with BC Game as he wouldn't be able to promote them on stream anymore. Many people dreaded this news, thinking it would be the final act of the boss man. Others cheered, but overall, there was a sentiment of finality. He had won the most he had ever won, and he had lost the most he had ever lost. Unfortunately, this sentiment was shared by everyone except Austin, who began hedging his bets. First, he took down his YouTube video where he called out Kick, just in case coming back to that platform turned out to be the preferable option. Then, he came back to his Discord and claimed that this ban was exclusively due to the depressing and concerning things he was saying after his massive loss on stream, which, although it may be true, probably is just one of the many things that Twitch moderation had in mind when they sent him packing. Within one day, he seemed to be in slightly better spirits, streaming on Discord and running up to $5,000 on CoinFlip. By the looks of it, this was going to be yet another uneventful content drought, as Austin withered away in the Discord dungeons, making penny bets. However, Austin always finds a way to beat the odds via brute force. Just as May 5th was about to turn into May 6th, he ominously told his Discord server that he had just won $77,000. In reality, it was closer to $73,000, but still, he somehow managed to surpass his previous record-breaking winnings, and this is what, the third day in a row in which he's getting these kind of climbs? This shouldn't even be possible. But keep in mind, this is BossmanJack we're talking about. And because this is BossmanJack we're talking about, it shouldn't come as a surprise that after he turned the stream off, he lost $50,000 in half an hour. What an absolute genius we have on our hands. While he milked the rest of the money for a bit longer, it was a matter of time until he was back to square one. Rather, square zero. On Discord, he said, $8 in rakeback? What is that? I feel sick to my stomach, dude. I hate my life, man. So sad. I'd let myself lose all that. I honestly will. Never mind. I'm miserable. As his desperation and addiction took full control of his synapses, he started reaching out to members of his community for loans. Probably because BC wasn't going to dish out any more reloads since he wasn't streaming on an actual platform. In one of these interactions, Bossman was trying to shake down a certain Mr. Donald Trump lover, and their conversation went as follows. 400 for 500, bro? Before I shoot myself in the face. Please. When he got no response after this blatant exploitation of a threat, he started confronting this guy and even calling him to get a response. Eventually, Donald Trump lover said he was wiped out himself, having lost almost $5,000 that same day. At which point Austin, being the understanding person he is, said, "Whatever, dude. Get out of my community, dog." What a class act. Even after being repeatedly violated by BC, he was now vowing his loyalty to the flip.
Coin flip is love and coin flip is life. I wake up, I pray for a good coin flip sesh, I go get my morning breakfast, and then pray over my food and my success at coin flip that day. It never stops praying. Pray for coin flip success.
But before firing up another session, he took a break for Monkey, which just reminds me of how long it's been since he's done one of these. I really miss them. After a few pretty boring callers, he lands on someone who knew more than they should.
Listen here, Austin.
What?
Yeah, Austin, I know your name.
Oh, I thought I didn't have my name on here. I just say my name. Say my name, say my name. Wait, what?
I already have your ID address. You're from Warsaw.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not.
Here you are.
It says you're from Lincoln, dumb. It's Lincoln Logs up your ass.
A day later, gambling was back, and so was violence.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I love how, because he's streaming on Discord, his crash out is completely silent from the app's compression, and he even says "I'm sorry" in the middle of it, but can't help going right back into his rampage. To make matters worse, it seems that while he was busting his keyboard up, he hurt himself to the point of bleeding, which is really bad news considering how filthy this guy and his bedroom are. There are probably ancient, forlorn nugs mutating into unforeseen life forms right beneath his keys, so he should probably douse that wound with Lysol if he gets the chance. I'm assuming he got accustomed to huge climbs because he was really not handling losses well. A little while later, he came back and started coin flipping again, only to start crying as he slowly felt it himself.
Dude, I'm serious, bro. I'm gonna do it, guys. I'm not kidding, guys. This is it, guys. I've loved you guys. I've done this for 2 months. I'm miserable, dude. I cannot go on anymore. I cannot, dude. I can't do this anymore, dude. I can't do this anymore.
Shockingly, he actually could do it some more, as he came back and continued gambling, although his luck didn't turn.
Haha.
That was his computer's mouse he was slamming on the ground there, but he wasn't done yet. Next up on the chopping block was his vape.
I broke my mouse. I don't even know what to do now. What am I going to do now? Love it. Love it. Love my life, dude.
BC Game is truly evil for actually breaking into Austin's bedroom, destroying his keyboard, his mouse, his vape, and taking all of his money at gunpoint. I can't believe they did that and got away with it, despite being caught on camera as we literally just watched. How could life possibly get any more unfair? His loyalty for the coin flip wore down pretty fast when he started losing.
I shouldn't even play this game right here. It's like, look how rigged that is. They're literally like, we don't give a. There's nothing you can do about it. And they're quite honestly, there's nothing we can do about it. That's what's so sad. We can't do about it, bro.
You heard the man. We can't do anything about it. He just has to keep pressing the flip button. It just has to be this way. There's no alternative whatsoever. Just how it is. They take it all. It's as good a time as any to remind you that this never would have happened on goated Keno, although he can't play that anymore due to not being on the stake tugboat. His delusions were hitting their peak right around this time. At one point, he noticed the person directly responsible for managing his sponsorship with BC Game was in his Discord chat, watching him play, and this is how he decided to react.
He's in here. Hello? Are you there? I see you in the chat. This is wrong. This is bullshit. I've lost 100,000 to this game in 2 days. Holy real nice game right here. 100,000, 2 days. $100,000. It just will not let me win. It will not let me win. I'm now in so much debt. I have promised people money tonight that I don't have. Do you think they're gonna help me? It should not be that bad. It should not be that bad. It should not be that bad. Have a great night, guys. I have been getting tortured, bullied, and victimized on this coin flip for days. I don't want to hear anything else.
What could he possibly want them to do? Rig the game in his favor? I'm beginning to think that's the real answer.
They don't care. They're gonna at me because I didn't make the thing last an hour. Whatever, dude.
What he's referring to here when he mentions that BC will complain is the fact that they've repeatedly asked him to gamble in smaller amounts so that his reloads last for at least an hour, which would make for better streams with more viewers. But he's way too much of an adrenaline junkie to be capable of not doubling and tripling down on his bets while chasing losses and losing it all within 2 minutes. After his on-stream meltdown, he walked all of it back over text messages because he realized he was actually afraid of losing his deal with BC, saying, "I want to apologize to anybody I owe money to. Please bear with me. I will get it to you. I promise on everything I love. I also want to publicly apologize to BC Game. They have not just taken very good care of me, but they've taken care of me more than any other casino ever has. That was so immature and unprofessional of me, to say the very least. I'm sorry to all you guys. Please pray for me and I'll do the same for you." This peaceful praying boss man act lasted for a few minutes until he started streaming again.
Oh, I lost it all. Oh, yeah. You f***ing piece.
After all of the goodwill BC had showed him, these crash outs were the straw that broke the camel's back. And over Discord, Austin announced that they had officially cut him off from reloads until his Twitch account was reinstated. Although the juice factory was closed for business, BC was seemingly open to keep him on for whenever his account was reinstated.
Hey guys, BossmanJack here, obviously. I'm just gonna cut right to the chase. I want to publicly apologize to BC Game for not only my very immature behavior lately. I'm just saying all this bad stuff about them, and it's not right. It's not right. They have treated me very well, and I just want to say I am so sorry.
On the 10th, he seemed to be a bit more relaxed, taking his time before getting on stream, flexing his Jordans on his community members, and making some funny faces. After all that talk, it turns out that, shocker, Austin didn't stand by his word, as his kick ban ended and he instantly went live. Additionally, despite all of his promises of undying loyalty to BC Game due to how well they treated him, you know he gave it all up instantly as soon as Stake whipped out their Keno in front of him. He didn't even wait a moment before he started dumping everything he had into their mind-numbingly depressing games. After losing everything on dice, he had a vision of the unspeakable one that completely drained him of his sanity.
Oh, wet vagina, hairy, stinky,
Poor guy, as if he didn't already have his hands full with Evil Eddie and the Rat Kingdom. Now he's getting visited by horrors beyond his comprehension. On the 16th, he got his hands on a Steam key for Elden Ring, but before anyone got to see him play even 1 second of the game, he revealed that he accidentally leaked the key on stream, and someone else redeemed it before he could, meaning that his community would have to send him money to buy it. The culprit behind the key theft spoke out in his Discord. Imagine being such an idiot, you show your Steam key on stream, and then beg beg people to donate you money due to your own incompetence. Thanks for the free game. I'm not even gonna install it. Being fed up with all of this, Austin decides it's high time to go back to doing what he does best, gambling. And it seems that the drought really reset his sympathetic nervous system as he got violent immediately upon returning and losing a measly $1,000.
That's so stupid. Oh my god. No way! Oh my god, guys. I just lost $1,000. I cannot believe it.
It's hard to even believe that this is the same guy that just a few days prior lost over $100,000 in just 2 days. After another loss in which he came dangerously close to destroying his new door, despite it not even being installed yet, he decided to actually go outside. He touched grass.
Beautiful day in Virginia. I'm gonna show y'all how beautiful it is. Look at the sky. Wow. Beautiful day. Beautiful weather. We are blessed to be alive, my boys. Blessed to be alive. Yeah, buddy.
While this is a pretty wholesome video, wouldn't it be way better if the sky was replaced with fluorescent lights, the grass was replaced with horrific carpeting, and the trees and vegetation were replaced with slot machines and roulette tables? He seems to think so, as he immediately made his way back inside for some more gamba.
It's gone. I've already lost it all.
Having gotten his much-desired steak and kick setup back, Austin seemed to finally relax from the chronically panicked, almost PTSD state he was in during the entirety of the month he was banned. Because of his improved situation, he felt more comfortable doing things like meeting up with some of the online community members he liked, as well as something that had been teased and promised for years now: a fishing stream. The caveat to this is that it lasted for less than an hour, it was horribly filmed, you couldn't hear anything Bossman said as he was very far away from the phone he was streaming from, the connection was terrible, and he unfortunately failed to catch a fish. Still, it's better than nothing, and it's got potential. Unfortunately, when Bossman and this guy, Justin, made their way back to the house to do a normal stream, it seems that Austin's crack paranoia kicked in hardcore, and at one point, he interpreted a random comment from him as if it were an attack, and his switch flipped.
Remember back in the day, guys, when...
People respect you.
No. Oh, respect? You gotta be kidding me.
The safe and shit.
What do you know about that? Nothing. You don't know shit. You think you're taking over. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, right. That your plan all along? I'll roast the out of you, boss man. You wanna go, buddy? You wanna go? Respect. That's the last thing you know about. Hello? Did you not know how to talk? Hello? Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? It's okay, bro. Yeah, dude. You definitely started this, boss man. I'm letting you chill in my house, and you're talking about me disrespecting you? I'll knock your ass out. Do not do that. Do not do that. Do not do that, boss man. I didn't mean it like that. Kim. Love you, bro. Thank you. You're so kind to me. Respect me. Oh, good fight, dude. Poor Justin. No, dude. You, Mixie. You're a hater rat. He knows exactly what he's doing and what he's been doing. No mas, my boy. No mas. I let you have your fun for a little bit. Good luck. He started this. Dude, he's been trying to take over. Dude, he'll be coming up to me and be like, yo, look at the comments. Like, dude, just... Does anybody know what I'm talking about? It's fine if you don't, dude. Yeah, that's what he's good at, making me look like the bad guy. Good job, Justin. Good job, bro. Like respect on RuneScape. Is that right?
The safing shit.
Right.
That's what I was talking.
I'm back, guys. What's up, guys? How we doing? We all good? I apologize to him.
It seems that part of what might have been freaking him out right around the same time is that, according to him, there was a rat using a deepfake of Austin to portray him as if he were still playing on BC Game after having signed an exclusivity deal with Stake, which could potentially lead to the termination of his contract. Now, as it became clearer later on, what really happened was that Austin was actually playing on BC Game after signing his exclusivity contract with Stake. It was actually during his fishing stream on his phone, which could be verifiable by simply checking the crypto wallet attached to his BC account. But because he was too much of a goofball to figure out how the rats knew about his contract breaching behaviors, once he saw people talk about it in his chat, he immediately assumed that Justin had leaked that info and snitched on him. This concluded in him throwing Justin out and coming back to stream to drop a completely unhinged 10-minute rant, screaming about how Justin was the only person who could have possibly known. There is another crux to this story, which is that Austin's exclusivity clause isn't that he can't play on other platforms. It's that he can't can't stream or promote other platforms, meaning playing some coin flip while fishing wasn't the issue. A much more real issue was that, according to the people following his finances, when Austin got his first 14 grand from stake to gamble for a week, he hit the deposit limit and proceeded to transfer funds from his stake wallet to his BC wallet, which would absolutely be an issue since he'd be feeding that money directly to their competitor. Once it was all said and done, Justin did a stream talking about how his experience in Bossman's house went, and somehow it was actually worse than you'd expect. For starters, he noticed that Austin always had a notepad open in the background with what looked to be absolute gibberish scribbled all over it. As soon as Justin got there, so did one of Austin's deliveries, if you know what I mean. Long before their on-stream fight, Austin was already developing paranoid delusions and suffering auditory hallucinations about Justin scheming to steal all of his followers.
Like, I'm like, bro, I didn't say anything. What are you talking about? No, you said, you're gonna get rid of me or something. You're gonna steal all my followers. I'm like, bro, like, I promise you, I was just sitting here on the couch, bro, like, on the chair. I didn't say anything.
According to Justin, Austin only slept a few hours a night and frequently woke up screaming or having some kind of panic attack. Contrary to what most people believe, Justin claims that Austin's addiction to crack is significantly more intense than his addiction to gambling, and adds that the primary reason he gambles is so that he can get money to buy more. This explains why sometimes he'll lose thousands and barely react, and other times he'll lose a couple hundred and completely lose his mind. What's really dictating his mood is how many times he hit the pipe that day. Justin also claimed that Austin did nothing to secure or preserve his precious metals, leaving them out in random places in his decomposing trash heap of a bedroom, and even using his silver bar as collateral with his dealer, in case a nasty gambling sesh takes that day's money.
Boss man keeps saying, you got a knife on you? You got a gun? Are you sure? Let me check your pockets. What's that in your pocket? Is that my gold? What's that? What's that? I'm like, dude, these are my keys. Calm down, bro. Like, I just need my wallet and my webcam that I gave you, and I'm good to go.
By the way, he really needs a daily supply of money due to the fact that he spends over $400 per day on his supplies. Austin's addiction was so bad that Justin alleged he'd hit the pipe over 100 times in one single day.
I've never seen anyone hit that, like, probably over 100 times in one day. Like, I'm not even you. This dude would go back to back.
And I'm no expert on this kind of thing, but that sounds like a lot. Lastly, he notes that after their on-stream fallout, Austin calmed down and apologized, but the damage was done. His recollection of the incident that led to it went as follows. He was playing RuneScape when he brought up his opponent's safing. I then replied, "There's no respect now," talking about the safing until people don't respect not safing anymore, meaning eating to full health. He started saying, "Respect? You don't know anything about respect. Was taking over your game plan all along?" I just remained quiet as I don't want to agitate him any further, and he keeps talking, and then he accused me of disrespecting him, followed by him saying, "I will knock you out. I better delete the VOD now, huh?" Then he turned the camera off, and when he came back, he said I apologized to him because I knew I was in the wrong, accusing me of spazzing out and getting angry. When he was kicking me out, he tried to do it before I could get my wallet and other belongings. I told him I'm not going anywhere without my stuff. He insisted on me leaving and said, "I'll mail your stuff to you," which of course I know was never going to happen. His parents finally came out of their room and told him to calm down. Bossman insisted that I just deliberately ruined his stake deal and his entire life. Austin caught wind of these claims, and to prove that he wasn't some kind of unhinged addict, he fired up a perfectly calm and collected stream, where he wouldn't let his impulses get the best of him. Here, we can see him engaging in some self-defense after a vicious assault from Stake through his computer. After all, a man is entitled to stand his ground. That's a $240 keyboard he bought 6 days prior to the stream, by the way. This little crash out happened because he owed upwards of $12,000, and despite knowing that, as soon as he got his pay, he blew $2,000 on mines in just 6 minutes, prompting this episode. Then, after he'd gone offline, he continued to gamble it all away. One day later, he discovered that during his complete fallout from the day before, he said something to his hostess that led to another self-exclusion, this time for a whole week. He claimed he never asked for it and was simply being sad on her chat, but given he never actually showed his chat logs with her, it's a virtual certainty that he's aggressively downplaying it and lying about it so he doesn't look dumb. Since he was just banned from Stake and not streaming, he decided he'd spend that week playing video games on stream, which is a very very good idea. Austin gets paid an hourly rate to stream, and unlike his stake money, the kick money is raw and not tied to anything that obliges him to spend it gambling, unless he voluntarily chooses to do so. But unfortunately, Austin is too drug-addled and ADHD to give this format a shot, so he repeatedly switches between games within minutes of streaming because he can't handle learning how to play them properly, let alone dying. While it's sort of a footnote of his story due to how poorly managed and infrequently updated it is, during his entire tenure as a professional online gambler, Austin also had a YouTube channel. The reason it was rarely ever updated was because clipping something from his stream required more effort and focus than Austin himself could muster, and for him to be able to pay someone else to do it for him, he'd need money, which was a bit of an issue due to the whole gambling thing. Eventually, he found someone willing to subject themselves to the unreliable position of being his YouTube editor, although that didn't go well either, as Austin's paranoia got the best of him. After the editor posted this segment,
No! Yes! Oh, all in. Yo! Dude, I just turned 50 cents.
Bossman thought that the picture of a guy wearing jeans was, for whatever reason, a covert way to insult or humiliate him. The edit itself is pretty standard comedic YouTube editing, but due to a mixture of crack and not being familiar with any kind of content that doesn't involve losing all of his money, he confidently assumed that the editor was a secret rat working in the shadows to dethrone him via pictures of a dude wearing jeans. I honestly just have no explanation for what goes through his head. Austin not being allowed to gamble for a bit was also making him get a little creative, as he took a prolonged break from on-stream gambling to do things like show off his fishing rod collection and attempting, and failing, to do skate tricks for a juicer. Because of the lack of gambling and his somewhat low energy attitude during this stream, he was getting less viewers than usual, so he took the opportunity to elucidate why his hostess had excluded him.
No, I got suspended on steak. It was some dumb shit. I said some dumb shit. I pretty much told on myself type shit. Well, it's like I put myself in trouble. I didn't have to say anything. I opened up my mouth, made it seem like I have like a gambling problem type of thing. Not really, I was just like, I'm in financial trouble right now.
This is as close as he had come to admitting he had a gambling problem in a long time. And even here, he has to couch it in 2 or 3 layers of deception, acting like he just said something about how much he spent, and that was enough for the hostess to exclude him. Overall, this was Austin's least eventful week in possibly months. That is, until he got his soot-covered coal miner hands on a fresh batch of gamble juice, which instantly generated another earthquake in the state of Virginia.
See you later. Have a good day.
Immediately entering his post-loss, see you guys later, have a good day cycle really makes him look like a non-player character just going through his available dialogue options repeatedly. Within 6 hours of getting his $14,000 reload from stake, he reduced it to ashes. However, after this utter and complete desolation of his wallet, he scrounged together a few morsels of juice and his luck began to turn, only for that turn to be followed by yet another turn.
Oh, I lost all that. I lost all that 500. Oh my god! Oh my god! What? Oh my god! I just got another one! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! That's a $5 bet! No! Why would I do that? Oh my god.
This is the best example of just how counterintuitive the mines feature is to his style of gambling. And by style of gambling, I mean his complete inability to stop while he's ahead, even if it's statistically certain that he'll lose everything. Soon after, someone in the chat encouraged him to go do some bong rips, and Austin complied. The thing is, no one's been as bold as Austin as far as ripping it on camera. Yet this time, he chose to do it off camera, which I'm thankful for because I don't have to censor anything. But coincidentally, what we can hear happening isn't a rip, but instead a sharp tapping sound and Austin sniffing something. It must just be a coincidence though. Our boy only ever touches the za, he would never do anything else. In some better news, the hope for a Civic was once again briefly rekindled when Austin miraculously got another climb, this time to 27,000. But they were quickly dashed as Eddie clearly switched off the heater mode, sending Bossman into a downward spiral.
Dude, I cannot win. It turns off. Dude, I swear to God, it's done. It's over, dude. It's done. I'm deleting my kick. I'm deleting my kick. Dude, it's done. It's done. I'm not streaming anymore. I'm done doing this.
I'm done doing this, dude. I'm done doing this.
As he embraced his misery, he forgot the fact that in the midst of every "it's over," somewhere within him there was buried an invincible "we're back." The only caveat is that for Bossman, right after every single "we're back," there's another "it's over" waiting for him in the shadows. As he took his winnings to Limbo, dusted them in a matter of seconds, and proceeded to maud in his chat with no spaces due to him having destroyed his spacebar previously. Completely unrelated to his gambling losses, right after losing it all, he saw a mosquito on his desk and had no option but to kill it. It seems the mosquito was unusually resilient, since a day later, he had to do it again.
I lost it all.
But all jokes aside, over time, he developed this extremely parasocial bond to the inanimate mechanics of gambling, attempting to personify it or imbue it with some kind of intent or personality, which is just another sign of how delusional he's become.
Weighing on me so heavy, I cannot climb ever. It's like I'm being bullied, bro. It's like they're bullying me, sitting back laughing at me.
On the same day, he lost another 500 to the bottomless pit and threatened to really do it this time on Discord. During this period, it seems he started to become a lot more comfortable with playing the victim, and outright claiming that everyone else, including Eddie, is insensitive to him.
Remember how many keys was missing from my keyboard the other day? Now look. God damn, Austin. What? I have an anger problem.
This kind of self-excusing attitude is one of the telltale signs that someone is completely uninterested in ever taking accountability for their actions, and is exclusively open to doubling down on their behavior.
No! Oh my god, I hate steak, dude! God, man, oh my god.
On the 10th, his victim act becomes even more extreme, as he starts actually crying on stream after losing.
I barely got out of bed today, dude. I'm so depressed, man. Do you guys not see how miserable I am right now? Dude, shut the big DNA. You gotta shut me a 5-pack for unban, bitch. I'm not gonna do anything to hurt myself or anything like that. I just hate my life, dude. I hate my life, man. I hate my life, bro. Everyone wants to see me win, but there's obviously somebody that doesn't. There's obviously a group of people that doesn't want to see me win, bro. I'm giving up, Tuck. I'm gonna write them and say, you guys win. You guys win, delete my kick. I can't do this anymore, dude. Just to be miserable like this. I get 1,000 views. I don't have $1 to my name. And I feel like a piece of shit when not a single viewer wants to help me, bro. I feel like I have failed as a streamer, and I need to stop doing this. I need to stop doing this to myself, bro. I'm doing it to myself, bro. I can't do anything about it, bro. I try to win every day. Every day I try to win. Not a single person!
As much as I empathize with Austin at times, it's nearly unbearable to see him basically cry begging and demanding for every single one of his viewers' money. Worse yet is the fact that in another stream, someone offered him $100 if he meowed like a cat, and he gladly complied.
Back-to-back time 8s, dude. Meow, 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 meow. That was worth $100 in my opinion.
It's sad to see the boss stoop so low for a measly hundo juicer. Eventually, he did manage to hit enough to turn his remaining $47 into $3,500, at which point he smugly announced this was the beginning of a new era of Bossman, as he couldn't afford to lose his net worth every time he got on stake. He talked about cashing out $3 grand for new equipment, but before he could do any of it, Eddie took it all again. It seems that around this time, he completely gave up trying to maintain a good relationship with Stake and Kick, as he started repeatedly threatening to hurt himself and accusing the website of being a scam with no concern for the status of his partnership.
This is a sad-ass website. Tell me, type a 5 in the chat if you truly, honestly think they've done something to my account. If you think they've done something to my account on Stake, type a 5. It is so obvious now.
At least he hadn't gotten his hands on any new equipment yet, or else his entire setup would be decimated by one felt. Eventually, Kick truly had enough and perma-banned him from their platform, which is quite a feat given just how much they let slide on a regular basis. This perma-ban from Kick also meant that his partnership with Stake was terminated, since it required him to stream on there. He also deleted his Discord's general chat, and although I wish this was a step in the direction of completely ending his streaming activities, he just moved back to Twitch again, all while coping about how this was somehow a good thing.
I was with Stake, I'm not anymore. I got permanently banned from Kick, God. No more Kick. I'm kind of glad, actually. I'm actually not even upset at all.
You heard him. He's not even upset at all.
No, dude! Oh my god, dude. No! Oh my God.
Doesn't seem like the return to coin flip is doing him any good, but our boy persevered, only to be intercepted by a rat king known as Swifty Spiffy, who happened to be a member of the Twitch staff who made the mistake of sending a light joke about fixing his door in the chat. Not only is Austin a generally belligerent and hostile person, this message was sent immediately after he had just taken on 2 horrific, mind-melting losses to the face in a row.
This is it, guys. I'm deleting my Twitch, dude. I swear to God I am, dude. I can't do gambling. I'm not cut out for gambling, bro. I deserve nothing. I deserve nothing, dude. I deserve nothing, dude. Bro, this is so dumb, dude. Oh my God, dude. All these sites are like that, dude. They make absurd amounts of money, dude. Absurd amounts of money. I mean, absurd.
So, of course, he proceeded to engage in some enlightening discourse with this staff member.
It happens to me nonstop. They were literally rigging my steak. Oh, really? You're here to fix the door? Then get the fuck on it. What are you doing? What are you getting paid for, bro? Hurry up and fix it. Fix it, Swifty! Hurry up! Go ahead and ban me. Go ahead. You want to talk about fixing my door right after I lost all my money? You're a vagina! You're a vagina! Twitch staff member in the chat. You should not be hired by Twitch talking like that, bro. You should not. Type of font. Never mind. Yeah, I certainly will. Without you here, thank you. Please leave. Please leave my stream. You're not welcome here. You're a rat. You're a rat. You're a pussy for that. Twitch staff member in the chat. Yeah, you should not be hired by Twitch talking like that, bro. You should not. Type of font. Never mind. Yeah, I certainly will. Without you here, thank you. Please leave. Please leave my stream. You're not welcome here. You're a rat. You're a rat. I'm laughing at you because you're banned. See you later, bitch. You're banned. You're banned.
I can't do enough to highlight the irony of him calling this guy a coward, only to ban a bunch of people in his chat for laughing at his crash out, while harping about how he's gonna write to that guy's boss to get him fired.
I hate my life, man. I have no money, dude. I have no money, bro. Oh my God, dude. I have nothing, bro. I have nothing, bro. I have nothing, dude. It's just so...
When he came back, he'd been juiced $250, 100 of which was his crack reserve. But at some point during his gambling frenzy, he forgot about it and only remembered after he'd already lost it all, resulting in this stunning moment of realization.
No. Wait. Oh, dude, no. I forgot. Oh my God, I literally just need $100.
Come on, man, that was clearly rigged. He just needs 100 buckarooskies for his medication. I should say that not everything was bad. As a follower of his, with it being unknown if this follower is a fan or a very dedicated rat, thoughtfully mailed him a flexible keyboard to try and help him with his broken keyboard problems. And his luck seemed to be turning, as a day later, he was contacted by another casino interested in getting him on a contract, which got him in an even bigger anti-stake mood, with him accusing Stake of manipulating Kick into banning him because he was calling them out. The funniest part about this little Discord rant is that when someone else in the chat said that all casinos were scams in the long run, Austin immediately changed his tune, saying, not a scam. It's hard to say, really. I personally don't know a single person that's on Stake. Everyone down. Of course, he has to defend the reputation of the poor casinos. Where would he be without them giving him infinite money that he immediately refunds by betting? He eventually got on stream announcing that his new deal was with a casino called Shuffle that gave him 4 reloads of $2 grand each throughout every week, which I'm assuming was done so that it remedies the issue of him blowing all of his money immediately right when he gets it. While his overall losses were at least timed a bit better, they didn't improve much, as he instantly lost 10 grand in their equivalent of the Limbo game. However unlikely it is that any casino ever actually meddled with his odds to make him lose, I don't at all put it past them to meddle with his odds to make him win. And coincidentally, soon after his stream started picking up again, he was up $25,000. Shortly thereafter, he got to 100, prompting him to call his parents to tell them like he always does. When his dad told him that he was going to lose it all again, he started accusing him of being a ball buster and a buzzkill before turning off the call.
My dad's a buzzkill, man. But I know they are. My mom's amazing, dude. My mom's... Put a W in the chat for my mom.
Despite the rat dad's faithlessness, Austin continued to climb, first up to 140,000 and then to 200, which led to the creation of the definitive representation of what a Bossman coaster is like.
I have 200 racks! I have 200 racks! I have $200,000! No! I just lost 30K. I just lost 30K. Oh my God, I lost it all. I just lost $50,000.
In less than a single day, he wagered over $1 million on the site, and by the end of the day, he managed to clutch his pennies tight enough to walk away with $160,000 withdrawn. But you know how it is with the boss. One day's W is another day's L, and over the course of the next few days, everything he made on the 18th of June would wither into nothing right before his eyes. First, he dipped another 50 into limbo.
No! Oh my God, dude, no! Oh my God, I lost it all. I just did that twice in a row.
Then, another 60-something thousand as he chased his losses.
I need that 30 piece, please, please, please. Oh no! I swear to God, I just lost all that. I just lost $50,000, bro.
And after these losses kept mounting, he stopped the stream because he knew what was coming. But off stream, he continued to gamble, and as he kept losing and having to deposit more money, he started sending his shuffle money to his stake wallet, which is definitely not allowed by his contract, even if he's not streaming. But he's just dumb enough to think that they wouldn't figure it out. I will say, I like to see that his loyalty to stake is truly undying, even after he just made $200,000 off of shuffle. In his despair and confusion, he briefly came back on stream for a few minutes before disappearing again, and he was clearly not in his right mind.
I've put in over $40,000 today.
He proceeded to whittle himself down to $11,000, randomly luck out and get a 1000x on Plinko, and then blow it all on dice and end up with precisely $0 to his name.
It's gone. I lost it all. I gotta go, guys. I gotta go. I just lost it all.
After this, he scrambled for some juice until he found out that he had approximately 2,000 kept in something called shuffle coins, but ultimately it doesn't matter because he also took that to dice and watched it get eaten up.
No!
$200,000 gone in one single day. This was a loss of such devastating proportions that even Bossman had to recognize it. I'll never be able to run up to 200K again. I'll be chasing that for the rest of my life. I should honestly just quit. I told my mom I was gonna buy her a car. I told my parents I was gonna buy them a new microwave. I told myself I was gonna get a car. I love it when he takes a break to pretend like there's still something resembling humanity and a thinking, conscious mind somewhere in there. But we don't have to worry about that because he immediately makes it clear that this is just him looking for empathy, pity, and obviously more juice as he starts playing the victim again. Look at Eddie from Stake. He's a multi-billionaire, and he was harassing me and making fun of me and belittling me in his Saturday streams. That's embarrassing. You have billions of dollars. Why are you worried about me, dog? In his loss and drug-induced brain fog, he's rewritten history to say that Eddie harassed him, when in reality, Eddie just got asked about him directly a couple of times and answered. Soon after, he was gifted another $800 juicer, which he did away with in a matter of seconds and cried about. After sufficiently dwelling on just how unfair the world was with him, he decided it was time to finally change his life. Yo guys, I hope everyone's having a good night. I have something I need to own up to and something that I want to share with you guys now. This may not be a surprise to some, but I want to admit to you guys that I have been using hard drugs every day for years now. When I say daily, I mean every single day. Tonight, something hit me. I'm ready. I am ready to just quit and get my life together. I have such a blessed opportunity right now, and I don't want to throw it away because I want to get high every day. The drug affects me in all sorts of negative ways. Relationships, health, financially, you name it. I mean, what do I gain from it? Temporary satisfaction that will always be chased? I am actually so sorry for not telling you guys sooner. This is one of the hardest things I've dealt with in my life, but I cannot let it go any further. The reason I'm telling you guys is because I want to always be 100% transparent, and I'll admit, I really could use your help. Whether it be holding me accountable or just encouraging me every day to stay clean, I would really appreciate it. Now, I try not to be cynical whenever the people I cover express an intent to improve and stop doing the things that are destroying their lives. But obviously, I can't help but be skeptical when Austin can't even bring himself to name the drug he's using, which is probably done to maintain some degree of plausible deniability so that he can claim he was actually talking about something else besides crack. Worse yet is the fact that he puts down his drug use while using his gambling as an example of all the good stuff in his life, when that's almost equally as addictive and destructive to him as the drugs. Sadly, this resolve to change lasted for precisely one felt, upon which he posted to his Twitch chat saying, "They take it all every time. Man, I'm gonna go get high." It was clear from his demeanor on his Discord server, from randomly lashing out at people to assuming that the harmless things they're saying are veiled slights towards him, that Austin didn't spend a single day clean since his announcement of a new era. A day later, he sent this video to his Discord server.
Currently driving to the Plug's house with my mom. Beautiful day here in Virginia. It's around 77 degrees.
He actually got his mom to knowingly drive him to his plug. There is yet to be another man as shameless as BossmanJack. When he got back to streaming, he once again did the thing where he forgets he has to keep a certain amount of money for his drug debts, so he cleans himself out, only realizing what he did moments later. Keep in mind, he cleaned himself out after once again climbing up to over $20,000. Fortunately, he was still sitting on some winnings from previous sessions, so he decided to take a break to have the most crackhead conversation with his chat possible.
Aliens are definitely more believable than Bigfoot. I mean, dude, you think about, like, there's so much things that are not only unexplainable on our planet, but think of how much is outside of Earth, the planet that we live on. There's got to be more life out there. There definitely exists. Definitely. But listen, there are things here that make no sense. First example, pyramids. Pyramids make no sense. There's these chambers that run through the pyramids.
Eventually, he comes down, not just from the gambling high, but also from the drugs, and it really shows.
I don't know, it's just so obvious, like, it doesn't know what to do. Like, I fucking, whatever, man. Yo, I gotta go, man. I don't have no money. What's wrong with y'all, man? There's nothing wrong with me. I'm a human, bro. Hugely wrong with me in this world. I don't want to be here anymore. It's torture, man.
As the end of June approached, Austin started developing even stranger behaviors on stream. For example, check out his head movement during this Mines coaster.
No, are you kidding me? I actually lost that.
But whatever he was doing here seems to have worked, I guess, since he climbed up to almost 40,000 again. But what followed was a legendary double loss of violent proportions.
Dude, this is so oh my god! This is so
From the sound of glass cracking, turning into a deafening silence, to his soyjack face, to him doing a few more bets to completely zero himself out before even interacting with the aftermath of his rage, this is an absolute golden nugget of a clip. But afterwards, he left, and when he came back, he once again couldn't stop crying. One poor soul by the name of Tempik tried to be supportive of Austin, saying, "Take it easy, boss man. I know it can be hard, but at least you still have sobriety." If this guy really had no idea and said this in a genuine attempt to make Austin feel better, it just makes it that much funnier. While it's easy to chalk up his emotional state to a combination of his mood swings and his gambling losses, he later sent a video to his Discord where he was still crying and his eye looked swollen. Due to his previous admissions of having gotten into fights with his family members, this led some people to speculate that he'd once again gotten an altercation, most likely with his brother. However, once he went live again the next day, he looks like his normal self. Well, I'm using the word normal loosely here, but you get what I mean.
Fat Joe! Bro!
Why is he screaming at Fat Joe in the end here? What did Fat Joe do? Austin wasn't done either, as soon after suffering another devastating defeat at Mines, he decided to clean his keyboard.
Eat my life, dude! Oh my...
This one was so bad that he shared the aftermath with his Discord.
I am bleeding so bad. I'm bleeding everywhere, dude. I'm bleeding everywhere, bro. Dude, I just broke my keyboard. I broke my mouse. I have nothing, dude. I probably broke my computer, bro. If I could give you one word of advice, please stay away from the Shuffle Originals. They will bend you over, stick it straight up your no lube and
he even shared a video of his injury, although I won't show it here, but it's worth mentioning that it's bad enough that I'd be seriously worried about an infection given his filthy hands. But like the boss he is, he immediately announced he'd be back streaming as soon as he got his computer back into one piece again. Then he lost again.
This is the worst. Oh my god, I swear to God I quit. I swear to God, I'm deleting my Twitch. I'm done.
The speed with which he cycles between being completely okay with his hellish life and then raging at randoms on Discord is blinding. This time around, his behavior toward his community wasn't taken lightly, and one of the people who moderated his chat got fed up with it and went on a ban spree as retaliation. This prompted yet another prolonged malding sesh on Discord, although I won't go over it here since it's just 25 minutes of paranoid Austin ranting and insulting his community members. The psychological pain Austin was suffering due to all of the harassment and bullying he received from absolutely everyone who didn't send him money to gamble permanently broke his mind, and it turned him into an ostrich. But the month of June was about to end, and surely July would hold much better things. Wrong. He lost his shuffle deal, but he got a nifty 10 grand as a parting gift, which he instantly transferred into BC Game and then lost. Austin was once again losing hope and announced that he would be retiring. Little did he know, this time around, he meant it, even if unwittingly. On the 2nd of July, Austin was arrested after committing assault and battery on a family member, later revealed to be Boss Dad. Additionally, he was charged with 2 counts of felony drug possession, because of course he was. This was his mugshot, by the way, and if it reminds you of someone, then you've probably seen Chris Chan's mugshot because they had the exact same drip on. One of the people who was closely following Austin's streams and documenting the things Austin said in passing provided the following explanation for Bossman's arrest. Through multiple live streams after being released, Austin has told us pieces of the story, which may be found in clips throughout this thread. He states that his dad did something to irritate him and he just slapped him. Austin then had his mother drive him to a friend's house, which he live streamed. The friend was actually his dealer. Him and his mother returned to the house to find the deputy waiting. When they searched him, they then found the crack. This development in the story was particularly unfortunate because his parole from his old larceny case was to elapse by August 2025, which was just 1 year away. This is actually quite impressive since he spent about half of that time since then regularly doing hard drugs and, if he's to be believed, engaged in a couple of instances of violence with his brother. Yet somehow, only now they caught him. Some people laughed, joking about how Austin's parents were going to have the best night of sleep they've ever had in their life now that he was stuck in the big house. Other people cried, and by other people, I mean Austin himself. But most people who followed his story up until this point neither hated nor loved him. Mostly, they were there to see how it was going to turn out. And for the time being, it looks like he was done for. Some people even started reminiscing, looking back at very old clips of Austin, eventually finding a specific stream clip where he was first being taught how to play blackjack, long before the coasters, the violence, and the filth took over. It's hard to even see him as the same guy here. He and his room look so clean and normal. This video on its own is an extremely potent anti-gambling PSA. Just seeing how far Austin had fallen, frankly, is enough to stay away from casinos forever. Funnily enough, after Austin's arrest, Eddie was reached out to for comment, and this is what he had to say.
Eddie, please bail out BossmanJack. Maybe we should make a poll. Should we bail out BossmanJack? Everyone's saying no.
However dark his circumstances seemed to be immediately after his arrest, on the 9th of July, his parents got him a lawyer. And a few days later, that lawyer got Austin on a deferred deposition program for first-time domestic violence offenders, which allowed him to be out on bond for the next 2 years. Just as the Rats thought they had secured the final W, just as Steak Eddie was popping champagne in joy that Bossman was no longer gonna clean steak out with a massive Keno coaster, at the 11th hour, Austin's parents dropped $3,000 on his bond. And on the 12th of July, a little over a week since his arrest, he returned.
Guess who's home, baby? BossmanJack. Yeah, buddy.
The first thing he did upon getting his phone back was take a picture of himself eating a classic $14.88 Big Buford. Not joking, by the way, that's the actual price.
Wendy's was closed. Went on over to Checkers, where I just ordered a triple Big Buford. Oh, here it comes right here. You too.
As soon as he came home, he fired up a stream and announced he'd been free from drugs and intended to stay that way.
10 days clean, I was heavily addicted to cocaine. And I've been addicted to cocaine for 2 years. No, it's been longer than that, dude. It's been longer than that. And I was so lost with the drugs, man. I mean, I was just treating everyone that loved me like shit. And yeah, man, I'm sorry, guys. I really am sorry, dude. I'm sorry, guys. It's just not who I am, bro. It's not who I am, and
I mean, at least he's finally admitting the substance he uses by name. That's definitely a step in the right direction. When the Rats in his chat got a little bit uppity, he made sure to smack them down in devastating fashion.
You mean crack? The only crack I know is your mama's crack. And I spread them. Sorry. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Please forgive me.
By the way, he wasn't sorry.
Here's your mom's. Oh my god! Oh my god! Woo! Right back, guys. I don't have a door attached, I know. Okay.
And to top it all off, he made an interesting revelation regarding his time in jail.
I was in jail for 10 days. Didn't fap one time. Not once. Okay, anyways.
Immediately upon returning, he was met with another online gambler who had a few unkind words to say to him. And as is customary, Austin had a few unkind words to say right back.
What's your sub count, bro? What's your sub count? Hello? Do you forget how to talk? What's your sub count, buddy? Nice view bot, loser. Nice view bot, loser. What's your sub count? Nice view bot, loser.
Being the loyal anti-rats that they are, KF sleuths immediately got on this guy, only to find out that he was running an Andrew Tate-style camgirl operation. In response, he got on the farms and started threatening them, which only caused users to dislike him even more, prompting one of them to dump a series of phone calls he had made to an escort service complaining about the girls being sent, while the service threatened to call his mom over unpaid services, which leads me to assume that his mom was the one footing the bill for this whole thing. It's very interesting to see that no matter how bad he gets, or how dire his legal situation may be, his following continues to take his side over a rat's any day, no matter what. It's heartwarming. In any event, by the middle of July, he'd left Shuffle and started playing on this other small online casino called Howl, and immediately got some of their features to squirt big. However, when he got around to playing some blackjack, the dealer seems to have thrown him off his mojo.
She don't pay me. I hope so. She didn't get down good enough by her last boyfriend.
Seeing that his luck was souring, he decided to get off stream and take his money back to stake, seeing as he had no partnership programs to prevent him from doing so. While offline, he managed to run it up to nearly $90,000 doing Keno runs.
Guys, I just deposited $3,000. Look what just happened. Oh my God, what is life? Oh my God. Wait a second, it's not over yet. Oh my God, gosh, guys. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Ah!
But before he could even muster up the concentration to get back on stream, he notified his Discord saying he'd already lost a huge chunk of that money, and when the stream started, he continued to lose even more.
Oh my God.
As he descended back into the pits, it's clear that it was taking a toll on the other aspects of his life as well, as he missed his first check-in call with his parole officer and could be seen smoking something on stream. He claimed this thing that he's smoking was Delta 8, a legal substance that wouldn't result in a dirty test. That is, if it even is Delta 8, because Austin himself suggests that he's not really sure what it is he got from the gas station. Lesson learned, don't ever buy gas station pot. The bad omens just kept piling up, as on the 16th, he lost a hand at blackjack and flung his vape into his brand new $900 monitor, breaking it instantly.
Oh my fucking God. I just broke my monitor. I really did. My vape just broke it, dude. I feel like sick, dude. I feel sick.
Soon after that, he lost some more and decided to destroy other parts of his setup.
Take all my money. I deserve to be a broke loser the rest of my life, bro. I got all these fake people around me anyways. Just want my money, bro.
He speaks as if he actually had money for other people to be jealous of, but all he has are reloads that the casino has to do nothing to get every last cent back. Proof of this is that after he came very close to zeroing out on this stream, he got a big slot hit that floated him up to nearly 100 grand, which he could have withdrawn, but instead he gambled himself back to where he was initially and rage quit his stream.
I'm just gonna get off, dude. Y'all have a good night, man.
The next few days didn't hold anything different for the boss.
Dude, yo, hey, yo. I'm allowed to yell sometime. Why are you so upset all the time with me? Please, I'm begging you, Dad. No, you shut up, bitch.
By the way, this sweet little dad-son interaction here came after he was ordered by the judge of his case to abstain from any sort of violent interaction with his family members, and Austin was coming dangerously close. Additionally, his boldness and shamelessness were once again ramping up as he started taking big rips on stream again, all while claiming it was legal CBD that he wouldn't get in trouble for. Austin's infamy was so ubiquitous that even Bean, the owner of the casino he was using, was now frequenting the Rat Discord server and cracking jokes at his expense, saying things like, when he did hit a 100k on Howl, I was sweating. Then I realized, wait, why am I worried? We know how this ends. It wasn't long until people sent Austin evidence of Bean being a rat, and after taking another L, it inspired him to leave his partnership with Howl and go look for another casino. But their fallout was pretty entertaining as they spoke to each other over Discord while they broke up. The conversation went, Bean, I gave Bossman 140,000 in fills in a week and a half, made this Discord for him, got him someone to run his YouTube channel full-time for free, and encouraged him to cash out when he got big wins. Not sure what else I can do. Did I just suddenly stop losing, Bean? And what happened to that 140k? I gave it right back to you. All of it. How is that my fault, though? What's your point, huh? I'm advertising your site, bro. What do you mean, how is it your fault? I'm broke because I lost everything and lose everything on your site. Encouraged him to cash out when he gets big wins. Lol, more like the complete opposite. Dude's literally preying on my downfall. In response, Bean proved that he told Austin to cash his winnings out multiple times and was ignored every single one of them. But regardless, this didn't change the fact that he was a filthy sewer rat and the boss man no longer had any use for him. More and more, it felt like the times when Austin was actually putting in an effort to stop violent moments weren't even real, given how often he was doing it now.
Wow.
Another thing that returned was his shifty crack jaw, a staple sign of his substance abuse issue. At this point, it was basically obvious he was once again back on the saddle and blazing stones on a daily basis. After his deal with Howl went sour, he returned to Rainbet, but immediately started accusing them of being scammers too once he started losing. Then he moved to Jackpot, and the same thing happened again. Man, it's almost like casinos are set up for you to lose and for the house to win. It's crazy. After being continually bullied and relentlessly tortured by every virtual casino known to man, he decided to take a break from gambling and get on Counter-Strike. But like always, he's terrible at the game and isn't actually interested in playing as much as he just wants something to distract his horrific dopamine dysfunction from gambling. Soon after he gets on the game, he kills one of his teammates, gets a week-long ban, turns his camera off, and spends a couple of minutes audibly sniffing something. When he got done using his sinus medication, he happened to become a lot more paranoid than usual and spent his time arguing with and banning multiple people in his Discord community. With the end of July and the beginning of August, Bossman's mood was significantly improved by the fact that a benevolent rat mailed him yet another full box of Capri Suns.
Guys, guess what? Some random viewer sent my house again. That's right, 10 pinks right, Capri Sun. Tastes like pills. Tastes like medicine.
His mood improved even further when he got a deal with a site called Chips and immediately secured a win in blackjack, inspiring him to compliment his hostess.
And I got a flush on the side bet. Oh my god. She just turned into my favorite BBW. I love me a big buttered up like a biscuit BBW, boys.
Unfortunately, this honeymoon phase with Chips was short-lived.
Oh!
On the 9th, about a month after he got bailed out of jail, Austin claimed to have done a urine test and come out of it clean, an outcome that even he was surprised by. The thing is, even if you test hot on that kind of thing, you don't get arrested and sent back to jail on the spot. But regardless, for the time being, Austin was still a free bird. I'm assuming he didn't like Chips very much, or wasn't as hard-pressed for money as usual, since on the days following his check-in with his parole officer, there's not much gambling, and a good bit of CSGO happens, which included an instance of Austin's mom coming in to give him a nice new bowl of spaghetti. But instead of eating it, he starts eating from a 2-day-old bowl of spaghetti that he had forgotten about on his desk.
I just started eating out of my old bowl of spaghetti. I was wondering why it was cold. And then I looked to my left and there's a whole plate of spaghetti, fresh spaghetti right here. So I started eating. I was like, dude, this doesn't even taste that good.
Given the state of the corner next to his desk, there must have been some kind of The Last of Us freak growing on that thing. Once it came time to get back to usual programming, Austin found himself smack dab in the middle of another $23,000 loss, and also decided to break up with Chips, claiming that they were scamming backstabbers who didn't have his best interest in mind. Now, it's relevant to mention that although I can't show it here for obvious reasons, most of Austin's Counter-Strike sessions involved him repeatedly calling people homophobic slurs, which is obviously not tolerated by Twitch, and it got him banned. The ban was correlated with an exorbitant increase in Austin getting into random fights with his own community members and banning them, going as far as deleting entire chat rooms on his Discord server. Whenever he wasn't arguing with them over non-existent slights against him, he was streaming on Discord, crying and going into rants about how the world is evil and everyone is out to get him. I would delve into the things he's saying during these rants, but to summarize it, he feels guilty about being back on drugs, and his mind is working overtime to come up with excuses and rationalizations as to why he's doing it again. But at the same time, he can't bring himself to explicitly admit he's back on drugs, resulting in a series of extremely vague statements about how difficult it is. The guy who said that a lot of Austin's addiction to gambling was fueled by his drug habit was all but proven right, since during this week-long binge on it, the gambling was frequently set aside in favor of just Austin babbling incoherently, saying all sorts of inane things due to his altered state.
And it's not that there's anything wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with homophobia at all, and I want y'all to know that I have nothing against people at all.
Additionally, his relapse inspired him to reconsider his ideological stance, as he started talking about how he was now becoming left-wing due to them being more tolerant of people's flaws, followed by him saying he'd put on cat ears and a skirt for $200. Personally, I think there is barely anything resembling a human consciousness behind any of Austin's musings, besides his yearning for crack. After being up for days doing nothing but smoking, gambling, and playing Counter-Strike, Austin tells his chat he's gonna lay down for a bit, swearing he won't go to sleep. Then, he slept. When he crawled back out of his sarcophagus for some more Counter-Strike, he had this interaction with his dad.
Yeah. What's up? Do what now? Yeah. Yes, I am. You hear my dad, guys? Did you want to hit? Did you want to hit, Dad?
I'm personally not confident in Austin's answer that he's allowed to, but even if he was, he's definitely not allowed to smoke the other thing he's been smoking on the down low. At the beginning of September, members of Austin's chat notify him that his fire alarm is running out of battery and it can be heard chirping through his mic. But he claims he can't hear anything. When he finally concedes and goes to check on his fire alarm, he's too debilitated to be capable of changing its batteries, so he asks his dad to do it for him. But somehow, his dad also fails, and the alarm goes on chirping. If that wasn't depressing enough, Austin's next move is to set himself up with a Steam Guard authenticator so that he can start selling off his Counter-Strike skins because he claims he'll be buying a car with the proceeds. For real, this time. It's totally not going to be used for something else. He's getting a car, he's getting the Civic, okay? He's doing it. Also, that something else, whatever it may be, definitely isn't going to, in turn, fuel his post-gambling sesh rages. The funniest part is that after completely destroying his entire computer, this absolute goofball decides to play Counter-Strike instead of gambling more, forgetting that he just mangled his keyboard beyond redemption. Oh, and you may have noticed that he's still on chips despite breaking up with them as a sponsor. That's most likely because he failed to get a deal with any other online casino, and thus, he was condemned to stay on chips until he could find a better situation. On Discord, he said, "My parents always ask me now, why don't you ever have money anymore? That's because chips takes it all." Maybe because he was already aware that it was a matter of time before he got pinched by his parole officer and went back to jail. This period in Bossman's history is marked by dramatically low stakes, as he's barely putting in any effort into his streams and doesn't get too engaged even when he gambles. But that doesn't mean there aren't any interesting moments, such as when the dimensional merge comes nigh, but is sent packing by Austin's demented energy.
What is that? What? Is that? Never mind. It's fine. How do I remind you of this guy? That's what I want to know.
Unfortunately, these lighthearted interactions with his chat ultimately gave way to his usual hostile paranoia once the stream ended, and Austin retreated to his Discord server. After having spent hours sporadically beefing with anyone who dared to speak in his presence, he had another crying meltdown.
You know, I actually, dude, I'll be honest with you guys, dude. I can't keep it together anymore, dude. I lose on purpose because I don't feel like I'm worth anything.
Even here, when he's expressing his emotions, he has to slip in a lie about losing on purpose, as if his gambling compulsion is somehow a rational decision of some sort. It's very impressive how deep his self-deception goes. On the 13th of September, he's filed as having violated his probation, probably due to a late filing of a failed drug test or him not checking in with his parole officer again. Whatever the case is, he wasn't arrested immediately, which allowed him more opportunities to lose it all over and over again. On his Discord, he seethed about losing his entire Twitch paycheck and the money from his Counter-Strike skins, and once his server took more than 1 minute to reply to him, he immediately flipped out on them and started insulting everyone, which eventually led to him deleting all of it once again. A few days later, another bail violation related case was filed, and after announcing he'd get offline for a little bit on stream, he once again took to Discord to notify his followers. "Yeah, I failed the drug test. I've been using drugs since I was 14. It's hard for me to quit. It's so hard. That's all I've known for more than half my life. If I don't get a bond, guys, I'll be in there for a minimum of a month. I love you guys. I'm getting arrested right now. Love you guys, man. I'll see you all when I get out, man." In an even more interesting turn of events, right as the time of his arrest approached, he fired up another stream so that people could watch him right up until the moment it happened.
The cops are here. They're here, dude. All right, guys, I gotta go. I'm going, guys. Yeah, they're here, man. I'm getting fucking arrested right now, dude. All right, guys. I'll see y'all later, man. Peace, guys.
But it turns out he wasn't going back in just yet. After announcing he'd be going live again, he explained what really happened. I was chilling on stream earlier when some random came in and said I had a warrant for my arrest. I then looked myself up, and sure enough, there was something about me violating my bond. So I said to myself, I'll turn myself in when I see my PO on Thursday. An hour later, the cops show up at my house, turn their lights on through my window. So I put sandals on and go downstairs. The cop said, "No, you're not going to jail. Relax, son. Don't worry." If I had a true active warrant out for my arrest, they would have arrested me on the spot. Looks like I'm good for now. I should have an update on Thursday. The reason they came to my house is that someone called the cops and told them I was going to take myself out on stream. They came about a week ago as well when someone said I was going to shoot my parents. I've been swatted like 7 times now. For starters, it's rare that it's even warranted to call the cops on a lol cow type person in the first place, but what exactly is the point of calling the cops on a guy who is all but certainly going back to jail in a few weeks anyway? Austin himself admits as much in an audio he sent shortly thereafter.
I'll be honest with you guys, I failed like 3 drug tests now. So if I fail a 4th, I think they're gonna either make me go to jail or rehab. Worst case scenario, I go to jail for like a month probably or whatever. Hopefully, I don't think I will though. The worst case scenario, I'll use my time wisely there and strategize what I'm gonna do differently, how I'm gonna become a better streamer, and how to expand my name more. If I go to rehab, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna use my time wisely on how to get clean, become a better person, and strategize my streams and stuff. So yeah, I'll keep my head up, guys. Don't worry about me too much. I'll be fine either way. You know, I'll be just fine.
The fact that he's looking forward to potentially going back to rehab pretty much confirms that he's not even interested in not failing his drug tests, as he knows it would just delay his inevitable return to rehab or jail. Now, whether he's actually going to spend just 1 month in rehab or jail is very debatable, but his fate seems to be quite set. 2 days after his swatting attempt, he was arrested for real this time. Immediately, the rats got to celebrating Austin being pinched, but before they could rest in their laurels, Austin sent another message on Discord, which read, "Yo, pussies, I'm in jail. Snuck a phone in my butt with a baggie of crack." While it may not have been immediately obvious, a KF poster who closely followed Austin's court proceedings eventually elucidated his situation and explained that his lawyer and dad got the judge to agree to sending him into rehab. Austin expressed to be pretty psyched about his outcome, looking forward to getting clean and making a few stops along his way to the rehab to do important things, such as securing yet another big Buford and firing up a quick stream to show off his clean room, which finally, after months of doorless anguish and despair, finally featured a properly mounted door. Even after he got to rehab, he continued to exchange some words with his Discord server, telling them how good the facility was and how happy he was to be there. Unfortunately, these candid moments of Austin sharing his current whereabouts prompted a few nasty rats to dox his rehab location and start calling the place. Despite the inconvenience, he continued talking to his followers and sharing a few selfies where he looked much better than usual until the beginning of October, when he went silent for a while. Only on the 13th did he come back with another update. Some guy tried to make me look like a complete bitch in an AA meeting the other day. Long story short, I yelled at the top of my lungs, "Damn that pussy nice, boy." I scared this old lady at the other end of the room. Of course, this message was accompanied with an audio.
"Damn that pussy nice."
The relative silence continued until the 15th, when Austin came out of rehab and instantly got back to streaming. Unfortunately, soon after he returned, people picked up on the fact that his fingertips were still jet black, and he was still doing the freaky jaw and tongue movements, both of which were dead giveaways that he was still riding the tiger. Despite this, he did seem to be doing better than usual. So even if he relapsed, it could very well be that he was genuinely putting in an effort to put down the pipe.
I haven't relapsed, dude. I'm a good person, dude. I go to meetings. I'm going to go to a meeting tomorrow. I'm going to a meeting tomorrow. Guess what? I'm meeting tomorrow. Guess what? Hello. That's pretty good. No, but that means that if you know that there's an attack, that there are so many people that are dying.
During most of this stream, he was repeating a mantra of saying he was okay, and everyone was okay, and everything was gonna be okay, which is either a side effect of the drug-induced brain damage or something he picked up in rehab. He claimed that his meetings with his parole officer were going well, and for what it's worth, despite still being composed of consistently getting felted on gambling, his streams were going as fine as they could for Bossman standards.
Oh my god, dude. Did you guys just see that? I just about dropped my whole monitor here. My second monitor here. Dude, there's a drink all in my keyboard.
I think this was the first time ever that a piece of Bossman's setup broke, and it actually wasn't his fault. Despite the unusually calm ongoings of the Bossman verse, on the 19th, a new charge was added to his file. Another assault and battery on a family member. Oddly, this filing didn't seem to coincide with any documented happenings. And one day later, a phone call leaked between someone and Boss Dad.
Is Austin okay?
Yeah. He is in a facility. Actually, he's in
Okay. Well, that's probably best, you know?
Yeah, and not jail. Actually, a mental facility.
I don't think this specific incident was ever fully explained, and if it was, I wasn't able to find it. But I'd bet that this is something related to the night terrors and paranoia Austin has been described as suffering from, leading him to commit some act of aggression toward his dad. 5 days later, Austin came back and was spamming the "we're okay" mantra even more than before, probably due to his efforts to stay mostly sober. Despite losing it all every time he gambled, it was no longer resulting in fits of rage and violence. Instead, he simply shut off his streams and called it a day. This is the closest we've come to a character progression in his story so far, and it's good to take a moment to appreciate it, because a day later, he failed to stop for a police officer and was charged with violating his bond again. Fortunately for him, his violation was dismissed, meaning he wasn't going to do prison time anytime soon. But based on the information available, he remained in jail all throughout the month of November, got released in early December 2024, and then was immediately arrested again for violating his probation. While it's hard to make out what he got arrested again for, Occam's razor dictates that they probably found drugs on him within a day of being released and decided to take him back and keep him in jail for the original duration he was sentenced to a few months prior. Unlike his previous and overly lenient rehab sentences, he spent approximately 3 straight months in jail from the last quarter of 2024 to February 2025, when he was released again, this time looking and sounding much better than before.
Yo, what's good, everybody? How's everybody doing? Oh my god, dude. I don't even know what to say, man. I've been gone for a long time, man. Nope. Stop redeeming. Take a bong rip. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Damn, what up, guys? What up, everybody? How's everybody doing, man? Yeah, dude, I quit smoking pot, quit doing cocaine, quit gambling. Psych, let's fucking gamble, baby!
Even more impressive is that after his door got fixed, the drywall next to it was finally filled in again, something that we hadn't seen in literally years at this point. On his first day of being back, he won 6 grand on slots, 12 on a Wild West feature, and another 15 on a Viking feature, at which point he decided to chew on an aluminum can in celebration, for reasons only a true boss would understand. Of course, he did lose it all just a few minutes later, but instead of going on a long malding sesh and suffering a harsh uptick in paranoia, he decided to cope with his anger in a different way.
We need a German beat ASAP. Hast du dich schleift durch den Schleifter?
While doing this German bit, he decided to look up AI-generated images of himself, which produced this.
9! Ignore the punching walls. Oh god. Ignore the punching of walls. Just watch this one, okay?
His dedication to changing his ways extended all the way to changing his name, going from BossmanJack to Austin Gambles, which eventually got readjusted to Bossman Austin. With this new online handle, he shared a few revelations with his Discord server, such as, "My dad smashed my bong into pieces when I was locked up, and I remember when I was in jail. I was getting fucked." Okay, I admit it, that last one is a bit out of context, but overall, things were looking up until they weren't. On the 9th, after a phone call that he muted his mic to pick up and spending some time getting an Amazon package off screen, Austin began exhibiting his trademark jaw movements again, along with a few other things. Fortunately, even if his sobriety wasn't entirely perfect, it allowed some space for variety streams, like how Austin used to do it back when he wasn't entirely possessed by the lifestyle. In one of these variety streams, he cooked a steak, although I'm using the word cooked loosely here since he just put some meat in the microwave until it looked like this, and then proceeded to eat this basically raw piece of meat with cold butter on it like a monkey. This looks disgusting. Do not eat meat that looks like this, please. Trying to put together the empire he turned into dust during his binges, he started a campaign to reinstate his account on Kick, although this amounted to very little beyond a change.org petition, which was highly unlikely to do anything. Now, I'll briefly step aside the regular and generally lighthearted nature of this video's narrative to cover a particularly dark aspect of Austin's story. You may remember earlier in this video, we discussed how in one of his previous stays at rehab, he was in there with a girl who within hours of being with him died of an overdose. After having shared how traumatic an event this was for him, sleuths who knew what rehab facility Austin was in figured out who this girl was. And someone malicious enough to do this kind of thing made an account on Twitch with her name and started posting to Austin's chat just to disturb him.
No, I don't remember you. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. People are awful, dude. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, dude. What in the world?
Right around the same time this happened, people rediscovered the fact that Austin once admitted to having lost his virginity when he was just 14 years old to a woman who was almost 30. I'm assuming these things were coming to light at this particular moment because there were no crash outs or gambling to focus on, so naturally, Austin's personal interactions with his audience took the lead. However, even with someone like Austin who can occasionally be extremely insane, it's this kind of thing that serves as a reminder that these people are ultimately human. Fortunately, none of this got to Austin, as he continued to be on the up and up, even announcing that he'd be moving out soon. But in late February, something weird happened. He got on stream with a visible bruise on his face, crying and not being his usual self. Eventually, he explained that he fell off his skateboard and went face first into a car. Oddly enough, he seems to have taken this as a wake-up call. I'm assuming because for an instant, he thought he would break his neck and either die or lose a significant amount of mobility. Some people theorize that he was lying, and what actually happened was that he got hit by his father or his brother, but I think if that had happened, his behavior would have been a lot different. Sadly, the month ends on not only this odd incident, but also with Bossman losing thousands of dollars on stake off stream. March does begin with a lighter note. While messing around trying to get Counter-Strike to work, he once again accidentally shows that his monitor, after all this time, is still only at 60 Hz. Additionally, it seems that BossmanJack had taken up religion during his time in rehab and jail. Before, he used to say he didn't believe in any religion in particular, but now he instantly banned anyone who claimed that Jesus wasn't real. After years of praying on stream for some good gambling hits, it seems this is what finally did the trick, as on the 19th of March, he fired up a stream showing he had over 50,000 in his balance after he spent some time gambling off stream. Despite his winnings, he was still subject to make the same rookie mistakes we all make every once in a while.
Bro, why are you asking me these questions, bro? Do I like pants, shorts, jeans, dungarees, whatever they're called, dungarees, knickers? Oh, dude.
Eventually, he managed to bring himself to admit to having relapsed. This is an unforeseen ability we hadn't seen Austin exercise before, so I'm interpreting that as an improvement. On Discord, he said, "Hey guys, it's your boy Austin. I was just letting y'all know, in a few days, I'll be taking a month-long break from streaming and the community due to personal issues I'm dealing with. But until then, I'll be live like normal. I don't really have a choice, let's just say that." Most likely, he was talking about doing another stint in rehab as he knew he had tested positive on another drug test. He later admitted that, unlike his initial assumption, he'd be gone for 6 months, not just one, and he wouldn't even have access to his phone there, which he wasn't very happy about. Within hours of this announcement, his Twitch account was unceremoniously suspended, which he had some fun with in audio memos.
Bro, I just got perm banned, guys. No, I'm just kidding, bitch. 1 day suspension. 1 day suspension. Everything is good. Everything is good. It's a long story, but I went to my email and I went and looked at what happened. Basically, like, me and the CEO of Twitch's wife had like a homemade video, and somehow he found it, bro. I don't know how he found it. No, it was the Clash code in my profile. They gave me a 1 day suspension for it, so I'm good. Just 1 day. I need it anyway. I need a 1 day break anyways, kind of, sort of.
Later on, he sent a video of himself enjoying the outdoors and somewhat walked back his announcement about the 6-month rehab, saying, "I don't think I gotta go to rehab, man. I just gotta stay clean and do classes. I'm staying clean. I know people, not me, of course, that throw everything they get and earn down the drain. I would never do something like that." Well, because I think he is the kind of person to do that, I'm not gonna give his claim that he won't be going back to rehab any credence, especially since soon after, he was streaming on Discord and his blackened hands were once again featured. And you can guess what that means. I can't be sure whether Austin will be in jail, rehab, or at home with a big, beautiful Buford sitting on his desk, but whichever the case is, I genuinely do hope the best for him. I really do. If half a year in a rehab facility without a phone is what will do the trick and help him stay clean, then I'm looking forward to it. I just want him to eventually realize that he needs to stop gambling, as it's closely tied to his other habits. And frankly, he could easily succeed as a streamer without destroying his life. But for the time being, there's really no knowing how the tale of BossmanJack will turn out. I've been Turkey Tom. Thank you very, very much for watching this video all the way to the end. I know it was very long. Probably. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I know it was very long, but I had to do it. I had to do it. I was compelled to do it. I had to do it. And until next time, damn that pussy nice. Leave me alone.